Just like that.
That'll look good on
1 minute.
international TV. Here we go, ladies, chat, we're going live. It's all good. We've done
It's
this.
really unsettling me how calm Professor Diora is.
Well, he's not. He just wants to watch
Let's
us.
try to get
I'm just scared he'll make a
possible.
decision and he'll go,
Let's
No, shake
remember
their
not
head.
to read the emails, like,
yes.
Yes.
Check Bob first,
And then read it and summarize.
just,
Check
yes.
and
Okay.
if you're talking or reading something and somebody else has a decision to make,
Had to go get
and
mine.
they do their little clap, we're all just gonna
Yep.
let that person.
If someone claps and you have 1 sentence to finish, and then we'll go to the decision.
But if there's more than one
But it's kind of funny.
decision,
It's
break
great.
up,
It's in the box.
so
Yeah.
I think somebody must have needed one.
And then I
Plain sauce.
So we'll,
You're ready, you got your game face on, you're like, let's do it.
go.
It's time.
Okay.
That was excellent timing on my part. I'm proud of myself. Come on, Twitter, baby. Don't record this. Gotta stop being awkward.
Can you mute us?
So where do you want to start? So you want to start right
Some
here?
of them are tweets, so I'm just roll with me.
Okay.
I'm not gonna.
Anybody got anything?
Yeah. I'm frantically refreshing.
We're all refreshing. We're so fresh and so clean.
Nope, same tweet. They just retweet. The same thing.
What's the tweet?
Someone just filled their chem
Someone
exam.
just felt their chem.
Just got something.
Is yours with Jordan? Yeah, okay, we have the same thing. Oh, there's a video.
Are we all gonna watch it?
You wanna put it up a little bit louder?
Oh my gosh.
Anything attached?
I need to watch this. No, I don't. I need to stay focused.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Randy J. Marsh, and you're watching Action News 5. We are receiving breaking news about an apparent abduction of 2 American hikers in northern Jordan. Jordan Elizabeth Fisher, age 21, and Jacob Patrick White, age 24, were last seen leaving their hotel in urban Jordan yesterday morning. We have reports from the State Department that they may have been abducted by the Pan-Arab Caliphate while trekking in the mountains near the northern border. The Pan-Arab Caliphate, known for previous attacks in the region, has had a history of kidnapping and ransoming foreigners. However, State Department intelligence indicates the likeliness of these hikers being alive is very small. What a tragic incident, but we will continue to keep you updated on Action News 5.
We get it
So
all?
we
Yeah.
just received a new alert, police and protesters are clashing outside of Trump Tower in New York.
So we can move this over here. Email.
I have a 4-minute decision.
No, it says foreign intelligence, we'll do it.
Protesters. Did they identify any groups of the protesters, Dennis? Because protesters are clashing?
So they don't want us to
Police
be
and
too loud,
protesters.
so we should just
Did
probably
everybody
sit
get
back
global
here.
forum on Asian development tweet?
We're cranking our audio.
First annual global forum on Asian development.
Louder.
Nothing super important, just some stuff going on. There's an event with the UN,
Okay.
lots of guests,
Okay.
mostly diplomatic.
So we have to either, so some Americans, Chinese, Kenyans, a big group went to Kenya and they have not been heard from since.
And if you
So we have to decide whether we want to dispatch a US drone or work with the Kenyan military.
So,
So that's me, I will draft an email to articulate this decision. Oh, do we have the email we're supposed to send it to?
Yeah.
Okay. hold on.
is in the test, the pre-sim link.
Oh. No, not that one, don't click it. Okay.
So
Um,
we're close with
So,
Kenya. We
yeah,
help them
US or
defensively.
international diplomacy, what's our relations with?
Well, yeah,
Kenya.
so we're friendly with Kenya, we've been working with them to develop their counterterrorism capabilities. They've offered to reach out, they've reached out to us and offered to send locally based military, and they can be there within the hour to the site where the group was last seen. So I don't know if we want to let them do that.
They do have Kenyans missing too in
Yeah,
this,
there's 3 Kenyan security guards that were in the group.
so they might have a good interest in finding them too.
My question is, are we okay with that? Because we've been training them, like, do we feel
It would
they're
take, so
capable?
our ships are 100 miles away, and it would take 3 hours for the drone to get there.
Okay, then yeah, let's go with
It
that.
takes 1 hour for the Kenyans to get there, 3 hours for our drone to get there.
Does everybody else agree? Everyone,
I did,
Danny, Dallas?
Is this in Kenya?
We're not sending.
Yeah, Kenya.
I
No,
wouldn't drone
with the
Yeah.
Let's
Kenya.
talk to Kenya.
okay,
Okay.
I agree.
Okay, so we're sending
Okay, you have to.
the military, right? It's a small military group?
It's a mining, it's a team from a mining company. that was
Yeah, so
going to
mining
survey a
firm
site.
employees.
Okay, mining,
And they were kidnapped?
We
They
don't
just,
know.
they went to go tour the mines and no one's heard from them.
Listen in too, so
We're having one white order.
listen in is the net like.
No, she's just, oh, and I think I have another email. Can you
This is
help me
the,
read this?
from the NSA, violent crimes committed against
there's no decision? No decision, okay.
white South African farmers are staging protests against farm murders in Cape Town, South Africa. Okay.
so now we're in Cape Town?
Yep. Protests in Cape Town,
Okay.
white farmers.
Black Lives Matter starting shit.
You talk on Twitter.
And so is AFF, yeah.
Okay.
So there's.
We got an email, who's this from? From the Department of Defense. So they're basically saying that there's a potential that relations with North Korea might turn friendly, but the Department of Defense is skeptical, and they're still concerned about the nuclear threat from them, so just ongoing situation.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah.
Can you note on the domestic side that Jonathan Andrews, he was a police officer, was found not guilty in the slaying of Raymond Henderson?
Okay, where's
and
this
so
at?
this is here in the U.S., but this was
It's
posted
under
by
BLM.
Black Lives Matter.
So they're
That
ticked.
might be a point of contention.
So Jonathan Andrews
I
acquitted
mean,
for charges?
yeah, I mean, just.
I sent it in my
It's
documentary,
important
So I do
just
have to
please
keep my
notify, or
voice a little bit lower because the
please note that
simulation
that's-
has already started. What has happened already is that this.
Oh,
group of
have you been keeping up on
students
tweets?
Beside
You're good?
us has
Okay.
now
So they're
listened to
pissed.
So there's
syndicated news
disturbances
broadcasts about
in the
a terrorist
northwestern
attack.
region
What they're doing at this point
involving
is
armed
looking
gunmen
through
not associated with
information that they're hearing
Kenyan.
over media and that they're
So,
getting from
I'm just
military
looking, this is a
as
tweet.
well. So they are
So there's
working through
a,
information.
witnesses report
This
assailants are
real-life
heading to
situation
Ethiopian
of
border
attack.
across the Kobe refugee
What
camp.
should be done when we have domestic.
Kobe refugee.
So in Kenya, there's
national
fighting.
intelligence
There's a
that
gunman.
goes through all
There's a gunman in Kenya?
breaking down
Yes.
all the information.
Northeastern
These
region.
are
Hey, Chris.
law
Yep.
students
Put over
right
here
now.
is the light force.
And what happened in
the right
Ethiopia?
Experience for
The
White House.
assailants
Yes,
We will
so.
continue
fled
to
towards
be
Ethiopia.
there
It's
every
From
day
Kenya?
It looks like
see what
they're
comes
a
of it.
death
Back
cult,
to you in studio.
stemming out of Germany, and.
I'm gonna spell everything wrong, I'm sorry.
There was a
It's
small,
fine.
or not small, there was an outbreak of salmonella poisoning.
I like it.
The population only has 500 people, and there were 198 reported cases. And,
So 198.
uh-huh.
And where are they?
They're in Washington, a small coastal town of Pleasantville.
Pleasantville.
Mhm. And that was after a
That's
food
death
festival.
cult?
This group has like their own police force, they have their own little community.
So so they're basically like a doomsday community.
Correct. So, well, and it kind of reminds me of, do you remember that,
Jonestown?
Oregon?
No,
No,
it's the one in Oregon.
the
Oh.
one in Oregon.
I don't remember the name, I know what you're talking
Yeah,
about. So are we calling them the doomsday community then?
no, just the lightness.
Just
Did we send that
Lightness.
decision?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
The lightness or lightness?
Lightness,
And
like light, dark, lightness.
Danny, did you get my decision on your chart?
Yeah, so I put,
Decided to work with Kenyan military
talk to Kenyans.
because of good relations, and then they have an interest as well.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Okay, slowing down a little bit. Do we got everything on the board that we just got in?
Yeah.
Is someone else covering Twitter right now?
I am.
Mike, yes.
Okay.
So there's an outbreak, is that what's happening over there?
Salmonella.
Yeah,
Okay, salmonella.
outbreak.
And then, did you guys hear, there's a gunman in Kenya who's fleeing to Ethiopia?
Okay.
Okay.
And he was going from the refugee camp?
Was he going to the refugee camp?
Towards it, yes.
Okay.
So we got a tweet earlier about a conference going on in Jordan that's a refugee, or the Global Forum for Aid and Development. I just got an email that talked about one of the speakers there is trying to get Jordan to join the fight against PAC.
Okay.
So
Who's the speaker?
her name is Rita Hawkins.
Rita
the
Hawkins.
UN High Commissioner for Refugees.
For action against PAC?
Put her under the people of interest over there.
Rita Hawkins?
This is happening in Amman,
Government
Jordan.
should be afraid of their people, don't.
It's happening in Jordan?
In Jordan.
I'm just going to record
Give it a just.
Okay, great, thank you. Don't worry about it.
I trust you.
Shocking.
Oh, no, for sure.
There's a tweet also from Jordan. Jordanians join us in the march on Al Umayyad Street at 5:30 p.m.
Al
She-
Kun,
So
Just put
just say that
Al-Umma.
there's gonna be a march
a march.
in Jordan.
And what are they protesting?
They just said, for change, they didn't.
Okay.
There's no indication either way what they were.
Is this the
It's just
Jordanians
progressive
at
ones.
5:30?
Yes.
Anything else?
I keep checking yours. Are we sure that this is your correct inbox?
Liberals,
that you're
yeah,
going
please.
Because I got the testimony and everything.
So that is in Amman as well. So the protest is gonna be happening in Amman at 5:30.
Is that the capital?
Yes,
Okay.
Okay,
which is also where the Global Aid Conference is happening.
Imam?
AMMAN.
AMMAN?
There's a gunman on campus. Everyone get out of the area at OSU.
okay.
Ohio State? Okay.
That is
So-
a
Have a
tweet.
ransom decision.
Where did I have that?
Okay.
Command center.
Non-corroborated.
Oh.
Not necessarily reliable.
Okay.
So those individuals in Kenya, the military was unable to locate them,
Okay.
but the Chinese intelligence has told us that they're somewhere in Somalia. So they paid a ransom to get their people back, but the rest of the Americans, Kenyans, all that are being held by Al-Shabaab, they think, in
We
Somalia.
received another tweet at OSU.
Okay.
There are masked terrorists shooting students on the plaza. I'm on hold with 911.
Plaza shooting,
No,
mass
that
terrorists?
makes it a little more.
That's a
Mass
second source of the
terrorist,
information,
yeah.
but it's still open source Twitter, so.
Yeah.
Do we want to talk about the possibility of having to pay ransom to Al-Shabaab?
We
Is that
should.
something that we want to do?
Official US,
So, yeah, let's,
we don't negotiate.
well, that's the official thing, but
But
we
this
may
group
negotiate.
is
Christina.
especially known to be
Uh-huh.
Can
violent,
you
right?
just make notes of
Al-Shabaab, yeah, I mean,
I
they
guess you don't have to make notes.
They haven't
but let
historically
people
kidnapped
know
people.
that Twitter,
haven't.
PAC is
That's
pretty
a new
active
thing
on
for
Twitter.
them if they are kidnapped.
Just
Who's
basically-
active on Twitter?
PAC.
Pat, okay.
Yeah.
Speak up a little bit, guys. They're gone
They're active on Twitter, threatening the United States.
Yeah, I have the calling for violent action on
So it's a
Twitter.
No, it says that it's
Also, with the
possibly
OSU
Al-Shabaab.
thing, I think
Yeah.
it's important to note that in Twitter, they
The most
said that there
likely.
was a game going on and that they
But, I
had
mean,
just
Al-Shabaab could be
chosen a
taking-
new dean.
Okay.
Typically, they do raids and stuff.
now.
Oh, Ohio State University is under attack.
Yes.
Yep, we've
Okay.
got that.
Okay.
So our death toll could be pretty significant.
And then there's a possible game in progress.
Is that what Twitter said? There was a game? I think
Okay.
so.
Okay, we got a new
I've seen a
one.
couple of.
Please send help. We're under attack by POC fighters, and this is from someone named Debbie Shaw.
Or at OSU. So,
And then
at
PAC
OSU, it might
PAC
be
just
PAC.
said,
It was
our
PAC.
righteous
Might be
cause
PAC.
cannot be overthrown, America will fear us.
Okay, you guys, I have to give a brief, oh, never mind.
You good?
Decision?
Is it a decision?
No, I'm not saying anything, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So the place that the hostages are apparently being held in Luk,
Where the heck?
Somalia, is really close to the border of Kenya, Ethiopia. and
Okay.
Somalia. So it's right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe the Navy can go
Van
in.
attack at OSU,
So shooting,
active shooter. So there's a van attack as well, on top of everything else going on. Several casualties.
PAC tweeted that their righteous cause can't be overthrown and America will fear us, but they gave no reference as to where that,
Where that was happening.
I
So,
think it's interesting because the woman by the name of Debbie Shaw,
Yeah.
she said, we're under attack by PAC fighters. I'm not sure how she would know that. But she has like an at OSU.
So they're potentially there.
So it's potentially them.
I also got an email from the Director of Law Enforcement verifying that there was a van attack and a shooter in the plaza. That's what I have, so if that's helpful. The Columbus Police Department.
So that is credible.
Yeah.
That came
So
from who
Our
again?
eyes are on OSU right now.
Okay.
Two American hikers were abducted and likely killed.
In Jordan?
It was on the Jordanian border, near the Jordanian border, and taken into packed territory. So
Yeah,
that's
Is this our two guys?
CIA.
that was the
Is this our-
video we first got.
So it says they were kidnapped.
And then Pac, not likely alive.
Yep. So SIGINT has indicated that both are likely dead. CIA is waiting for confirmation.
And that it was packed, right?
No, that just says that it was
Potentially.
into packed territory.
Okay.
No indication of.
Pack in America, time to turn it up and kick some real ass. That's from AFF.
Pray for Ohio.
AFF.
Mm-hmm.
What's
Yeah,
that?
I think that's just.
Chatter.
Yeah, yeah, it's potential.
Cool. Sorry, I won't make announcements.
No, you're totally, yeah.
It's a bad
Like, I
habit.
feel like most of Twitter, it's just noise.
Unless it's Trump tweeting, then he might aggravate China.
Well,
So I'm confused.
Okay.
PAC
got
is in
something?
Libya, right? So how are they going from Jordan across the border into PAC territory? Anybody have any insight?
Okay, guys,
You
we
okay?
we got an update on the OSU situation. So, white van mowed down students, I can't read, that were gathered for an appreciation event on the Oval. At least one male suspect was seen exiting the van and carrying a semi-automatic rifle.
Okay, so
The suspect shot dozens of victims and then fled on foot. He's wearing black clothing. At this time, there are 15 confirmed dead and at least 10 wounded.
So,
an automatic weapon,
Yes. Fled on foot.
wearing black.
okay. Wearing black.
15
Anything else?
dead, 10 wounded.
15 dead, 10 wounded.
Yes.
Yeah, mine just updates.
I was looking at your email, making sure we're good.
10 wounded, 20 wounded?
From the
10, so 15
Yeah, I have all
dead, 20,
my-
I'm sorry, 10 wounded.
Emails going to this forms tab, so they're.
Just so you guys know, there's been an uptick of PAC propaganda being
There's a-
promoted through social media. Did you read that?
No.
Okay, so there's been an uptick of social media from domestic sources in the past 24 hours from PAC. We've moved additional resources to track these sources more closely. That was from the NSA.
So
What was
wait,
that, Nanny? Sorry.
There's been an uptick of propaganda from PAC in the last 24 hours.
Okay.
would be, so there's 2 individuals we know of, it's not just one.
Being held?
No, that came, they are in the van.
Was
Or did the driver come out?
Christina?
So it just says that there's a
There are
white van that was
protests,
involved in this and
peaceful
that there was
protests. Yes, I
one
just read
male
that.
suspect.
At least one male,
Seen,
so-
at least one male, thank you, Mike, exiting the van. So we don't know how many are in the van. We just know that this one
That one
individual fled on foot.
Okay, so
I'm also going to point out that when there's a Jordanian protest going on at 5:30, that is going to be 8:30 our time. So that's like in an hour. Right, so they're going to protest in Jordan at 5:30. The time difference means that that's going to take place
An hour later.
at 8:30 our time.
Christina?
Cincinnati,
Says the protesters are now throwing rocks at the U.S. Embassy.
it's a
in
black
Amman,
Toyota
Jordan.
Corolla.
So
Okay.
it's
The car is?
There's cell phone footage of a
not
black
necessarily peaceful anymore.
Toyota Corolla with Ohio plates fleeing campus.
So black
When they said peaceful, I doubted that anyway.
Toyota Corolla.
Did you get the
With
email?
OSU plates?
Yeah.
Ohio
So this is-
Ohio plates, and it's been reported to local news. It was picked up by the AP,
So this is coming
and we are still looking at the video
from AP.
to ascertain the plate number.
AP and local
So it's a black van now?
It's
news. No, it's a black Toyota Corolla.
Right.
So that-
And so
okay.
they're going to keep us updated as far as I understand it. Rocks were just being thrown at the U.S. Embassy, and so there's definitely the potential of that.
Yeah, the U.S. Embassy in Jordan, there's supposed to be a peaceful protest, but they're throwing rocks.
Are different from
Oh, you just got one.
thing that was
Just now.
for the march at 5:30.
Contact from the Finnish government.
So it may get worse at 5:30.
Christina?
Yes.
Can you make note, our SIGINT indicated a PAC operative named Makram Saleh.
Can you spell that, or the last name?
Yeah, so Salehi. It is likely that he executed the hikers. There was a live video release of their beheading as well.
Of the hikers beheading?
Yeah, YouTube has removed that.
Facial recognition software identified him as the executioner, and he's a known enemy combatant.
Right. And so I think that we have some
Chris,
information on
did
that.
you-
Yeah, so Silver Core, that's the mining company.
Correct.
The people that got lost. So the Finnish government, this came from the ambassador, Kirsti Kauppi. She has expressed concern regarding this
Okay.
because I guess there's Finnish nationals that are missing as well. And she's supporting us with a solution, and she wants them alive and unharmed.
Can you sum that up again? Where is it?
Yeah, it's just the Finnish government wants their citizens alive and unharmed.
You just.
From-
That just goes under.
From Silver
that'll go
Core.
under
Okay,
Kenya.
okay.
That's the mining.
Hey, Christina,
You just
before you
got
put that
another-
on, that doesn't seem too
From the
important.
CIA.
Did you get the one about the
Did you get the
possible
CIA?
bombing?
Yeah,
There's a possible bombing at the U.S. Embassy. Let me write that down real
Yeah.
quick.
In Jordan,
it came
Yeah,
from
yes.
Signet
We're waiting
What's
for human
Signal?
Signal.
Okay,
Yeah.
which is pretty
intercepted
reliable.
phone calls and stuff, yes.
Okay.
They will update shortly with human intelligence,
Okay.
hopefully.
So I mean, I'm gonna put a question mark until
It's not considered corroborated,
Yeah.
but it is reliable,
I have
and that's
decision to
a
be made.
credible source.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a question mark.
Hey, decision.
From U.S. Department of State, have legal support draft a memo that explains the relationship between Kenya and the United States. Kenya is obviously hugely important to the security of East Africa. Their stability is crucial to the security of the region and even the Persian Gulf. However, Kenya has been known to break international law on a regular basis. This news brief will be sent to prominent news outlets and will be available to the public. Please provide the email within 10 minutes, and it was received at 7:20.
What's your email?
I also
That's
was,
DJ West.
I also have a superior
Cycling
briefing that needs to be done in 10 minutes on the OSU situation.
Who's doing that? You
Me.
are? Okay.
Danny.
Link.
So
And then they're burning the American flag.
And you got that at 7:20 as well, Danny?
So, yeah, what time?
Danny, did you get that at 7:20 as well?
Yes.
The OSU shooting, that's evening, right? Did we have a time of when it started?
I'll just say that it was at an event.
Okay, so it was in the plaza.
Jordanian military is
Yeah,
now
Oval
present at
Plaza is what it's
the
called.
embassy.
Albanian military?
Jordanian.
Jordanian.
So yeah, the Jordanian military is now present at presumably our
There's
military based on
zero
Twitter.
white van, but
Okay.
we
That is
we have
not
information on-
Yeah, I'll put a question mark.
Credible,
Potentially two
Corroborated.
shooters.
Put
Potentially two
Twitter
shooters.
next to it, just so we know where it came from.
Okay.
Driver and passenger.
Okay.
We do know one male stepped out with an automatic weapon.
Okay.
And he gunned down, he.
And yeah, there was a flag burning, pretty obvious in the picture.
And he wounded
That's
10
what she
more.
said. I don't understand why I'm drafting.
Dallas, you might find the media statement in the binders useful for this.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And so essentially, I'm just supposed to write a memo discussing U.S.-Kenya relations as they are now.
Danielle, are you the one who got that?
What?
That decision email that he has to do?
Yes. Here, you want to read it?
Are you briefing him on the objectives that we're trying to?
He has the.
The
yeah,
debrief?
he got
This
this.
is my debrief, I bolded it.
The Columbus shooting death toll is now 4, including faculty, 1 faculty and 3 students.
So 15 plus 4?
It just says, this is from Twitter, so I don't think,
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
not.
I don't think it's that reliable.
Because this one,
but it's from CD News.
okay.
So if the news out, I mean, I don't know how reliable the news is anymore.
Yeah, and that we got from the FBI field office of Cincinnati, so I would say that's more reliable.
Okay, so this came from FBI.
The State Department is requesting immediate evacuation of the embassy in Jordan because they have received an anonymous phone call warning of a possible bombing to occur. There's no decision.
No decision?
It's just.
Jordan,
Okay, I'm gonna
presumably. Oh, yes,
Possible.
ambassador to Jordan. So,
put evacuation.
yeah. So we haven't been requested to make a decision, but that's where we're at.
Okay.
with that. Oh, and
Is it a decision?
we are now. Yep. So 2 minutes.
Okay.
Who decides it?
International diplomacy,
That's
which is
you.
me. Should we evacuate the embassy or not? We guys-
What would that do to the rest of the region?
So when we
Well, what are-
evacuate,
what
that
are the-
doesn't necessarily mean we pull everybody out of the country, it just means we get them out of the
Do we
embassy.
know
What are
how
the
many
cons
people
of pulling
are
them?
in there?
We do,
But what-
actually. Where's that?
Are we like,
What were you gonna say, Chris?
I was just gonna say, like, if we pull out of the embassy, doesn't that send a sign of
Oh,
that we're gonna abandon the region? in a
Mask,
way?
wait,
That's if you
this
pick
is
it out of the
relevant.
country.
Okay, guys, hold on.
Masked men are outside the US Embassy with Molotov cocktails.
Okay.
So we should decide quickly.
Okay, we have 1
Okay,
minute.
so,
Did you say how many people are in there?
I don't have access to that.
So what's our option?
So we're trying to
evacuated or not?
evacuate
The embassy?
the embassy, yes.
I would say yes.
What's the downside of doing it?
Yeah.
I mean,
So they're not leaving the country, they're just gonna go somewhere else in,
Yeah.
like, to their homes and.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah, especially if we
I'm
know that
guessing by
this guy's out
helicopter?
there.
and we don't have a decision tree for
Yeah,
this.
that's-
How are they gonna get
Because that's the
there?
problem, once they leave the embassy, they may actually be more vulnerable out in the street, right?
Or
On
we
their
could-
way homes.
But if there are Molotov cocktails there, the building could go up any second.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna vote that.
You guys wanna evacuate?
evacuate.
You're saying pull them out, you're saying pull them out?
Evacuate.
Yeah.
Dallas, Danny,
Yep.
evacuate?
Let's evacuate.
So how am I?
Okay, I'll put it in the decision tree, and then I'm gonna go do my brief.
Call the
I think
secretary.
Danny,
they're
you-
supposed to come pull you out.
Oh.
Yeah, and you've only been doing it for not even 5 minutes, so they say to wait until it's almost
Okay,
time in
then I
case you
will
get more
relax
information.
and think before I jump to that. So this was the Kenya embassy or which embassy?
It was the Jordan,
Jordanian.
or the US Embassy outside of Jordan, or in Jordan.
Okay, I got this document too. So Federal Aviation Admin.
Hi,
This is a
lot
my
of
name is Mike
info.
Samuels from International Diplomacy. I'm looking for the Secretary of State.
We evacuated the embassy
Thank you.
because
Because there's someone out possibly
it's getting
outside
violent.
with,
There's a
Hi, this
possible
is
bombing
Mike
and
Samuels,
there
I'm
are
National
Molotov
Diplomacy for
cocktails.
the Counter-Terrorism Task Force. We've been requested to make a decision about evacuating the Jordanian embassy due to potential bombing threats, and we have decided to go ahead with that. So we're going to order the evacuation of the Jordanian embassy at this time.
okay, let's grab this one.
It seems like a lot of
Yeah.
air regulations.
Thank you.
So she just got an email with a bunch of airspace regulations for planes.
Oh,
So it says refer back to it, but I feel like that's gonna come up soon.
hey, you just
Yeah.
got an email here
Okay, I'll get it.
from the CIA.
To see.
I feel like that'll take so much time. If you could open it in another tab, you know, and just have it ready or copy and paste it to a document.
This is an.
I thought this was from earlier. 2 hikers picked up by TAP,
Yeah,
taken near the Jordanian border.
yeah, and we have this guy who executed them. There's a video of him executing them.
Okay,
So
Dallas,
both
you have 4
Fisher
minutes.
and White,
Hold on, he's
both
just
in their early
getting
20s are
the
dead.
rest.
Yes.
You,
Even back then, they're not alive.
Did you mark that they're dead?
I just circled not
Okay,
marking
Mike.
alive.
You
Okay.
contacted the State
Dallas,
Department?
don't send it just yet. You still
I
have a
called
couple
them
minutes.
and told them that we're evacuating the embassy.
Okay.
They said, "Thank you for
I'm gonna send it
considering
right now,
safety efforts."
actually, because it's just talking about our relationship with them.
What-
Okay.
So I don't believe,
That's you.
yeah. This is Dallas.
Uh-oh. A bombing has occurred at the embassy in Jordan. Let me keep reading
This
just
is
to
it?
make sure, but,
Where, I don't know where you want.
hold on, let me keep reading. Okay, hydrogen peroxide bomb. Oh. Okay. Last reading.
You're gonna just have a couple people over your shoulder. Okay.
So they accounted for 50 people,
Uh,
including the ambassador,
So
but
what? Okay.
there are
And I'm just
delegates.
sending this.
Oh,
the
Hawkins.
email, which was.
Hawkins is unidentified.
Can someone come watch this
Thanks so much.
video?
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Oh, I have the video too. I'll read it here first.
So I'll let you guys watch the
Okay,
video.
can you tell me my decision point, because I have 5 minutes also to draft
Hey,
an
by the
email
way,
to the
the
president.
masters, that was a 20.
5
Pat
minutes.
claiming responsibility, was that also?
I just got off the phone, so 7:20.
Okay.
7:28.
Here's
What was
the
my
buttons.
4-minute?
Yeah.
Your 4 minute, it was just for the relations with Kenya. I was just saying wait,
Oh.
but if you can go ahead and send it, that's fine.
Yeah, so I just went ahead and submitted that.
Okay.
Another email.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning into Action News 5. I'm Randy J. Marsh.
He said the blast
and
radius is
tonight
40
we have
feet.
breaking news.
Is that
A
correct?
bombing has reportedly occurred at the United States Embassy in Amman, Jordan. Witnesses recount seeing a blast radius of around 40 feet,
40 feet.
causing severe damage to the embassy and the surrounding area. Exact casualties are unknown at this time, but they are estimated to be in the hundreds due to the size
Did
and
you hear that?
geographic
No.
location of the embassy in Amman. United States
They're estimating up to 300 there.
officials within the embassy, such as the Hawkins,
Say that she's-
United Nations Commissioner for Refugees, are currently unaccounted for. The United States Department of State has called on a lockdown of the entire area, urging all Americans to stay inside,
So,
lock their
Chris,
doors,
yes.
and
So with the
report any
PAC,
sign of
they claimed
danger to the
responsibility on
Jerusalem
Twitter, but we don't
embassy.
know for
More
sure,
information
right?
will come.
No, is that right?
I believe
So
so,
mine
yes.
said,
Okay.
So this was, so
Lock their doors.
let's see,
and
this
report
was
any
Twitter,
sign of danger to the
the white
Jerusalem
van was Twitter,
Okay, before the,
this
US embassy
Toyota
was
Corolla came from
did we
local news in the
evacuate? Yes, we
18.
chose to
Okay.
evacuate. What was our decision for that?
Federal law enforcement, could you please come to
We were considering
Yep.
the safety of our,
Go
of the
you.
State Department
okay, I got an
personnel,
email.
and due to
Okay, okay.
bomb threats and
Curtis, how's it going?
increasing
I didn't know
violence.
you were such a TV personality.
Okay, North Korea has finished construction at its nuclear reactor. It's now online. They say they're not going to use it, but the DoD is concerned.
Does it say where?
North
I'm
Korea.
taking a nuclear class as well.
Dallas, you said that you got your
I
decision
got
at
it.
7:28, right?
It's from Signet.
This morning.
This is Federal Law Enforcement, Danielle Wallace. This is Chief Michelle Flowers. I will pick you up in 10 minutes.
Good morning, Chief Flowers. My name is Danielle Wallace. I'm the Federal Enforcement Officer for the Counter-Terrorism Task Force, and I'm here to briefly discuss the situation evolving at OSU with the Plaza shooting. There was a campus event that was being held at OSU at the time. This happened earlier today. The event was a student appreciation event. It was highly crowded. There were potentially 2 shooters that were witnessed that came through a van. The passenger stepped out of the van, as far as we know, with an automatic weapon and fired on the crowd. It is possible that there are 15 or at least 15 that have been killed and potentially more than 10 that have been wounded. It has been reported on the news and, yes?
Continue.
It has been reported on the news and elsewhere that there is a black Toyota Corolla that may be involved with Ohio plates, although the number has not been identified at this time.
And what investigative efforts are being made to confirm? I mean, we've talked about various suspects, we've talked about vehicles. What investigative efforts are being made to confirm these facts that you have?
So right now, the NSA is looking into potential propaganda involvement with PAC, because PAC is claiming responsibility on Twitter, but that information has not been verified. Additionally, we are looking at the plate number specifically to determine whether or not those plates identified the potential suspects. There's
Okay.
also cell phone footage that was available at the scene that is being reviewed at this time.
And have we determined, is this an act of terrorism?
We have not yet determined whether or not this is an act of terrorism.
Do we not have enough information? I mean, what's being done? We need to know if this is an act of terror.
I absolutely agree, Chief Flowers. Our team right now is investigating as to who carried out the attack is primarily the cause of concern at this time. We don't know if this was an active shooter situation with a disgruntled student or whether or not this had political motives.
Right, but I need to cut to the chase because I'm very busy here and I need to know at this point in time, with the information you have, would you consider this to be an act of terror?
When we determine whether or not it would be an act of terror, we look into whether or not there are violent acts that are dangerous to human life, which in this case there was. The activity was illegal in the United States. We don't have a motive at this time, which is difficult to determine. However, given that this was carried out on a course, or it was carried out on a civilian population, and there's been an uptick of white extremists, it is likely that this may be a terrorist attack. However, we're not in a position to publish that to the press yet.
Right, but if I had to ask you right now, is this an act of terror? This is us talking, what would you say?
According to our definition at this time, without a motive, it's difficult to say, but it does seem likely to be within that definition.
I mean, how do we know this isn't just a shooting against individuals? I mean, you think it's an act of terror even though, I mean, we've talked about PAC, but it doesn't seem like you know who did it. So what makes this an act of terror beyond just an act of violence against a group of people? I mean, it could just be a lone activist, right?
Correct, which is why I say at this time it's difficult to definitively label this as an act of terrorism.
Okay. So do we have any updates on victim status here?
There have been numerous reports at this time. However, as I said, the base number that we have is 15 in terms of casualties, and then at least 10 in terms of wounded. However, as I stated before, there is a possibility for more casualties, unfortunately. We are working with state and local police in order to investigate and to protect the population at this time.
And how long ago did this happen?
This just happened a few moments ago.
A few moments. I mean, I'm struggling with this definition of terrorism and how we're going to define this as terrorism, because, I mean, my job is to figure out, is this terrorism? What do we need to do? How do we need to get involved? So tell me a little more about the PAC involvement that you discussed.
So the PAC involvement, PAC claimed responsibility for the attack, but they frequently claim responsibility for attacks within the United States. Our other suspect is obviously perhaps some white nationalism or alt-right activity that may be going on campus. There was an uptick of that type of rhetoric on Twitter. However, it's difficult to determine at this time whether or not those reports and what actually occurred are connected.
So you believe this likely is terrorism or not?
I would say that the facts in this certain circumstance, with the facts that we have, it is leaning likely to be a terrorist attack. However, without a motive, it's difficult to determine this definitively as terrorism.
Okay. Do you have any other information I should know about this?
Not at this time, Chief Blatt.
So that's all the information we have. I mean, it seems like this attack happened a long time ago. I'm concerned with what's being done to ensure the motive.
In order to ensure the motive, we need to have further information. We are investigating at this time. It was carried out, to answer your previous question, about 30 minutes ago. And so at this time, we're in a response, we're in a response mode. We're sending out people to go and protect other civilians to make sure that this plaza is secure.
And what does the public know?
The public knows that there was an attack on campus, that there was an active shooter, that there was a white van, that the passenger potentially who was involved is now in a black Toyota Corolla. There is a picture of their plates. However, as I stated before, it's not identifiable as to the number of those plates yet.
And so I guess my concern is the public seems to know a lot about this. I mean, shouldn't we define this as an act of terror and inform the public what's going on so that they can be better informed about the situation?
The risk in defining it as an act of terror at this time without knowing the motive is that we could heighten anxieties and indeed
but it seems like we do know motive. I mean, we've had people say it was PAC, we've had white extremists. I mean, everything seems to point to a motive. What makes you not willing to say motive at this point?
We've had situations in the past, the Virginia Tech shooter as an example, where that clearly was not a terrorist motive. It was a student who was unwell and had taken his anger and his angst out on the civilian population. And so by labeling this a terrorist attack, one, it gives credence to PAC, which we don't want to do, and then two, it only heightens the anxieties that are already being felt on campus. I think that the best way to pursue the action at this time is to say that there was a violent act that was carried out on campus, and that we were carrying out further investigation before labeling it as an act of terror.
But we didn't have a political group claiming responsibility for the Virginia Tech shooting.
No, but we did have a political group claiming responsibility for the attacks in Las Vegas. At the time, ISIS claimed responsibility for those attacks. However, that motive 2 years later is still unclear. And obviously, I would credit yourself, Chief Flowers, for wisely not informing the public that it was a terrorist attack at the time.
Okay. I mean, we have someone claiming responsibility here. Why should we not take action on that? If we wait and it turns out this is politically motivated, more terrorist attacks are gonna happen, isn't that a danger?
It's certainly a potential that more terrorist attacks could come forward, but it's unlikely that there's a causation or a causality between.
And we
us
know now that
and-
groups are taking responsibility for this. I mean, if more attacks come out and we knew about this and didn't do something about it, what does that do for our department? I mean, I'm responsible for making sure we inform the public and keep everyone protected.
Absolutely, Chief Flowers, and I understand that concern. However, there is no causality between us labeling this as terrorism and notifying the public and us telling them that there is an active shooter and also protecting the public and whether or not there'd be further terrorist attacks. If terrorist attacks are going to happen, they'll happen regardless of whether or not we label this a terrorist attack. I think the best way to proceed is to inform the public that we are there for them, that we are ensuring their safety, and that we are carrying out investigations.
Thank you. Federal law enforcement, could you come with me, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do you need this email up?
Maybe.
Okay.
We are going to be working in coordination with the Kenyan military on such operations.
This is Christina Hebden,
We've
Foreign
had-
Intelligence. I'd like to
been
speak
trained
with
them,
PNG
we work
CEO.
with them, and
So I
they're
decided not to
capable
label it as
of
an
carrying
attack
out
of
such
terror
missions.
just yet because we don't have a motive, just following the flow chart that we've had before.
Yes, ma'am.
The
Hi, this is
OC attack.
Hi, this is
Thank
Christina
you.
Hebden,
Bye.
Foreign Intelligence Advisor. We would just like to notify you
Okay.
that there is a
that
threat of a bombing
Pac
at
is
your
the one
production
that's
plant, and you should prepare for that eventuality.
Responsibility. Responsibility.
Okay.
We don't actually know that
We
yet.
don't actually
Great,
know
thank
that,
you.
which is why I said it's not an act of terror.
Okay, but did you tell them that?
Yes, I told them that.
Did you get both my decisions on the chart?
I'm getting them right now.
Okay.
I just came back in.
Okay.
Let's see what time.
Oh, pack leaders located.
Yeah, I'm reading that.
You got
right
one?
now.
Okay, I'm gonna let you read that. I'm gonna take this off because damn, it's hot.
Who's
I
gonna
just
read
got
it?
an email.
Okay, so signal intelligence indicates pack leader Saeed Al-Ghafari.
Here, if I can write if you wanna. Okay. Where is this gonna be in?
He is,
We've identified an intelligence.
they're in the Great
gap.
Mosque of Al-Nuri in Mosul, Iraq.
Okay. so I'm gonna-
Mosul, Iraq. Yeah,
Okay.
and then go Saeed, S-A-Y-I-D,
YID.
Al-Ghafari,
I translated this, we got a tweet in a different language, and it's
and
innocuous.
Rasha.
So in
They
Arvada,
are,
Colorado,
they have taken refuge in the
I
Great
don't know who
Mosque
our extra,
of
white borders.
Al
in Colorado, a man collapsed on a bus
Nuri.
and he's foaming at the mouth.
A-L-N-U-R-I.
EMS brought him to
They're
a local
both Iraqi
hospital. He's in
citizens.
critical condition and
Unknown
he's going to be
time,
life flighted to
Whether or
University of
not
Colorado
Rita Hawkins
Hospital.
is with them. So put
They
that in
can't
red.
confirm his identity
Rita
yet,
Hawkins
and
with
he had no
them.
ID on him. But I'm guessing that it's probably related to the poison, just guessing.
Or it could be, yeah, that's one thing.
Where's the
Okay.
poison up here?
Unknown.
Are they pack leaders?
Bacteria?
Yes,
Is
they're
the
1 and
not
2.
Pia, isn't it?
He's
No,
the
that's
head
a-
and she's
No,
second.
this is an
sorry, where's
actual
the other
poison that Chris.
You watch
talked
my
about.
laptop.
Can you, I
And
don't think she
then-
put it up there.
They have 3 minor children.
Well,
Okay, we got an email
Unknown if
from
they're
the
with
DIA. Hamas police in
Saeed
Gaza have
or
been
Rasha will make
distributing
decisions.
images
Saeed can't.
showing support for Israeli special ops teams
Okay.
I need
that have
to,
exposed botch operations in the southern strip last week. The flyers say wanted for trial and are being handed by officers in checkpoints across the Gaza Strip. They were first published on Thursday by Hamas.
What's happening? Fill me in 1 second.
Flyers.
Did you see
Flyers
the Colorado?
for
There's the man who
supports
collapsed. He had
for
pop-up in
Israeli
his mouth
special
and
ops
an
team.
IV on him. He was on a bus.
And this
They're
is by
sending
Hamas.
him in critical
Hamas?
condition to the
Where's Hamas?
University of Colorado.
okay.
Where's
It's not
Hamas?
related to
Jordan?
that.
Hamas
No,
is
It's in Israel.
Palestine.
Yeah.
Palestine slash
Yeah,
Israel.
it's a terror.
I'm a virtual.
Yep.
Question mark.
Sorry for spelling. Oh my gosh, that's not, okay. What's happening? Flyers.
So flyers being distributed by Hamas police in Gaza. And this is showing support,
Okay.
showing support for the Israeli special ops team.
So I just want to find the email and also legal aid.
They're being given out at checkpoints across the Gaza Strip.
Support the Kenyan military, or if we're going to send in SEALs on the operation.
Okay. And then the Israeli military censor issued a rare statement in which it asked the Israeli public and press not to publish the distributed information. So we have Hamas clashing with
There was an operation.
Israeli
So if there is an
police,
operation.
Israeli
How do I spell
military,
Hamas?
excuse me. Hamas is
Yeah, but we,
H-A-M-S.
just so you're aware, they've been moved to Somalia.
Okay.
According to, so the Chinese negotiated with them and got.
It wasn't
the people
anything
out.
specific. It was
Yeah.
saying, are we gonna use
If-
Kenyan military or
If
are
we're
we
in
gonna
Kenya,
do?
yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're not gonna use Kenya military to go into Somalia.
Yeah.
Okay,
So-
does anybody have anything going on right now?
I need to fill
I got a
something
couple
in.
emails.
Yeah, do-
I'm trying to catch up.
Have you
on-
checked Twitter?
Yes, there's,
You got the one about
Okay.
the releasing PAC prisoners?
So Department of State called me, they asked, will we have the Kenyan military do operations if something came to where we had to extract or carry out a mission? I said that we're gonna be in support and work with the Kenyan military. They're capable, we've trained them, we have a tight relationship based off what we agreed to earlier.
Okay.
I have information about a potential attack in the United States.
Okay.
London Counter-Terrorism guys did a raid in London and recovered data or information that included maps, blueprints, and event schedules of major sporting events throughout the US, including.
Which, this could be,
So,
Can you
yep, I believe it could be connected to that.
I'll put it
Yankee
here
Sta-
just in case.
So there's Yankee Stadium in Bronx, New York. So there's New York, Los Angeles, California, Indianapolis,
Here, Mark.
LA, wait, New York, LA,
Indianapolis, Indiana,
okay, Indiana,
Atlanta, Georgia,
Georgia.
and Seattle, Washington, and San Francisco. No plans of attack were recovered at this time, and the significance of the documents is unknown.
Okay.
But we did find it in a suspected terrorist department.
Okay, we have an update on the
Did you say
hostage
anything about
situation in
Iraq?
Kenya. Hostage extraction
So right
operation
here.
at the compound
Right
in
here.
Luke is completed.
These are.
All the hostages
he's
have been
number one in
safely
command.
extracted,
She's number
however,
two.
there are
Husband
reports
and
surfacing
wife.
of dozens
They're
of
in the
civilian
Moscow
casualties
Green.
around the extraction
They're
point.
Iraqi
So the
citizens.
hostages
They
were
may have
extracted,
been Hawkins brought in
but there were,
Okay,
So
so hostages
asking to
extracted,
release prisoners from Guantanamo.
hostages
Pack prisoner.
back, okay?
Release
Possible dozens of civilian casualties around extraction point.
So the CIA told us that they believe PAC is responsible for Rita Hawkins' abduction.
Yeah.
Yes, so I was just informing Chris, so on one of the tweets, I'm not sure if you guys have seen it, but basically they're asking the US or demanding that we release all PAC prisoners held at Guantanamo Bay and threatening Rita Hawkins.
So, and
So
to
they're-
follow up on that, in Iraq, Saeed al-Ghafari, I can't remember his name right now, in Russia, his wife, they were seen in the Great Mosque of Al-Nuri taking refuge. They're both Iraqi citizens. We are unsure if Rita Hawkins is with them at this time. They're the numbers 1 and 2 on the PAC command chain, and they may have their children with them. They have 3 minor children, but we're unsure at this time.
So
On the whereabouts.
Human says that they are believed to be responsible for the bombing and the capture of Hawkins.
that's
Those
what,
two.
they think they're responsible?
So that's human. So that's one source of information that's.
So I'll put it as
Dallas, do
maybe.
we have a decision to make about the situation?
Wait, did you see this? Is this Rachel?
Hey, can someone fill me in on the decisions that Viva has gone? Hey, Chris, you got.
I'm reading them.
He's reading them,
So,
let's go on his phone.
I did an articulation to share info with other countries in the region about the bombing. And then I also had a phone call to tell the P&G CEO that there might be a possible bombing.
And
That's
we
the
decided
company in
to
Indonesia.
share info?
Yeah, so we decided to share info on both of those.
Okay, so I got 3 things to update.
Okay.
There was an extraction,
Yeah,
So we
From-
at the Kenya one?
yeah,
And then
southeastern
casualties?
Luke. Yeah,
Okay, we got that one.
okay. Then there was a PAC bomb facility. This is coming from CIA. Human intelligence report, a local tribe leader mentioned a possible PAC bombing making facility in Iraq.
Okay.
The informant has provided reliable info in past,
Okay, so credible source.
so it's already,
Dallas, did you get the
It's good
email?
information.
it's good info.
Okay.
It's from a local
OSU
tribe
fan?
leader, good
Yeah, I'm
info.
about to put some,
Okay, from the motor
Marine
vehicle
Lieutenant
registration.
Colonel Connors is taking action to corroborate info.
How you doing, Danielle?
I'm good, I'm just reading the emails. Also, we have a plate.
Did you guys get that as well, this email
Lieutenant.
from the Ohio Motor
On the
Vehicle
corporation.
Registration?
I just, I
I did not.
don't think we need to.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it's
so I'm
just
putting
we
up
got the
that
information for the
information
car.
Because they gave him a name for a reason.
So he's
And then
just
I got
putting
one
that-
more.
He's putting all this info?
Yep.
So this is the car that was.
Car, the Toyota.
Okay. Hey, they have
Oh,
insurance?
shoot,
Also-
I have a decision to make in 5 minutes.
What time did you get it?
At 7:48. Okay, 48.
Also, okay, are you doing
Do
a
you want to authorize
decision?
the
Yeah,
release
she's
of the
doing it.
suspect's vehicle information to the news outlets and/or text alert regarding Terrence Jackson?
Who's Terrence
Can you
Jackson?
say that again?
He is the man who the van
We released the
is.
information.
Is registered to?
Right.
Yeah.
To the
And,
press.
okay.
Or to the public.
So I have to write an email real quick. What do you guys want to do? Do we,
Who are we releasing the information
To
to
the
the public?
Public.
Or we can send out a text?
Send out a text to the public as well.
Do we think that the public could find the van and notify us? Is that why we'd be doing it?
What's the
Exactly.
downside of
Kinda like
sharing it
an-
with them though?
No, we don't have a license.
Kind of like an
plate.
Amber Alert? Like,
We have a plate.
Where's the plate?
We have a plate. I received the plate.
And
So
we have the
we have
VIN number.
information on the van. What
Yeah,
I would
where's the
do
plate?
is I would notify the public of the van and
Yeah.
maybe not who is driving the van or who it's registered to. Although we do have a description of the guy, it could be that they stole his car.
yeah,
I
I think,
potentially
Yeah, maybe,
dangerous
okay.
suspect and give them the
Okay.
information on the car.
yeah, and I don't think we
Okay,
should
I-
say like, possible terrorist,
Yeah,
let's
yeah.
not
Okay.
freak them out.
I really need to say this
Okay.
because, so, this gentleman here, Saeed, whatever his last name is, he also goes by Jihad
Did
Jane.
you get it?
He's up there already.
Okay, you got Jane.
There's signal info coming that there will be another embassy attack in the Middle East.
Let me see, this is my.
Location unclear. It was received from an encrypted chat room. I can't understand. Are you busy?
So I.
But that's- Is that
Read this
information,
because I'm confused. Is this not Fort Hood?
wait, Chris,
What?
so the information of the possible attack, where did that come from?
An encrypted chat room that we
So,
got.
No.
Let
it's
me-
probably not reliable intel.
No,
Who did we
let
get
me tell
this
you
from?
where it came from.
Thank you. I have a 7-minute decision.
It came from
I have to
Signal
go
Intelligence,
record,
from one of our intelligence
Message to the
agencies.
president
It didn't
about
specify
how we
from
got
where.
into the Kenya mess.
And then they don't-
Okay.
So the decision,
I don't understand.
casualties.
What happened?
The Kenyan.
Yeah.
Is it a Muslim story?
Well, we use Kenyan military in Somalia.
So.
what's happening?
So the president wants to know why we went, why we used Kenyan military in Somalia to get the hostages, and then what the casualties were, and kind of our decision-making process to get there.
So there were possible civilian casualties, right?
Yes.
I don't have any data other than that.
We don't know for sure. There's potential that there was about a dozen casualties,
At the extraction point.
right?
Do we want to send out a text or do we just want to notify the news?
I say notify the news.
Notify the news?
I would say text.
I would say text too.
I feel like the news might blow it up and we don't want
Yeah,
people
we
to
don't
panic
want
at this
that.
moment.
talked
But
about
people,
this,
but the news will still get,
you and-
you know, everyone's receiving this text.
Yeah, but then
No.
they don't have the ability to
How
try to get more
about
details
both?
from us.
So
I vote
There-
text.
It wasn't my understanding that we were.
I mean, I'm good either way.
Military
Um,
operations in
into
Somalia,
Somalia.
But that's what we did.
But
Chris,
can you do both? Is there
I'll just
downside
send out
to
an
it?
alert.
Okay.
we were
To be-
using Kenya in Kenya.
Of just the license
but it
plate
was
and
actually
car?
Somalia. So when you did a decision, right, on
Yeah.
supporting
Oh.
Kenyan military instead of using SEALs?
Yeah.
So that was actually in Somalia. So we used Kenya, we supported Kenya going into Somalia, and now the president wants to know.
So,
Well, does the president want to know?
Yeah, I have to go.
Oh, okay.
So,
And when I was on the phone,
Yeah.
they didn't say they were going into Somalia. They
well,
stayed
Luke is,
within
because, yeah,
Somalia.
and I didn't notify, we came over here and we looked at
do
the
we have
map,
anything about Texas?
see where Luke Somalia was,
Yeah,
but anyway, I
so
just,
now we just broke
because
sovereignty.
that was why we
call.
did it.
We just need the.
Specialized legal support, could you come with me, please?
Of course.
And we don't have any, does anybody have any specific information about the casualties on that?
No,
Other than
all we
just the
know
general-
is
There might have been-
possible, but we don't know how many were, even if there
So
were any.
I just want to update you, there was an incident at Fort Hood, a superior forced a soldier that is of the Muslim faith to remove her hijab. And that later that evening, or, let's see, she filed a complaint and then she woke up and found her off-base home was defaced with anti-Muslim slurs.
Oh, I was just writing something that,
Chief Flowers, this is specialized in legal support, Dallas West. I will pick you up in 10 minutes. The floor is yours.
Hello, Chief Flowers. My name is Dallas West. I'm a specialized legal support for the Counter-Terrorism Task Force. I'd like to brief you on what is currently happening. We have a decision point about whether or not to enter a mosque. Unfortunately, I do not have a lot of information regarding this procedure, this operation. But I was wondering if you had any questions regarding this decision.
Well, we need to cut to the chase here. I'm very busy, and I need to know, I mean, did you decide to enter the mosque or did you decide to wait?
So this actually didn't come across my table. I don't think we received any intel regarding the decision to enter or not to enter the mosque. I know going forward, if you could tell me where the mosque is located, I think that would be extremely helpful.
Well, I mean, I think you're supposed to be briefing me here on what's going on. I mean, I guess the decision is to enter a mosque. I think we have information about Rita Hawkins, is that correct?
Rita Hawkins, yes. And so our evidence suggests that Rita Hawkins is in the possession right now of PAC. And they're threatening to harm her if we do not release the prisoners that we are currently holding, the PAC prisoners in Guantanamo Bay. So yes, we are aware of Rita Hawkins. So the question is to enter into the mosque in order to potentially save Rita Hawkins. Right.
Well, I think I'm not sure. I think you're supposed to tell me, but I think two of the leaders from PAC, are we aware that they're in a mosque? I mean, have you heard any intelligence that way?
Unfortunately, I have not heard any intelligence, and I can go and check my sources and get back right with you.
Well, I mean, I don't think we have a lot of time here. I think we need to just cut to the chase. If it sounds like there's potential to gain some information by entering a mosque. Would your team consider entering a mosque to get this information?
Certainly. So especially if Rita Hawkins is potentially there, and we could potentially save her life and obtain information, then yes.
We would enter a mosque, a religious building.
We would, under certain circumstances, yes.
Would you enter the mosque in this circumstance?
Yes.
I mean, what's the significance of Rita Hawkins? I mean, do we know what her significance is?
From my understanding, she is a U.S. citizen who has been captured by PAC, and we're doing whatever we can to help rescue Rita.
Well, and I know that, obviously it's a human life here and it's hard to mince, but we're going to enter a religious building. I mean, essentially it would be like our military forces storming a church. Aren't we risking some political backlash there?
So certainly there will be some geopolitical ramifications. I think that is.
What are they?
Of course. Well, I think that it definitely looks bad from a PR standpoint in order to enter the mosque. I'm not necessarily saying that we send all our soldiers in there, but if we could send somebody from the local community in there to see if Rita is in fact there and and to confirm the existence of the two suspected terrorists, I think that would be worthwhile, and that would save us and prevent us from looking bad as a country to the rest of the world.
But wouldn't that spark its own unrest and make us look bad? Entering a mosque?
Well,
and do we have any,
if we did so covertly, it would definitely cause a lot less anxiety and stress worldwide.
Entering a religious building?
If we did so covertly, using one of our collaborators out there.
I guess I'm just really struggling here. I know that we want to save a U.S. citizen, but you are actually suggesting entering a mosque. There's a significant Muslim population, even in the U.S. All over the world. What specifically are we risking here by entering the mosque? Have we considered the specific risks?
Yes. And so I think that maybe we're not understanding each other. So what I think our task force would suggest in this specific circumstance is to not go in guns blazing, but to send in somebody from the local community who is part of that community, part of that religion, to go in kind of on a fact-finding mission to confirm the existence of one Rita Hawkins and the 2 suspected terrorists.
But I mean, it doesn't matter how covertly you're doing it, you're still sending military forces or a military representative, if you will, into a building of immense significance to a large population of the world, correct?
Yes, and so what I'm not suggesting that we send in military, but people who have been collaborating with our military who are from that local community. And I don't think that there's too much of a risk that they would be identified as a U.S. soldier or anybody.
But are we risking their life then? And so now when we're not only risking, I mean, potentially if the word gets out that we sent someone into the mosque, I mean, it's still U.S. forces sending someone into the mosque and then risking their life as well. We're risking all of this for one individual. And what intel do we think we'll get? I mean, it's to pursue Saeed and Rasha Al-Ghafari. What information do we think they're going to be able to give? I mean, is it worth risking based on what intelligence potential we could actually get?
I'll have to look into more of the intelligence, the potential intelligence that these 2 individuals could provide.
So essentially, we don't know what information they could provide. We don't know if Rita's in there, but you're still suggesting risking the political backlash, however big the risk is, but still risking it. For what? I mean, it doesn't sound like we have much that, in your opinion, to gain from here.
Which is why I'm suggesting sending in like a fact finder, kind of like a covert fact finder, not, dressed as a military member or part of the U.S. military. And I think that then what we are risking, yes, we're risking this individual's life. However, if this individual is willing and ready to do so, then that's on him or her.
And so we don't know any information that we could potentially get from this. I mean, do we think Rita's there? Do we think they know where she is?
So I'm not prepared to tell you, the information, all of the information that we have now. Unfortunately, this was not.
So I'm going to cut to the chase here. What do you know specifically?
From our conversation, and my conversation on the way over here, is that there is a potential, or there's a possibility of Rita Hawkins, whom we've been trying to track down, whom PAC has been threatening, is in this mosque with 2 other POIs, persons of interest. And so the decision is whether to send military in there, and I'm saying no, instead of doing that, an alternative method in order to gather the same information, make sure that these individuals are actually there, and Rita's there, and she's alive, and she can be saved. We can do so without endangering the lives of U.S. military, without risking the potential geopolitical ramifications for doing so. And then we can decide what to do further from there.
I mean, I get what you're saying. At the end of the day, it's my office, it's my face. I mean, what justification can I give to explain entering this mosque if I had to give a short statement?
Specialized legal support, can you come with me, please?
Yes.
Thank you for your time.
I would suggest letting them know that there is a U.S. citizen there.
Update on patent.
Just
Patients Commission.
IE,
Can you go back?
so Anatole
They
Lee,
got this.
Anatole,
E, that's an E, IE, so LIE.
L-I-E.
Uh-huh,
Is that Dallas?
perfect.
Dallas, you got a decision in 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna brief you on it.
ICH.
We've gone through the
Did
decision.
you guys get an
Question
email
mark.
about Colorado?
No. Do you want me to read that for you?
It's on his, I can't. do it.
And then you have a
Okay, so
butt ton
you're
in
gonna
here.
go to the.
But I didn't know.
you're going to
Did anyone get an
the
email about
files.
Colorado?
I got one about Italy.
What's happening in Italy?
Nothing.
Nothing?
I mean, it was, somebody was apprehended
not
painting
me.
graffiti.
So
Okay,
this-
so I'm
if
gonna
it
put that
came to you,
under-
it would be-
No, this is your
He
computer.
had in his
Oh, this is
possession the
mine.
stencil of a chicken.
Yep,
So-
chicken, that's the thing.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
So this is
Hey,
unfortunate
did
because
you guys
I
get your
just
decision in?
I just told her. So that's what we just talked about. So I was pulled out of the room prior to me
you told
receiving
me,
this email.
did you
Yeah.
say go in or go away?
I said to not send military in guns blazing. I said we could
We need a way.
work with individuals in that local community
Oh, it's his,
and
okay.
send them in as kind of like a fact finder to
Guys,
see if
you have
Regis
to
is in
turn
fact
it
there.
right now.
So they have.
No, he already talked about
Yeah, so they.
We've already talked, I've already talked, that's what I was just.
The one that you,
Which is unfortunate, and so
Well, can you go back
okay,
and
so
just
you're good.
say,
I
based
just
on
wanna
new
know if I can take it
information?
off.
No,
No?
No, unless I'm pulled out of it. No.
Okay, is
So
there
did you
anything
say no,
else
it was not
that you guys are doing
So
right now?
I said military.
Guys,
no. it's good.
your decision, is it done?
Yes.
Yes, the decision's done, so I just finished speaking with her. But I said, we would suggest sending somebody.
Has anyone gotten any info on Miroslav? Yes.
Yes, that's
Whether or
my-
not she's in
or
fact there.
Miroslav?
No,
and the
because
two
Miroslav
suspects.
Anatolovich,
Sorry,
right?
sorry,
Yeah, so I
sorry.
thought maybe
What she
that's
needs to
on him.
Yeah, tell me real quick, what happened?
So Danny read through it too, and we think that maybe he might be the guy that got killed in Colorado.
Because there's a tweet from a doctor saying that it was not a seizure or allergic reaction.
These two individuals.
So was it gas or
I
something?
said,
It could be
we're not
Novichok,
authorizing military.
but I need to know more about who you're talking about. Who is this?
There's a guy who collapsed on a bus in Colorado, foaming from the mouth.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
There's a tweet that said it may have been an allergic reaction. Now there's a tweet from a doctor
No,
saying
that-
it wasn't.
yeah.
But what I'm asking is, who,
to enter
do we know who
into
this, the guy that's down or dead?
to
I
So we
think,
We don't
think
have
it
an
might
idea.
be him.
We don't have an identity on, he didn't have an ID on her.
because this guy said, I'm a doctor who was on the same bus with Miroslav.
Yeah, so
So I think
Is it
Miroslav.
that guy? Is that the?
No, that one over there.
Nope, that is not Miroslav, that's a different.
Rita Hawkins.
Okay, who's Anatolovich?
So that's what I said. I just kind of had to go off the fly because I didn't have this.
Nope.
And where is this?
Iraq.
Is it all right?
It's Mosul, Iraq.
So
So I'm
this
putting
guy,
Iraq
this might be a
hostage
similar
situation?
situation to we got in the
The bad
dossier
guys are in the
about
mosque.
Yeah.
Russia
We decided
attacking people.
not
in
to
What
go
does that
off.
have to do?
We decided
Do we
not
know-
to send military.
They're the ones who work
Is
straight
he
bombs
just-
in Jordan.
Do we know?
So
who he
this
is?
guy,
Potentially terrorist.
he has,
They're cell leaders.
Okay,
basis of
Identified
widespread and
as
public
number one and
criticism
two
of
in the
President
cell.
Putin and the
They're in the mosque, we
GRU.
opted not to go into the mosque.
Okay, Pat, he has
But to-
military
but to send
experience
one
as
of the
well.
local community,
and he's-
one of our assets in
Okay.
to
He's from
kind of do a
Ukraine.
fact finder mission
Oh.
to see if these two individuals are in fact there. to
Can you
see
look
if,
up where the
Regis is there
Mercedes-Benz
as well.
Stadium is?
As far as going
That's,
in,
Atlanta,
places.
Georgia.
Is that Atlanta, Georgia?
did you follow?
Okay,
the
you're in the
brochure?
first sporting event.
Well, he was out of the room.
I
when we
didn't
did
have
it.
any of the information to have. a
They're
full
gearing
track.
up to host
But
the
the idea was
NCAA
that the mosque
championship.
they're in is culturally significant.
So I just got an email, panic is spreading through
Okay.
Arvada,
No,
and
make
after
that
media
red.
reported
Did you
the
get
man
the-
to be in a
make this
celly
red.
with
We
ties
need-
to
but it's-
Russia and Soviet Union, APD,
Why did
has
they
received
say-
numerous phone calls.
They're just gearing up for it. So it could be a potential attack.
Provided potentially useful info. She saw Mike eating with two men at a
And then
Denny's
Pat
about
tortured
2
a
hours ago.
9-year-old.
He looked healthy but stressed.
He did 9-year-old?
They were speaking a foreign language
Yeah.
he didn't recognize. She will assist in providing descriptions of the individuals she saw, so the sketches can be drawn up
So you
quickly.
guys,
This information regarding Miroslav, I'm not sure who
So
that
Chris,
is.
I got an
And
email
where's our
from
Wait a
the
second, hold on. Somebody said who asked me who's Miroslav. Miroslav may be the gentleman that was poisoned. He's
suspected poison.
Okay,
Suspected.
okay, so. okay,
And
that's
I
what
just got an
Russia
email from the
activity.
CDC, so it's just a link to a textbook, but they also included a blurb about
So it's
Novichok, so it
Arvada,
might have something to do
Colorado.
with that.
Arvada, Colorado, okay. So he was seen in Colorado eating healthily,
I don't know what any of these words are.
but talking to two men.
And they're speaking in foreign accents.
I don't know.
Yep,
Okay,
foreign
oh,
languages.
Foreign language.
Yep.
it says American imperialists have violated the Great Mosque. So did we go into the mosque in there?
we did not.
He didn't go into the mosque.
Someone's tweeting that we did, so I'm gonna put a question mark there just in case.
Yeah, and I can,
So what is it about?
We sent a local asset in,
What's going on here? They saw him eating?
but that's,
so
Not us,
Arvada,
so-
he was
Do we have
eating
anything
two
going on?
gentlemen
Oh, that's a
speaking
guy.
Foreign language. No, Arvada is.
Okay, so I got something
Arvada's
also
Colorado.
from
You were right.
someone called Alex Jones, who's that?
I
don't know.
That's
So they're
So
eating
Miroslav.
Yep, so Miroslav.
What is it? What's the question?
Alex Jones.
Oh, Alex Jones is,
So it's probably in reference to the New Zealand attack that happened.
So he just released
Two
a statement
individuals.
saying that the mainstream media has lied, not only to the US but the world. Did you get that?
yeah.
So anything from
he's a
Alex Jones
conspiracy
is
theorist.
probably.
Okay, so just chatter.
It's just chatter. I mean, unless he
Yes.
like
He's
is
talking
pulling
about no
out
children
papers.
detaining the hook and that the
Do-
stuff in New Zealand was also a hook.
Do you guys know what?
He didn't say that about New Zealand. He did about.
In this email right now.
Mike,
Oh, did he?
have you looked at the tweet? Do you know what Kembang Apiatu Tembakan is?
Where is that? Oh,
It's saying fireworks are gunfire, so I don't know if that's an incident.
let's Google it. I got it.
Okay.
Translated it earlier
So
on.
when this is speaking.
I think it's a
with
Holly Festival,
police-
because this is Holly 2019.
Fireworks are shot, so it's the translation of fireworks or gunfire.
Oh, okay.
So there's potential gunfire sounds.
But we just don't, I don't know where.
It's near.
Okay.
Did you see that one?
Yeah, so in
Yeah.
regards to the PAC's
Who's
tweets,
Anatolovich? Was that mentioned in there?
That, it's that
so.
guy, the one,
So his name is Anatolovich.
it's
Mirsalov?
Militov, hold on. let me-
Is that his first name? Miroslav Antifilovic?
Yeah, it's
Representatives is
Miroslav
international
Antelov,
diplomacy.
whatever.
Okay, so that's his last name. Antilovich.
right, so.
Specialized legal
actually-
support.
Yep.
I have a phone call from Chief Flowers.
What's Anatolovich first name?
Miroslav.
Miroslav
Oh, it's
Antifilovic.
just
And,
Miroslav.
Why did you just erase it?
I don't know.
that way we know this is the first name, last name.
Yeah, it was written on this.
No, I thought that was two different people.
I got 3 minutes.
Okay.
8:09, 3 minutes.
All right, thank you so much for updating.
Okay, they're
me.
requesting information.
Not
UK
having
is requesting information on Miroslav.
So, Chief Flowers just told me that what I proposed as far as entering the mosque was not an option, so they made a decision to enter the mosque.
Okay.
Voluntarily. They made an
Can you guys
executive decision.
fill me in? What is the Novichok? What's Novichok?
It's a poison.
It's a poison?
It's very
So
unstable.
UK wants to know if we want to share that incident's information with them.
Oh,
About Miroslav?
you-
Yes.
Yeah.
And what information? Should we share everything?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
everything.
because we're good allies.
Do you like
Interpol's-
them? I
I
don't
like
think there's
Interpol.
any risk in telling them everything.
Huh?
Is there any risk in telling them everything?
No.
They're part of the Five Eye, like, which is the group
We
that
share
they're-
information with
Yeah.
them.
Yeah,
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
tell them.
Dallas, can you update us on the mosque situation?
Yes.
Lost
Mosque
contact
so I
with
just-
a flight bound for JFK. Sorry,
Oh, you're totally fine.
there's no time on this, but
So I received a call back from Chief Flowers, and she said that the option that I had suggested, she said it wasn't an
So-
option, so they made an executive
It's
decision
coming
to
from
enter
Paris?
into the
Entering
mosque.
where?
lost contact with it. Just because it's headed originally to New York doesn't mean that that's where it'll still go if it's been hijacked.
In Mosul.
Where's that?
Where's Mosul at?
Iraq.
North of Iraq.
Okay, it's northern Iraq.
Okay. Do
We
we
don't
have
even
that
have
up there?
northern Iraq.
Yeah.
Georgia, there's a stadium where the
Mercedes-Benz.
Iraq right here.
So, and PAC has been talking up on Twitter a lot
Okay,
about
Wednesday? Yes.
teaching us a
So
Yes.
yes.
We go in.
Yes, we did.
Should I wait to send this or just send it now?
send it now.
Is there anything that would stop us from sharing info?
No.
Nothing? Nothing can happen. We're tight with UK. All right, send. And you got that on the decision tree? Or on the, or the?
Yes, I got it.
Okay, decision.
Yep.
Okay, did you send that? Yeah,
Anything
so,
else about the flight mics?
Nope,
Hey,
they're gonna share more information.
the PD SWAT and FBI responded to Terrence Jackson's residence and discovered him shot dead in his living room.
Chris-
A Remington
So here
.223
we have,
shell casings were found at the scene,
shots
the
fired
same
at
brand
PNG
and caliber
headquarters.
used at the university shooting.
Indonesia.
Jackson's
Okay.
keys and Chevy van are missing. So there you go. You
So-
probably had it stolen from him.
At Jackson's house?
Yeah,
So he's
Okay.
dead and his van's gone, and that's the van that was used.
yep. And the shell
Any
casings.
other-
So he's obviously not the bad guy because he's dead in his house.
That's what I'm
so
saying.
is it?
I
Probably
mean,
not.
I mean,
Who's this?
I'm gonna put a question mark so we can't.
that's fair.
Who are we talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the van, we got all the information on the van, including who owned it. We found the owner of the
Okay,
van dead
Jackson's
in his
dead.
house.
Okay, so it
With
was
the
just
keys in the
stolen.
van.
And me, and they, his Chevy's missing and what else is missing?
His keys in his Chevy.
Yeah, so the van was stolen.
So the van was stolen.
Serbia welcomes support from the President of the Russian Federation.
You guys saw that shots were fired at PNG headquarters in Helmand.
Where?
Indonesia.
Okay.
So we added that to the whiteboard.
Does it matter that the president of the Russian Federation is in Serbia? I feel like.
Yeah.
No, he's not necessarily, it says Serbia welcomes support from the President.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Where, is our
Good catch.
president
The
still in DC?
PNG thing?
Yeah, PNG
What?
and Red
Is the
River
president
in
still in
Indonesia.
DC?
I have no information about the location.
Holy crap.
Well, who's president?
So just to keep everybody kind of apprised of, there's a missing flight from Paris that was headed to New York. That we're kind of putting together with the chatter that we've been getting from PAC about teaching us a lesson,
Okay.
and the chatter that we've been getting from various sources
You don't
about
think it's ISIS
PAC.
targeting? Okay. I mean,
But, I mean.
it could be.
So our data originally was talking about what ISIS has done in the past.
Right.
ISIS isn't really part of this now.
I
PAC
mean, my
is-
dossier was saying they still are targeting.
No, I know,
things,
but we're not getting anything about ISIS here. We're getting it about PAC, right?
But it could be. We don't have any confirmed intel's back. Let's just continue, keep going.
So, PAC is threatening to attack us. There's a flight missing, and the Georgia stadium seems like a likely target because it's packed to the brim for a sporting event. And it was also, that was found in a terrorist information in London,
Okay.
that was a potential target.
So what's going on in Iraq? Just want to recap. So,
They went in.
As far as the mosque,
and who's dead?
so I don't have any of that information. I was just called by Chief Flowers, and she said that they made an executive decision to enter the mosque.
Okay.
Because the option that I had offered up was not
One of the options that, because he didn't
I
know
didn't
the
have
options.
any information, so I was just trying to.
So an
find-
intelligence gap now is what happened in that mosque? Are those two, number one and number two dead?
Can you look at the decision list and just look at the shared info with neighbors decision?
Oh, yes.
He didn't
Just
know.
fill in
He
the
said
parts
send in a
there.
local
You
person
go
to see.
A little more info.
But what was the
There were
situation?
two,
Because I don't know the
POIs.
Cell
solution
leaders
behind
in
any
mosque,
of that.
hiding in the mosque.
Cell leaders.
Is that-
Do we have that in there?
Yes.
and that's going
Share
to cause.
info.
Oh,
Neighbors.
is that one my first one?
That's the
Geopolitical.
decision that,
So they're the cell
yeah,
leaders
I'm
that
just
were
trying to
tracking
figure out what
the-
that was all about.
The Jordanian bombing, embassy bombing, and about Rita Hawkins.
Okay.
So we tracked them to that mosque, and positive
Do we have
identification
any
on them.
information on
And we're supposed to
Alex
send
Jones?
somebody in to get them or wait. for
Oh,
them
yeah,
to
he's
come out.
a.
He
He's
didn't
just
have
a
those
news
options when he was
far
commentator.
right.
He's not even far, he's
He
not
gave a
far
third
right.
option,
He's just a
and then they-
conspiracy.
But he's not on our board.
He's not on our
Okay, so
board.
he's been receiving a lot of death threats from Second Home. He is
we don't
right
know what
now
happened.
in
Okay.
police.
Just so you know, with this
Custody.
situation, I got an
Protection.
email
Protective
previously with just some, let me see what it said. So
They'll
just some
throw, they throw
regulations
them
and
in this camp.
policies.
I mean,
for-
well,
Can we shoot the
he's
plane
here.
down? kind of
He's
thing?
here.
And also his followers have been receiving threats
He's getting death
worldwide.
threats.
Yes.
He's being protected though.
By which police?
Mayhem.
Austin, so Texas. So he's with.
Hey, you got, 2 emails, Chris.
Watch video immediately.
Director of Military Peacekeeping.
Did you get the Ohio
The
breaking
President is
news?
concerned that there's
Okay,
not enough
let's watch it.
military force being used to fight back against terrorists who are seeking to attack the U.S. Please review the DOJ white paper and email a short statement, 15 minutes, on how your team plans to provide policy. He has a 15-minute email, and it was received at 8:15.
8:15?
Somebody
Sorry,
want
you
to
can
take
watch the
over
video.
white borders? Because I'm gonna
Yeah.
read this white paper.
Whose is this for?
This is Chris.
Chris is doing that, okay.
Military
And you'll take over domestic? Okay.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Randy J. Marsh, and you're watching Action News 5. A tip has been called in from Athens, Ohio, that could give some
It's
insight
just
into
what
the
they're
attack
watching.
of the
Yeah,
Ohio
cool.
State
No,
shooting
it's cool.
that tragically took place earlier today.
Wait, one
A
second.
clerk working at a gas station on
Is it
US 33 in Athens reported a suspicious male who arrived in a black Toyota Corolla. This Corolla matches the suspect vehicle description that fled campus after the shooting that claimed the lives of multiple individuals. The male is described as a Caucasian, medium weight, stocky-built man wearing jeans and a hoodie. The clerk described him as a man in a hurry, sweating profusely while paying for gasoline and cigarettes with a credit card. The name on that credit card has been identified as Chester Smith, born
Chester
March
Smith.
6, 1976. If any
March 6, 1976.
of our viewers have any information on Chester Smith, please call the local police.
He could have stolen the credit
department
card,
and
too.
provide whatever information.
But at least we know he's a white guy.
You may.
Okay, and then.
White guy, connected Corolla.
Thank you very much.
I have an update regarding our entrance into the mosque.
Okay,
So after we entered into the mosque, Saeed, he was killed. Rasha Al-Ghafari is now in custody. So, what was that?
I bet there's gonna be an enhanced interrogation.
For sure.
she is an Iraqi citizen, from
Yeah,
what I remember.
and she's second
Yeah,
in
they both
command.
are
But
citizens.
now she's first in command.
Wait, Saeed was killed, and then what?
And his
wife was
wife,
Is in custody.
His wife was also a-
detained, so
Was
she's now
there
in custody.
anything about their kids?
She's not just a wife,
Okay.
she's number 2.
Well, that's good.
So
She
she's
is
a
the
wife
wife.
and number 2?
Well, now she's number 1 since her husband died.
Do we want to go through our decision tree on that real quick?
Okay, let's do
if
it.
we
Whether or
have
not we want to
downtime, yeah.
interrogate her?
I got it. Okay, so,
You and I can go through it.
okay. So Jamie is not a US citizen.
Okay,
They're being held, are they being held by military or CIA?
let's check it.
We don't know yet.
That's why
Well,
we
do we know?
mandated
It just says that
So
she,
check-
Guys, we have an update from the Ohio State Police.
Check.
So Columbus
Yeah.
PD has received information that
Yes,
the
you are
Islamic
right.
Center of Columbus has received multiple
Yes,
bomb
you're
threats
right.
in response to the release
I don't
of
know.
Terrence Jackson's information.
Okay.
okay,
What?
so bomb threats.
What happened?
Bomb
Can I have
threats
that
to
record?
the Islamic Center of Columbus after the release of Terrence Jackson's information.
See, we knew we shouldn't have released that information.
That's why we didn't.
All right, Danielle?
Yeah.
Just so you know, we found a Twitter user called Caliphate_Pac, who is a propagandist.
Okay.
So I suspect that at some point we're gonna be asked to drone strike him somewhere. And we've established in our decision tree that a propagandist is not a
I
target.
agree.
Okay.
Okay, so we don't know who has Russia in custody. And she was just detained by field agents. So we're not
Okay.
sure if CIA or military has her.
Her name is Rasha?
Russia.
Yes.
Yep.
Did you get my decision with the UK on there too?
Yes, to share information with you. Okay, got
yes.
that.
Okay, just making sure.
It is under the Miroslav Anatolyevich.
Anatolyevich.
Anatolyevich. So close though, right?
Anatolyevich.
Anatolyevich.
Is this the downtime we were talking about?
I gotta pee.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
go for it.
I watch your computer.
I know. But we're almost an hour and a half in. Almost halfway. Oh, yeah. Do we want to take this time to clean up the whiteboard at all? What happened?
Okay, I have
You had something? Okay.
Yeah, so this is regarding the flight 117 to Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay.
So the last we heard from this flight was there was an unruly passenger on board. Since then, we've not been able to establish connection. They're trying to work with air traffic control to reestablish a connection with the pilot. They have been unable to do so right now, but they'll follow up as soon as they receive word.
Just ignore all of this.
Hey, I got an email, something about troop deployment. Somebody's gotta read it. I'm trying to read these
I can
white
read it.
papers.
Just have to read it away from me.
Okay. So there are 2 missing flights.
If you're reading something else, Danny, I can take a look at it.
Yeah, I do mind. Because I do have to read something this morning.
Oh, you're fast. So all you missed is that flight 117 to Georgia, they last heard about an unruly passenger and since have not been able to establish connection with them.
So they're working with the air traffic controllers, and they'll follow up with us as soon as they receive a response from them.
Sharon
Yes.
got a packet about regulations.
Yeah, we both had that.
Okay. We're gonna have to consider what to do about a plane that's been identified as a target, or a weapon.
We
a
shoot it
weaponized
down.
plane.
We shoot it down. I
So,
vote we shoot it down.
she got the packet, I just wanted to make sure that we know what we're
Chris,
dealing
You
with.
have a 10-minute, you have a briefing, a superior
What are you talking
briefing in 10 minutes.
I got an email on
That's the
15.
email you just got.
Yeah.
She's just keeping.
So keep working on that. And then-
I have a 15-minute.
Okay, we'll work on your brief. We'll
So what's this superior brief on?
So,
with palm oil.
yeah,
Palm oil. We don't have much intel on that.
so it says the expansion of palm oil production has led to drastic deforestation. Local villagers have begun protesting the operation simultaneously while Holi is being celebrated near the PNG. Okay. Intelligence sources only anticipate the number of villagers to increase and the number of protesters to intensify. The production security is scaled to maximum capacity. In 10 minutes, you will be called out to brief Counter-Terrorism Task Force Chief Michelle Flowers on the situation taking place in Indonesia, what actions the task force has taken, and whether it fits into the spectrum of your definition of terrorism.
Right, so Indonesia, didn't we?
So we
reached
called.
out to PNG, right?
So yeah.
too?
Is it terrorism? Did something happen there?
So we have to find if it's
So-
terrorism?
We have to define
They're
if it's terrorism and
shooting,
So,
update
so
her on the
Twitter
situation.
suggests that there was a shooting.
Okay, based on our terrorism decision tree, guys, does this activity involve violent acts or acts dangerous to human life?
Let's get the activity, right? There's,
So are we just gonna assume that that intel is corroborated?
no.
Let's see here.
Because that would determine.
There was an email, wasn't there?
No, there was a
There was
tweet
a
about
tweet.
shots fired.
Shots fired.
And then there's another one, fireworks or gunshots.
Wasn't
there
there
could-
something about the president or something?
So there are two tweets about it. Are we gonna trust both tweets?
What did we warn the company about?
We warned that there could be a possible bombing.
So I just, we've been in contact with P&G.
Right.
We've,
What, so the acts of the protesters.
There's an active shooter in.
so as far as the.
Yeah, active shooter in Des
protest right
Moines
now,
at a
we got
USPS
the
sorting
tweet
center.
before we got the other part of the protest.
Someone came in and opened fire. We don't know how many casualties. Emergency services are en route. I have.
Well,
It could
yeah,
still be
after
wrong.
after my articulation.
Yeah. I don't know if I want to call this terrorism. I don't, we don't know if they're shooting or not.
So we don't know the motive. So if there was shooting, assuming there's.
No, we do know the motive, because of deforestation.
Oh,
How do
then,
we
yeah,
know
that's
the
Because they told us that's what they're
Well, did they
protesting.
say that?
No, but that's not, so do we know who did the shooting?
No.
We-
There is a tweet.
There's a tweet, so we think it's the
Guys, we have a
citizens who are
bunch of
protesting.
laptops over here.
So that's
The
that's a
active shooter
leak,
might
though, right?
already, kind of,
That's
so,
assumption.
because we don't know, we know there are protests, and we think there were shots fired. So we could try to put together, but I don't think we know.
But even if we were to know, if we were to assume that the shots were fired, we have no way to know
We don't know.
who fired them or why they fired them. It could have been like a personal dispute or something, right? I mean,
Hey, Dan,
So,
you have like a bunch of.
right now, we can't call it terrorism.
I say we don't, but I say we don't do
I
that.
mean, there's,
So,
Well, it's a violent act and it's dangerous and it's illegal, so that part is, yes, but.
Just an update, you guys, we
We don't
got
know. We
an
get it.
email from the president basically authorizing us to use whatever force to interrogate combatants in the war of terror.
Yep, so the link, they basically passed Trump's executive order that,
Sorry, I was wondering, I was so happy.
that rescinds Obama's order and it reinstates 13440. So,
Hey, for
That-
anybody following the
that allows us
Colorado bit, they,
Mhm.
police at Stanley Hall just issued a public statement saying that, there is no reason for alarm or panic, that they're investigating, that they'll get to the bottom of what's happened, and they're asking the media to, like, pull back and stay off their shoulder.
yeah, that's what we just did. So that's
I just wanted to make sure we're on
Yep.
the same place.
South Africa just,
Chris, you have
Pass
5
the
minutes for both the
constitutional
email
amendment.
and the superior. What?
South Africa, calling for a constitutional amendment to allow the confiscation of white lands without compensation. So
they want to, speak up.
the
sorry.
white farmers are protesting already,
Right,
and now the government is suggesting that they should confiscate white-owned farmland without compensation. So it's gonna add fuel to that fire. They haven't passed that, they've suggested it.
Hey, Mike, with the protests, was there discussion about, white farmer murders?
Yes, so the white farmers are protesting because of farm workers.
Vietnam apparently has a proud, strong relationship with Russia.
Did you guys talk about what the plan is as far as identifying Holly people and then the protesters?
if we're gonna
For the
identify as
PhD.
terrorism?
No, so they were asking for also an update on that situation because there's people that are celebrating Holly and then there's the people that are protesting. So then there's confusion as to who's who. How to
Yeah,
go about that.
because we have a bombing threat, we don't know from who. We have tweets about shots, but we don't know from who. And then we have intel about protests from the citizens.
So
But
it's
we don't know if
about
any of
the
them are.
Holly celebrators. Is
Yeah,
because
so there are
Holly-
people celebrating, I don't know how you would differentiate,
Hey, I have a decision to make.
sorry.
I have to send an email. I received it at 8:26. I have 3 minutes. The media wants to cover the Des Moines shooting, but we apprehended the suspect without anything else. They're trying to figure out the other information. Do we want to share his identity and details of the incident with local media? I say yes. I have no problem with that since he was captured. What do you guys think?
Who is it again?
I
So
think
the-
maybe-
There was a shooter at USPS station.
And we got him. I think that would be
So just to-
goodwill with the public to show we did
Just to cover our
something.
base, we can say that that's usually what happens. They say the suspect has been detained or whatever, but they don't provide information until later on.
Right.
So I don't see
Do we have any
the,
more information
I
on
don't
this
see
person?
any.
We don't have a motive for
holding
him.
on that information right
I
now.
mean, background, religion, anything like that?
Well, why don't we just say that the active situation is completed and that the suspect is.
Yeah.
Capture- Yeah,
So
I think that's
the-
important.
The investigation is still ongoing.
My only
Yes.
concern is the possible ramifications because of what happened with the other Terrence person, that we did that, and then the mosque started getting, or the Muslim
Yeah.
Association or something started getting bomb threats.
So we're not going to share the information.
We didn't share even the information on this guy.
Right, so
That
for
was
this
the
one, we
public.
are.
So this one, we're just saying, the investigation is ongoing, the suspect
Perfect,
so
so
we-
no
He
actual
has been
details.
apprehended, he's, you know.
has
So-
been apprehended.
And we don't have
And-
a motive for him.
No, not yet, has been apprehended, and the area is secure.
How much time until Chris's verbal articulation?
Chris, it's 2 minutes. He has 2 minutes for both the email and also the articulation.
Okay, so the media may report the following, the investigation is ongoing, the
So do
suspect
we
has been
have-
apprehended, and the area is
Do we
secure.
have a decision for Chris, so he's going
I
for
have a
this?
decision.
Yeah, so
So we're not-
he's gonna explain that there are bomb threats, possible shots fired,
Do we
and
wanna write that
protests.
out for him?
We can't connect them concretely, so we are not counting.
Okay, so I have a decision in 3 minutes of whether or not the Des Moines situation qualifies as terrorism.
Nope, we don't have a
No, we
motive.
don't have a motive yet.
We just covered that. We
Do
just,
you wanna,
yeah, that's, yeah.
So
'cause-
we do have acts, dangerous,
Yep,
it is illegal,
Yeah, well,
but we have no
decide.
motive.
yep, so therefore not terrorist.
Okay.
The email was sent. Sharon.
You did email Chris?
The second,
Oh, sorry.
same thing.
2 minutes or, that's,
Does he have his stuff written out for the articulation?
No, I don't think
Should we
so.
write that out for him?
Yeah, please do. It's hard to read.
Yeah, okay,
Just write it on one of these things.
yeah.
Three holes. Too strong.
Okay, so, we're gonna let him fill that.
Peacekeeping, could you come with me, please?
Somebody finish my thought.
Yep,
How many minutes
what's your
does he
final thought?
So just
Just,
not terrorism.
that we're trying to be
But not
responsible
terrorism.
Okay.
in how we are targeted killing people.
So it's,
Where,
so I'm just gonna tell you as we're walking, okay,
Yeah, just walk.
so there are shots fired, we don't know,
Where?
that's confirmed. In
Indonesia.
Indonesia, palm oil. So
okay,
shots fired, bombing threats,
I have a
and
minute.
protests, but we can't combine them, so it's not terrorism because we can't figure out.
so there's bombing threats,
And then possible shots fired through Twitter, and then there's
but there's no
Protests.
corroborating.
And we have no indication of motive.
no indication of motive, not terrorism.
Good job. Are we watching Daniel's computer?
Send.
Oh, she's.
I'm sending off Christopher's.
I have a decision, I just received.
Military peacekeeping, nice to meet you. I'm just giving you information on Indonesia. Most of the information we gathered is from Twitter feed.
Okay, I need to cut to the chase. What is the ultimate decision we're going to be making? And then we can delve into some facts.
Yeah, we are not going to take any action at this time. We have no motive. We have no corroborating evidence.
Well, what is the decision? I mean, so you're not going to take action. What is the alternative?
We're going to stay put. We're going to gather more information. We're going to continue surveilling the situation. Any action right now would be irresponsible.
Okay, give me a little more background about the situation.
It's with the palm oil industry down there. There has been, like I said in Twitter feed, shots have been fired. There's threats of a bombing. There's a large gathering of a population in protest, but nothing's corroborated. We have no reliable information at this time. And our goal is to gather more information and make a responsible decision that will get us a successful result and also protect us from any trouble with international ramifications.
So it sounds like you've already got information. There's a protest occurring around a U.S. facility.
Yes, ma'am.
You've got reports of shots fired. You haven't turned authenticity.
Mhm.
That seems, and there's a large population in the area as well.
Mhm.
Why are we not being proactive here? Why are we not trying to protect?
We're trying to save our relationship with Indonesia. We have a very close relationship, and any drastic action at this time will, if anything, further deter our relationship with the nation of Indonesia. And that we're very worried about the geopolitical ramifications of taking anything rash. We will defend, we will protect, make sure that no lives are lost, and we'll try to control the situation that way. But we're not going to start, as they would say, maybe bringing out the police or private security or our own military to push protesters away. It's a great democracy. They've grown in that. They have a right, to freedom of speech. They highly value that as well now in their growing democracy. It would be wrong for us to be tyrannical in a sense with our action.
But clearly there would be some disadvantages to not taking action now. I mean, has your team considered some of the disadvantages of
Yes.
not? What are they?
They've considered that disadvantages would be, yes, that it could become out of control, it could grow to the point where we have people inside the facilities that are maybe taking over in protest. But once again, I stress the fact that that doing any rash action may also lead to that happening sooner rather than later. We still have an understanding of the situation. We're just needing to corroborate the evidence and get much more reliable signal intelligence or even on-ground information from the people at the facilities.
Right. And ultimately, as chief, I'm accountable to the president and also to the citizens of the United States. We have citizens involved in this situation, don't we?
Yes.
So how are we going to ensure that we protect our citizens at the same time? I mean, are we going to get caught here just sitting back and not taking action, and then now all of a sudden our citizens are in danger because we had information and we chose to do nothing?
Well, we have unreliable information. The fact is, I'm going to stress again, and you can stress to the president as well, is that we are getting this information from Twitter and amongst the commotion. We're not having any information coming in so far from the facility requesting assistance, demanding some sort of action.
And you say action on Twitter. I mean, do we know who these tweets are coming from?
Just individuals in that area.
We've had no communication from Procter & Gamble.
No, the only information that they have given us was that there was this growing population of people that were coming to protest.
Right. Are we also, I mean, it's my knowledge that there is also a religious festival occurring. And what are the ramifications? I mean, we have, like I said, I know we've talked balancing, but I'm concerned here because we have this religious festival. We have a country that we have good relations with. We have information that they could be threatened potentially. How has that factored into your decision?
Well, if you're speaking to the people that are at the religious festival participating in that, they're not American citizens, their lives do matter, but our priority is, of course, ensuring that the lives of the Procter & Gamble facility and the people in it are safe. If it was to go into that religious festival, into that area, it then becomes the responsibility of the Indonesian government, the police. That's their, well, it's their sovereignty, it's their right, their land.
So you're saying unrest caused by our plant that we have put in this area, if unrest is caused by this decision, it's not our responsibility, that's on Indonesia?
What if it was to move over into that area?
So we're only going to be responsible for
Yes.
our plant. We're not going to take any responsibility for what the impact of our plant causes on outside?
No, I'm trying to say is that within the area of where the plant is, that is our responsibility.
Okay.
If they decide to move, now I'm speaking to the protester, if they decide to move out and go towards that religious festival, we need to notify the authorities. That is as far as we need to go, and to ensure that they can respond timely to stopping their advances.
So we don't care, so it's your position that we don't, quite frankly, care about the religious festival and the protests as long as it's not on our plant property. We shouldn't care.
It's not that we're not caring, it's just that we are operating within the agreements, the relationship that we have with Indonesia.
What agreements do we have with Indonesia that would apply to this situation?
Yes, we have a lot of economic agreements. When it comes to defense, we do exercises with them. But there's nothing into where we would, in their own nation, go out amongst the street and restore order in their own cities and areas and stuff.
So we're not gonna do anything, I'm assuming we're contacting someone from Indonesia at this point, or are we not even contacting?
We're in communication with Procter & Gamble, we're in communication with the Indonesian government.
Okay, so what are we communicating to the Indonesian government?
The information that we're receiving.
All information?
Yes, ma'am. We are giving all the information of the situation with the Indonesian government, once again, because of how close we are and the reliability that we have with them in the relationship.
And are you confident, I mean, are we confident the Indonesian government is able to properly resolve this conflict and to handle the situation?
I believe so, yes, ma'am. We believe as a team that they can handle the situation. If they ask for assistance, then that goes into a question of, well, they've asked us, and we would, I believe, most likely help and assist in that if they require it. But at this time, we are sharing information, we're making them aware of the situation. We're not trying to be rash. We're not trying to let this go out of control. We don't want a body count at the end of the day.
Right. And I'm concerned because we do have US citizens there. Are we doing anything specifically to protect the US citizens?
We're just protecting the perimeter. We're not allowing any intrusion into the facility, risking the lives.
So all the US citizens are within the facility?
Mhm. Yes. There has been no movement in or out of the facility.
What makes you believe that the intelligence that you already have regarding the situation is not reliable?
One, because our agencies, or we have no signal intelligence, so we haven't scanned the area. Human intelligence on the ground has been, like I said, not from, of people that may be in contact with protesters. It's just been, in a way, it's been open source information.
Okay. And then the ultimate risk here, I mean, have we weighed the ultimate risk that we are risking not only the festival, but the plant itself?
Yes, we've taken that into account. We believe that this is the best course of action. Any action at this time would be putting lives at risk, both at the festival and also at the plant.
Thank you, military and peacekeeping.
Thank you.
Come with me. Thank you.
With Russia took 3 Jordan ships. Some people were injured in the process, and the Jordan president wants to invoke martial law against Russia.
Okay.
So
And then you heard about
is that a decision that we
Russia?
can make or
No,
not?
it's not.
So she was in custody.
She was in custody,
So can you
and
help
she
me
is now
with
number 1 of
the level
PAC.
2 interrogation?
So we're
that we
authorizing a level
approved
2
for Russia?
interrogation, so we can find
Why is that?
Hawkins.
'Cause she's-
Specialized legal support?
If you want to get food, grab some.
Okay, no, I got it. Cell leader number 2. And what else? Cell leader number 2.
Oh, there's a PAC tweet saying that Hawkins will be executed if Russia's not released. So they're threatening if we don't release Russia.
She knows the
Fill me
whereabouts
in,
of
somebody.
Hawkins.
So we have Russia in custody. So we've authorized level 2 EIT to find the location of Hawkins.
And what have we found so far?
Dallas is just going to authorize that
Because she's a
level 2.
QB, but it's a small scale check.
Question.
Mhm.
Indonesia.
I mean, it's not like a
I had
type
a lot.
thing, it's
Really?
trying to find
I
an
lied.
individual, so.
I don't, because,
What did you, is this?
Small
yeah,
scale.
there's not, there's
We have next.
So she's a,
yeah, there's
So we got,
security,
she's a
there were
QB,
that bomb
it's a
threat we
small
warned
scale
them about.
And I told her that we've been giving all the information to the Indonesian government as well.
Oh, I don't
she's
know.
also AKA Jihad Jane.
But,
Well, we did.
okay,
We have.
okay.
So I made some, I'm not sure if I'm calling them decisions, but I guess we're calling them policy points. When you got time.
Okay, I will. Hold on. So share information, did we decide to share information or no? With the van situation?
We decided not to.
Okay. Share info about, what's his name? Chad?
Chester.
Chester.
Oh, Chester.
Chester Smith.
What's his name?
He's over
It's
here
right
on the
under the
van.
NYC
He's
Trump
up on
Tower.
the, yeah.
Okay.
Anybody got anything on planes that are missing?
Nothing else.
I haven't gotten an email in a while.
Did not
Yeah.
share information because.
Have we made any calls yet?
Yeah, we
I
called to
made
see
one
if
call
Adnan was a US
about
citizen.
Adnan.
Did we get a response on
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Who?
Down here, the Des
Is
Moines
he-
shooter
He's a US citizen,
from
Okay.
Somalia.
but he was originally from Somalia. He's a refugee from Somalia.
Do
So
we
that's one
wanna-
call down.
Do we want to call and get some updates on the flights? Because we haven't gotten anything else about either of these flights, right?
So who would we call?
Yeah, and what would we want to
The
know?
FAA, I can call the FAA and figure out
What's the
what the
question?
flight status.
But
What
they
is
lost
the flight
connection.
status?
Especially the route status,
Yeah,
because
what's the
it
flight
might be
status,
heading
what were their
to
routes,
to
and how
GA.
many passengers were on board? Sorry, I'm using your phone because my phone is on a timer, so that's why they called you.
They released,
Did I miss anything?
they released the surveillance footage of the guy, of Chester Smith.
They released it anyway?
Yeah.
Hello, I need to
So they
get
released the video.
FAA director, please.
Okay.
This is Danielle with Federal Law Enforcement. The FAA director, please. We would like to know what the flight paths for flight 117 to Georgia is, how many citizens are on board or how many potential passengers are on board, and what the flight status is of that flight. Additionally, we would like to know how many other planes we have lost contact with, and whether or not there were any no-fly zones in that area, either due to military or potential government positions.
What
We don't know
else?
what's going on.
What else happened while I was gone?
And
10 minutes.
what
is a
else?
long time.
Yeah.
How'd it go?
I lied.
Yeah, so because there were tweets of shots fired, a bomb threat that we weren't
How many
there were
passengers?
protests going on.
I told
But we can't figure out how they all connect together.
And the Holly situation.
What, and then the flight path.
Okay,
So
and
it's
then
for prior flight path.
The plan.
And
So we have
And
passengers
whether or not
of
there are
Russia
no-fly zones.
in custody.
that
near those
the
flights.
Indonesian government.
mosque in Iraq, right?
Yes.
And then we
But
killed her
that
husband.
if they
Yes.
require, ask for
So we just
assistance,
authorized level
we'll
2
consider
VIT
helping.
because
that's correct, and whether or not
Interrogation
there are
techniques.
these Air Force bases and
Level two.
what the response would be.
I think you're trying to obtain
For an
But
intercept.
then I heard
Um,
we have a hostage situation with Rita
Okay.
Hawkins.
She was
So we
kidnapped
have
from
level
the
2
So she was
Jordanian.
in
No,
Jordan.
she was
And
she was
then
kidnapped from
Russia
the
took
Jordanian
3
embassy.
Jordan ships.
But she
I
was
appreciate that, thank you very much.
Okay,
She was
asking for a hold on.
Did we get any updates?
That's what we're
on
trying to
that?
find out by
Okay.
interrogating Russia.
So I called them, I asked
I
for
think the
flight
embassy
path,
situation
how
is
many
kind of
passengers,
already
whether or
over.
not there's any no-fly zones in
And
there,
then
and how
having
much
updates
time
on
of
No, that was the
response would take
hostages.
for an
That's
interception.
how
Was
it
that
led
one
to
question or is that the rest of it?
Hawkins.
No, that's one
Okay.
call.
And then there was the
They
said
Dolan
one call.
shooting.
It's not a question.
They didn't say
It's a
questions
call.
there.
It's
Some people were
They said
injured.
call, if I'm gonna call the FAA director, then I just wanna
Adnan,
make it
the
count.
shooter,
Okay.
U.S. citizen from
And
Somalia.
so this is, the suspect in the OSU
Okay,
shooting has been
do
spotted
we know
in
where
a
he
gas
is?
station in Athens,
He's
Ohio.
detained already.
He's detained.
Be
Yes, so
aware
he's
of
detained
that.
and we're trying
Athens,
to get into
Athens,
his
Ohio.
phone right
Yeah,
now.
and
Yes.
so-
on the map.
Okay, let's see what
He's-
else. So
he's a
no updates
white-
on-
And
Where would
then
he go?
Chester, you know, they
White,
released the
ugly
images
guy.
of him, even though
He's
it's
all
not
shaky,
right.
he had
And then planes,
credit
you know,
card
you know the
number, or
planes
he had
too.
a credit card.
So we haven't
with
gotten
this
any
name,
updates
Chester
on either
Smith
of
No,
on it.
so there are 2 planes
But
missing.
it's, we
And
aren't
then
sure
for
whether or not
Colorado,
he
no
has
updates
stolen
on
that
that
credit
either.
card.
I don't think
So
so.
we decided not to release the
Thank you.
information, even though a Chester Smith is a felon with a neo-Nazi history. There's no way to know for certain whether or not that's connected to him.
Although Chester Smith's fingerprints were on the van.
Yes,
So we have.
But did you see, there's a
Con-
tweet, they released his information?
They released it.
so they
anyway.
did release this information.
Yeah,
We didn't, but they did.
they did. We said not to, but they
Who's
did.
them?
So we have
The
information
The
that we-
FBI.
Yeah,
Actually, it was
so,
the FBI.
so we're just not sure, I mean, if his fingerprints are there and his credit card, maybe he was a victim, maybe he
Right.
was a accomplice, we're just not sure yet.
So can we remove that dark-skinned male then?
Well, no, let's.
No, because we
That's-
need him because he was killed and his van was stolen. That's Mr. Jackson.
That's, so. the
So Jackson's
dark-skinned
not
man
a
is
terrorist?
That's Jackson.
Someone draw an
No.
arrow there.
No, that was
I thought this was
on
the
Twitter,
suspect.
somebody
that Twitter?
saying witnesses saw this man fleeing the scene.
Oh, okay, so can we put Twitter next
So
to there
maybe we
so
just
that
put
there's
it-
no confusion
Was it
rather
on
than
Twitter too
everything?
that we saw the gas
Uncorroborated.
station thing?
So corroborated.
Dallas, do you want to put that next to CNAT gas station up top also?
Yeah.
So the Athens, who was in Athens?
But they released security,
Chester Smith.
they released surveillance photo of him at the
I
gas
have a
station, so
briefing
he
in
was
5
there.
minutes.
So he's heading this way.
What's your briefing on,
He's
Sharon?
going towards
Let
Will.
me see, hold on.
He's going to West Virginia.
Okay, you have been asked to give an
No,
update,
that's like- there's a
an
big,
updated superior
what's
brief. The
Why
events
is
at
it-
OSU since
Yeah.
FLE last updated in 5 minutes. Doesn't tell us what we pulled from the room. Okay, so update on OSU. So,
Who's doing it?
you are. Yeah.
Legalized.
5 minutes?
Specialized legal support has an articulation in 5 minutes as well.
Oh, you have the articulation, what's it on?
On,
Oh, is this the
it's
briefing?
interrogation
Do I need
stuff.
to update you?
So this is you.
Yeah.
We believe Russia has critical information regarding
I
tax.
told them we shouldn't information to the
Including
Indonesian
Indonesian-
government
oh, yeah, no, we already-
for the palm oil
Never mind.
Yeah, I've
situation.
never seen that stuff too.
So,
Okay, perfect.
Did you record yours on camera?
Yeah.
This is my
Yeah.
white paper.
Hey Sharon, we have
Yeah.
another, so it's 5 minutes.
Hold on, so I have an
8:40.
articulation, so somebody.
Here, I'll write it down.
That was
On
So 8:47, we have 5 minutes.
No, no, no.
8:47.
Yeah, this is different.
Yeah, this is
Okay,
for
so
domestic
Palm oil, so,
intelligence.
okay,
So
palm
we're
oil
sharing info.
with
Oh,
the
that's-
Indonesian
that's
government.
sharing.
We
5 minutes.
are
Is this the same
maximizing
one
security.
maybe that
What
we're
is it?
working on? This brief?
We are not
Yeah.
taking any
Okay,
risks.
so I
OSU.
just got that, so maybe I'm just getting delayed with
Okay.
emails.
Okay, so what's going on at
We're
OSU?
gonna
So,
continue just more.
What was the
So we had the shooter and the van attack.
Protesters, there was a
So
talk of
there
a
was
threat of
a
a bomb.
shooting.
There was a shooting
Um,
supposedly, but this was through.
A possible suspect left in a black Toyota, right?
uncorroborated evidence.
Shooting. Black Toyota Corolla.
Columbus.
and van attack,
The
campus.
owner of the car was Jackson.
Who's found dead in his house.
The owner of the van
What the-
What?
is
So-
dead.
Update, if somebody
Okay.
wants to write it somewhere. The president has issued an executive directive giving our task force the authority to interrogate combats in the war on terror.
I think we've already.
Yeah.
Did you get that
Yeah,
already?
it's a long
I think we
time.
got that one.
Christina,
It came to me again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're starting to
So,
see the
We're
same.
just-
So you got Black
we're just gonna
Toyota.
continue monitoring.
He was found dead in his
But
house.
then I had to, I had to write up
the
the structure
They-
of the statement on
Saw a white
the
guy
DOJ white
with the
papers,
Corolla
targeted killing,
at a gas
and
station.
also unmanned
human
aircraft
ins,
systems.
I can say,
Okay.
or
And
was
this
that on
my
Twitter?
statement.
No, I think that was until someone
No, you
got.
just have to tell
Which
me
one?
what it's about.
The-
Is that right?
Seeing
Basically, it's
seeing
gonna
a guy with the Corolla
gather
at the
intel
gas
so
station.
there that will not
But they have
be
surveillance
first
footage, too,
or
of him at the gas
rights.
station.
For who?
He
So, like,
used
Should I say
policy,
surveillance
so
footage?
Oh, our policy.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
okay. So
witnesses.
let me put UAV,
They call
show
them UAS.
surveillance.
a white guy with the Corolla
I'll clean it up.
at the gas station.
This is the coherent.
White
this
male.
one. I didn't know how to write this.
Corolla
At
So
gas
do you need a
station.
warrant?
at
Yes or no?
gas station.
ID used to purchase, or credit card
This is what I said.
belonged to,
Card.
used to purchase
I said
belonged to
we will not
Chester
intrude
Smith.
on Fourth Amendment rights. I
And
guess you
fingerprints
haven't-
found on the van
we'll
belonged
have
to
to
Chester
get
Smith.
So
warrant.
there's an emergency.
So I think I
Oh,
misunderstood that
just-
situation when we
But this
decided
is-
not to release
That's for domestic.
anything.
It
I thought,
actually doesn't-
I thought Jackson was the
Yeah,
bad
I'm just
guy.
gonna put for civilians,
As
or
well
for
as,
citizens.
For American citizens.
We initially
That was
had
fingerprints.
the Owner of the van.
And
but
we,
we had
we, we,
well,
we will
we
use
know
them
that Chester
when we
Smith is a
arrest
known, what is it, neo-Nazi?
Neo-Nazi, Chester Smith's known neo-Nazi, and his images have been released to the public. The surveillance images have been released.
From what me and Mike saw on the Google Maps, he might be headed to West Virginia.
Because he's
Yeah,
headed
he's
southeast.
West Virginia, sorry.
What about the suspect that ran
Wait,
off
so
from
we
the
let him
van?
go?
We don't know where that person
Did we
is.
I have no
capture
idea.
Chester Smith? Any info?
There-
I've never.
And you can say,
There's a
um,
subject.
We don't have any
or There's
information.
a suspect.
There's speculation
We do
that
not
it was
yet have any
from PAC.
Dead.
I'm just going over the airline kind of regulations that they sent us.
Okay.
Oh, so I just got an email. Chester Smith has been apprehended. Based on the anonymous tip, the FBI suspect that Chester Smith may have had contacts with the American Nazi Party in West Virginia. The FBI conducted surveillance of several known American Nazi Party members located near the likeliest routes back to South Carolina.
Specialized legal support.
The black Toyota Corolla was spotted outside a member's house on I-77 in Charleston, West Virginia. A local
Domestic
SWAT team-
intelligence, could you come with me, please?
Hey, Mike, can you
Local
look
SWAT
at
team
this email?
was deployed to the house. He was seen exiting the house. He was apprehended. He is now in FBI custody.
Yeah.
Am I-
Okay, update, there was an explosion in Yemen near our American embassy. No word on motive or casualties, but we did have troops in the area.
Oh, yeah, because who was it? PAC was threatening to attack another embassy in the Middle East.
I'm the Domestic Intelligence Advisor to the Counter-Terrorism Task Force, as Chris mentioned. I'm here to briefly discuss the OSU situation. At this time, we know that there was a shooting and van attack on the campus. The owner of the van was found dead in his home, and surveillance footage indicated that that was a black Toyota. We also have witnesses that show that a white male with the Corolla was seen at a gas station, and the credit card that was used to purchase the gas there was to a man named Chester Smith. And this man's prints were also identified in the car.
He is known as a neo-Nazi, and the surveillance images from the gas station were released to the public.
Is he considered a suspect at this time?
At this time, he is considered a suspect. He has a background of supporting neo-Nazis, and he actually was just apprehended. That information was just received as I was coming to speak with you.
Okay. And do we have Chester in custody?
Yes, he was just apprehended.
Just apprehended?
Yes.
Okay. Continue.
So that is the update for now. Like I said, he was just apprehended as I was coming in to speak with you. So the information that we have is that this suspect is in custody currently. We also have another suspect that was seen fleeing on foot following the van attack. So he exited the van and fled on foot. And we have no known whereabouts for this individual or any updates on that situation.
So we know an individual fled on foot. We don't have any information about who he is. What
Not
his
at this
name,
moment.
anything. I mean, an hour and a significant time has passed since this event. What are we doing to confirm his identity? Have we released an information about his description?
Yes, ma'am. So we have actually gotten some information about this black male that was seen on the campus as well. And this person was actually found dead in their home. So we don't know if this person was actually a victim at this time of the members that were also in the van attack, involved in the van attack, or if this individual was someone, the person that fled on foot.
What do we know about the man found dead in his home?
We don't know much about him, only that his vehicle may have been stolen, or again, that he might actually have been involved. There's no credible information at this time to pinpoint him as either a victim or a suspect.
And just from my own following this story, I've heard about a Terrence Jackson. Do you have any
Yes.
information regarding Mr. Jackson?
Yes, I'm sorry I did not include his name previously. That was the man that was found in his home dead, and that information was released to the public. Unfortunately, due to that release of information, a Muslim association in the area has been getting bomb threats from the public as well. So we...
Why would the Muslim association be receiving bomb threats? Was Terrence Jackson affiliated with them in any way?
We don't know that, but there is speculation that the PAC organization may have been involved in the attack. So there's a speculation from the public that this may have been a Muslim-associated incident, and that's why they're targeting the mosque at this time, and potentially because Terrence may be a suspect in this situation.
At this point, do we believe we have all perpetrators in custody?
We do not. We do not have any information as to how many individuals were in the van. Like I mentioned before, the only person we know for sure was in the van was the man who fled on foot.
And what decisions has your team made in regards to this situation? I mean, are you just following the situation, or are we actually making some decisions here about what needs to happen?
We are actively following the situation. Unfortunately, at this time, like I mentioned, we do not have a lot of information to actively seek out the individual, but we have put out the information to the public so that they may assist us in trying to track down this person. We also received information as to the vehicle, the Corolla, and we are trying to track that vehicle down as well.
And we have Chester Smith in custody?
Yes, ma'am.
What are we doing with Chester Smith? I mean, it seems like, from all accounts, he was involved in some way, right?
At this time, we don't know that, so we did apprehend him. There is suspicion that, like I said, because he has neo-Nazi affiliation, he may have been involved in the attacks. But at this time, we have just apprehended him, and I will have to reconvene with the task force to see what decisions are being made moving forward with him.
And so he has ties to a neo-Nazi organization. When we first spoke with someone from your team, they weren't comfortable labeling this as terror. Has this given you enough information that you're labeling this?
We still don't know. So just because he has ties with this organization doesn't mean that there may have been any political or any type of terroristic motivations underlying the attack. So at this time, I do not feel comfortable to label this as terrorism until the task force gets more information as to his motivation and even if he was involved.
I just want to make sure I understand here. So we have a man in custody who we believe was somehow involved, or maybe potentially involved,
Yes, ma'am.
who has ties to a neo-Nazi organization. We have another individual whose van was used and he was found dead in his home. And it sounds like he was involved some way with the Islamic Center, whether that's his religious affiliation. And then we have an attack on a school campus where there was a meeting being held. At what point would we call this terrorism? I mean, that seems pretty strong to me that we can link this to terror. What is holding the team back on being able to label this as terror?
Labeling any situation as terrorism is something that the team does not take lightly, and so we're trying to gather all the information necessary to make that determination. At the time, we do not have enough information on either Terrence Jackson or Mr. Chester Smith to say that either of them have been involved in the attacks or not.
And what updates do we have on the victims, if any?
So far, we know that we have a few casualties, but we do not have a certain number of victims at this time either. We know that there were some that were shot and also some that were mauled down by the van.
I mean, do we have a ballpark here? Is it 1? Is it 100? I mean, do we have, I mean, this shooting happened quite some time ago.
Right, I believe that it was 10 that have been confirmed dead and 15 that have been injured. I don't remember the exact number right now. I will have to check back with the task force on that specific number.
And so what other updates do we have on this situation? I mean, hopefully we have some more information here.
So as I was on my way to speak with you, we actually did get some more information. Unfortunately, I was not able to be involved in that briefing. So for right now, what I can tell you is that we have apprehended the suspect, and I believe that the task force will most likely try to get as much information from this suspect or this individual as soon as possible to determine whether or not he's a suspect or indeed a victim.
And so what other, I mean, are we still receiving intelligence? Are we still investigating the situation?
We are. We are both receiving intelligence, and we're also investigating both Mr. Terrence Jackson and Chester Smith, as well as the individual who fled on foot and anybody else that may have been involved in that van attack. So we're tracking down both these individuals and also those that were in the van as well, that we don't know exactly how many were in there yet.
Okay. And the individual who fled on, I'm just concerned that we have an individual who fled on foot. So we still have a potential perpetrator who committed a mass attack on civilians, potentially loose in the community. I mean, can you tell me specifically what, I mean, do we just know he fled? Is that it? Do we have him connected with anything else?
Yes, unfortunately right now it is a developing situation, so we don't have any more information as to the whereabouts of that individual. So for now, the task force has indicated to the public that there may be an individual who is out there and is potentially dangerous, and so we're trying to give the public as much information as possible so that they can also take their own, the needed, what they need to do to keep themselves safe.
And what are the facts that we know for sure here? It sounds like we're kind of, you know, he could be a perpetrator, he could not, he could have fled, he could not, he could be involved. What do we know for sure happened here?
For sure, all that we know is that there was indeed an attack on the OSU campus and that there were some casualties. But again, we don't have any specifics on who perpetrated the attacks, the motives, who is responsible for the attack. We're just not sure on that information right now. But as soon as we receive it, I would love to come back and give you that updated information.
Okay. And any other information from PAC? I mean, I know initially we had reports, and you may have said already, but what specifically do we know about PAC's involvement here, if any?
Again, we're not sure about that. PAC has been active on Twitter, and they have been, you know, putting out inflammatory messages saying that they do want to attack the United States. However, they have not specifically taken responsibility for this attack. So there's speculation that they may be involved, but at this time we're not sure about that as well.
So they haven't taken responsibility, because I believe when someone initially came in here from your team, I was told there was a tweet that PAC had taken responsibility. Is that no longer true?
That is not true. That person, it was miscommunication. So for right now, we don't know the involvement of PAC, but there is speculation that they may be involved.
Domestic intelligence.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Unless,
You have you're gonna turn around and go back out.
Why did we evacuate it? The plane's
So
not
this
even
plane,
flying.
we think it might not exit the
But if it
stadium in
is-
Georgia. Okay. So you need to decide, do you want to
want it to
evacuate the
stadium?
stadium, what do you want to do?
What's my information? Mine?
Yeah, so there's 416 passengers,
Chris, who's she saying it to?
198 US
Is it a
citizens.
camera
It's
or a-
747-400. I say we evacuate the stadium because Georgia is like the second most populated city in the US.
It's gonna be a camera.
Atlanta.
It's a
A
camera.
camera articulation?
And they're heading to the
So
stadium.
we believe,
They're heading to
how
the
much
stadium.
time do we have until? You got 2 minutes? No, until.
How much
yes,
till
sir.
it needs the stadium or gets
Right,
in
we
this
don't know.
area? We
How
don't know.
long?
We don't know.
It's coming from London.
It's
Okay.
coming in from
This
London?
second.
That's where it left from.
Is it even feasible to
But they
be able
lost-
to
Yeah, but it's headed
Oh,
towards
it's Georgia,
Georgia.
for sure.
They
Get
lost-
everybody out of the
I
stadium.
mean, yeah, get everyone out of the stadium. Oh, Angela.
They lost
Okay, so
contact.
which plane
Aren't
is
we
it?
overreacting possibly?
No.
I mean, if it's not even.
What are the
plane
that's a
is
good
it?
question.
It's plane
But what are the
117 from
ramifications
London
of
to
failing
Georgia.
to act? And then having,
This might provide more
It's-
information, I'm not sure.
It's a 9-hour-and-a-half flight.
the information on the news said that it lost contact just outside of Georgia.
Oh, yeah, evacuate.
Yeah.
It
So-
lost
so-
contact
It
outside
Yeah.
lost
of
contact
Georgia.
just outside of Georgia.
Meaning it has maybe like a 30 minute to an hour impact
So
time.
get everybody out of the stadium.
Get everybody
at
out of the
least.
stadium.
Does anyone know what Arvada is?
Is that it? Is there anything?
Yeah, it's Colorado.
To include?
So evacuate
This tweet
is
saying
the 117 from London
Arvada
to Georgia
has been
and infiltrated by Russian settlers.
Correct. And we don't,
I don't know
if it's terrorism.
That might be nothing.
So
but
what we
should keep an
have is
eye on
we
our-
have
No, it's just
terror,
talking
we
about the
have
gas.
information from a terrorist.
Okay.
That's
We know
just
that
vague
they
chat.
might be targeting states.
Who is it though? Do
ISIS.
We don't know.
It says
Well,
ISIS there.
PAC. Well, no, ISIS, that was from our
But have they
dossier.
taken responsibility or do we know
PAC
that
is-
they are the
Nobody
ones
has.
involved?
No one's taken
Well, there's
responsibility.
been PAC propaganda.
But the dossier said
Yeah.
it could be ISIS too.
Okay. Potentially PAC. Okay.
And you have a,
So
And then Mercedes-Benz Stadium was identified as a potential target from London counterterrorism.
Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
okay, we
And
got
there is currently a huge sporting event happening at
the
Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
NCCA.
The NCAA tournament.
I was-
Oh, double A?
whatever, it doesn't matter. But
NCAA,
The point
yeah.
is, there's
Hey, that's two A's.
a
My
lot of
bad.
people there, so.
And we
in
know
the event
that
happens, we,
they would want to target large spending of that.
yeah, so that's based on
Our dossier.
tactics
Okay,
and
it's
Message
strategies.
intelligence, come with me, please.
Yeah, babe.
Sharon,
You
take
got
this with you. Give that to, somebody, it's a warrant, she needs to sign it.
To who?
All right, perfect.
All right, great.
Is
Good
that
evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Randy J. Marsh, and you're watching Action News 5. We have breaking information about a possible plane hijacking off the southern Atlantic coast of the United States. A flight between London, England, and Atlanta, Georgia has lost communication. The Federal Aviation Administration is worried that there could
Yeah,
be
this is
some
just
foul
a
play
repeat
involved.
of the variant.
You guys watched the Russian breaking news?
Yes, it's just Putin saying that they didn't do it.
He's just being a big boy.
Being, yeah.
Did you see this Twitter stuff going on? So we have a lot of tweets coming from our cyber team. Basically, it's all from the Caliphate PAC.
Yes.
Uh,
Was that the ones they took down?
I don't know if they were.
Did we
No, this
pass
is the user
information
Caliphate
about
underscore
Atlanta,
PAC,
Georgia?
right?
So,
to the
yes,
decision
and it
tree?
Yeah,
says,
or-
so all in one day, we have the indignation of the righteous will win the day. The word of Muhammad will spread like wildfire from the hearts of the faithful.
Yep.
Don't believe that this is finished. And then the next day, we have, we must purge the world from corruption sowed by the West. And the indignation of the righteous will win the day.
Did you get her decision on the tree or on the list?
We're
Yeah.
evacuating
So-
Atlanta.
Back in
Okay.
there.
But George, the Caliphate PAC, we identified as a propagandist already. Unless there's additional information, we just want to.
Okay, this is coming from our
He's
interrogation
not.
with
Okay.
the wife of Al-Ghafari, the wife.
Yeah.
She gave us a PAC
So
training
we're
camp location.
evacuating the stadium?
Yes, we did.
It's an abandoned warehouse 8 miles outside of Daraa, Syria. Daraa.
Dara,
You've got to.
Syria.
Yeah.
You might.
A convoy en route to the warehouse
Who is?
encountered an IED bridge, improvised explosive device. 2 Marines were killed, 4 injured. We have been unable to substantiate if the warehouse is in fact a PAC training camp, or if the information was fabricated by Al-Ghafari as an ambush tactic. So question mark, uncooperative, like we need
Hey.
more info.
This is kind of important for you. The DoD just reported that the DPRK, North Korea, launched an
Atlanta, it's the
intercontinental
same thing.
ballistic missile in which it appears to be the first missile test since 2000.
Oh, it's just, yeah.
But it has a range above 2
Oh, I just got another one from
This
Atlanta.
goes
Yeah.
against what Kim Jong-un had previously promised about
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Randy J. Marsh, and you're watching Action News 5. We have breaking information about a possible plane
The DoD is on
hijacking
high
off the
alert
southern
for possible
Atlantic
nuclear
coast
attack.
of the United States.
Where's North Korea?
A flight between London,
They
England, and
sent it
Atlanta,
again.
So they
Georgia,
launched.
Serena,
Can somebody
may
brief me
be
on
a
what's going on?
potential target.
Yeah. Well, I just saw the thing that happened in Iraq.
Is there any updates on that?
Well,
Domestic
she gave
intelligence
information
has.
about a training camp.
A possible training
They
camp, we're
went to
not
go get
sure
it,
if it's
and
been
then they were
invoked.
ambushed. So
Okay.
we don't know.
Hey, you guys, is this for her? Because
What?
I have a
Do
decision.
you have a decision? Who's it
Yeah.
for?
So from Mayor of Atlanta, domestic intelligence will via recorded message to the camera
She
articulate.
just did
What
that.
time did, oh,
6 minutes, is that it? Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
that was
behind.
her.
Okay, keep talking, Ruth, sorry.
yeah, so
So-
that's, she gave up the info about the possible training camp, but there was a bridge with IEDs on it and 2 people were killed. And so we haven't gotten across that bridge.
There's a car bomb in Yemen that killed 5 US troops and 4 Yemen citizens.
Yeah, that happened.
We don't know who did it.
Okay.
Pat just tweeted that the West will fall.
And then also North Korea launched a tested ICBM with a range of 8,000 miles. Basically what Kim told the Chinese president,
Is there any updates on the
what's his
OSU?
name? Xi
Not that I'm
Jinping
aware of.
was false. It was a
She called me
diversion
out that
tactic.
somebody before said that.
And
it
what
was,
are you writing, Dallas?
Hack.
That was in
There was a target in
No one
Mali.
said that.
In
She
Bali?
said that someone
Mali.
actually did.
Mali.
Molly, okay.
Where with.
Yeah.
Chris is coming
OSU?
in.
130
Who's supposed to go out?
casualties.
International diplomacy.
What are you doing?
To do what? About what?
See ya.
I got,
Tell you as we bought.
Well, we never got any-
Did
Did anyone get an email on
No,
that?
all mine have been open.
Okay, good luck.
Poisoning?
Poisoning, maybe?
Putin said it wasn't him.
Putin said it wasn't him.
Trump said he wouldn't be
Retract
involved if
the,
it's outside of the US.
Retract their card, suspected.
We don't know who
card to
did
an
it.
address in the week now.
No, we don't know who it is.
It's like 2 individuals who speak foreign language.
Yeah.
And we're sharing info with the
Anything
UK.
else with Colorado, OSU?
What?
Anything else with Colorado or OSU? So the only updates
So-
we have are on Iraq.
Wait, let me look at my computer while I walk over here. Sorry. So,
We're about to go in, probably investigate one.
Chief Flowers, this is International Diplomacy, Mike Samuels. Mike, I'll pick you up in 10 minutes.
And the Secretary of State just had to step out, so I will be relaying the information you give me to him regarding this meeting.
My name is Mike Samuels. I am the International Diplomacy Advisor for the Counter-Terrorism Task Force. Here to brief you on the poisoning situation in Colorado. So what happened was there was an individual identified as Mirsalov who was on a bus. He collapsed with foaming in his mouth, and he was initially thought to potentially be the victim of just a non, what would you say, like an allergic or a natural causes kind of reaction. Further information has indicated that he was actually poisoned with the same kind of poison that had been used previously by Russia and the UK against UK citizens. Russia has at this time denied any involvement with this situation, and we are further monitoring any additional information. We have people posted outside of Mirsalov's house to see if there's any additional connections that he may have with his poisoners or if anybody goes to his house. And there has just been a lot of posturing on both sides by Trump and by Russia, and also China has gotten involved to say that they are disappointed by the allegation against Russia.
Okay, we need to cut to the chase here, so now I'm briefed on the situation, but I know that there's an ultimate decision that has to be made here that the Secretary of State needs to have your thoughts on before, and it's about the diplomats, correct, in these countries?
I'm unfamiliar with any decision that needs to be made. Could you give me more information, please?
Okay.
I didn't receive any information prior to this brief.
It sounds like to me that we have, as you said, there's poisoning. We believe Russia may be involved. They're denying involvement. The Secretary of State needs to know the information. He's considering expelling the diplomats from this country, the U.S. diplomats that are there, and we need to know what geopolitical ramifications this could cause.
Okay, we have currently tried to get warrants to get further information about any potential Russian involvement. But at this time, based on the information we don't have anything that positively ties Russia to this poisoning. So I don't know that it would be justified at this time to take action such as that. If we were, and if we did find a connection, the geopolitical ramifications would, I think it would be important if we had actionable intelligence that recommend, or that indicated that Russia was involved, it would be important to take that stand and to say that we would not tolerate that kind of interference within our own sovereignty. So if there is a positive connection between Russia and this poisoning, just like we did after they poisoned somebody in Britain, where we expelled their diplomats and we shut down the consulate in Washington state, we would have to do something similar here and potentially even a stronger reaction because it was on our own.
So if I understand, you would, depending on the level of intelligence, recommend expelling the diplomats from the country or no?
Yes.
You would. I mean, wouldn't that have ramifications not only for the, potential retaliatory expulsions from our embassies and that such acts are going to be disruptive to the lives of the diplomats and their families? I mean, what concerns do we have that way?
Geopolitically, I think it's important that we maintain a posture of confidence and of protection of our own sovereignty. If this was, in fact, a Russian attack on U.S. soil, that doesn't rise to our definition of an act of war, but it definitely requires a response that is stronger than just telling them that we are not happy. So in order, and if we were to decide against taking an action such as this, I think it would send the wrong message to Russia and to the world, actually, that we would tolerate that kind of thing on our soil, which we absolutely can't afford to do.
So we're not concerned about the retaliatory expulsions or the impact it could have politically.
Well, we are worried about the impact that it could have politically, but the ramifications of not acting are more dangerous to our national security than the implications of reacting.
Okay. What has your team uncovered about other countries' thoughts on it? I mean, do other countries seem to be siding with Russia? Are other countries concerned? What contact has your team had globally about this concern?
China has vocalized support of Putin and of Russia, and they are disappointed with any allegations at this point. Once again, we don't have any corroborated actionable intelligence that links Russia positively to this attack. If we were to have that kind of intelligence, we may be able to make a better case to those countries, such as Vietnam, who also has vocalized support for Russia.
But I mean, Russia, essentially, they have allies here. So not only would we be risking geopolitical ramifications with Russia, at least China, if not some other countries that certainly are aligned with Russia. Couldn't this have an impact on a more global scale than just sending a hard policy against Russia for an attack, against one person?
Absolutely. And in fact, the countries that are aligned with Russia are also our geopolitical opponents in many cases in other areas of policy. And once again, the ramifications of not acting on such an infringement of our sovereignty and an attack on our soil, I think would send the wrong message to those geopolitical opponents that they could do similar things. And so for them to see us abstain from action, I think would be a more dangerous precedent than having them see that we actually take it seriously when Russia does it.
Well, what's the status of the victim? Are they affiliated with Russia?
Once again, we have no current information about the involvement of Russia or the connection to Russia. We are attempting to execute warrants at this time to...
Well, is the victim a U.S. citizen? Do we know who he is?
His name is Mirsalov, and we have no additional information. He didn't have ID on him at the time.
We just know his name.
We were able to identify him later in the hospital. I'm unaware of his current condition. He, I believe, is still in the hospital, and we are waiting for updates.
And so because of this attack on one person who we don't know who he is, quite frankly, we don't even know if he's a citizen, we are going to risk, even though they are arguably already opposed to us, risk furthering that conflict by expelling our diplomats from these countries. What's the proportionality here? I understand that we think it may be an attack here, but it's an attack on one person. Where's the balance?
So let me clarify. Based on the intelligence and the information we have at this time, I'm not recommending an expulsion of diplomats.
Okay.
We don't have a solid connection to Russia. We are unable to make a solid case in policy or in any kind of action as to punishing Russia for an attack that we have no way of proving was them, or even an indication it was them. The only connection that we have is that it was the same poison that was used previously. That actually is a very strong connection, though, because that is a really difficult to make poison. We have testimony from expert scientists from when it happened in London or when it happened in England that could only be done and manufactured in a really state-sponsored thing.
Okay,
So-
but quite frankly, I get that we don't have a lot of information, we've got balancing interests, but quite frankly, we need to be able to make a decision here. We do have information, there was a poisoning incident. I'm a little confused because we talked about that, you said we need to take a strong stance here.
I said that we need to take a strong stance if we have strong information that Russia was involved. At this time.
But at this point, the secretary had to make a decision on whether to expel diplomats from countries including Russia, China, Vietnam. I mean,
He should not do that at this time.
no, you would recommend not. And short and concise, why not? So that I can communicate this information to him.
So pending additional information, that may change, but based on what we have right now, we don't have enough to make a solid case that this was Russia. Therefore, any action taken against Russia would not be, it would be defended or articulated very clearly. And so at this time, we need to maintain our diplomatic status in those countries. And if additional information comes out that connects Russia to this attack, then we need to take further action.
Thank you very much, Chief. Mr. Samuels, you can follow me.
A bunch of emails that have already been taken care of.
Okay, then I'm gonna go
Just
that one.
disregard.
Did you get screwed?
Because yeah, it's asking, should we
Well,
evacuate?
All good.
Okay, so what do you articulate? So maybe we have more.
Yeah, so-
I said that based on the information right now, we don't know for sure that Russia was involved. They wanted to know if we are going to expel diplomats from these other countries. And I said, based on what we have right now, I think that would be an extreme reaction. But if we do have solid information that connects Russia in a future time to this attack, that would be an attack on U.S. soil. While that wouldn't rise to the definition of an act of war, it would definitely require a strong response. Which, so.
Proportional
Okay,
response.
and so our warrant was issued on the Wright Camry as well as the Wheat Ridge Crescent.
And then there was a bombing in Indonesia. Al-Mutir claimed responsibility for planting it. It killed 17 people, 8 of them Americans. And there's ties to Rio.
Belwan, he's
Belwan.
a terrorist.
Is he on the FBI's wanted list?
Yes, he's one of our persons of interest.
So I just got the email about that 2 minutes ago.
Yes.
I was in the middle of
It's-
talking.
that's what
Salmonella
that-
outbreak. There's 250 cases, and the hospitals are feeling strained in
Who is this
resources
guy?
and
Did you guys
personnel.
get the thing about JFK
Hospitals are
air
reaching
controllers,
out to
Delta
surrounding
flight?
Yeah.
facilities for
So we put
support.
that on.
Yeah, I
So
feel like I've read the name
250
Rio all the way.
50 dead?
50 dead.
Okay, and what do they want us to do, or is there anything?
No, it's just they're looking out to locals for support, they need support. They might need an emergency order in order to get help.
So that will go to the president then?
Yeah, begun throwing rocks at the compound. Oh, local town members began to throw rocks at the Lightness compound, and there are reports that Lightness is mobilizing. So now this is looking like a Waco situation.
Okay, so Lightness Coal
I have no idea.
is mobilizing
Oh shit, I
to
gotta.
fight protesters?
I have a video.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and just play it.
You got a flight 117 information?
Yes.
And can you take a look at watch that?
Yep.
Good
Is this
afternoon,
the
ladies and
Ohio?
gentlemen. I'm Randy J. Marsh, and you're watching Action News 5.
You got this.
Some people are calling it terrorism.
Okay.
Others are calling it
Are you ready?
acts
Oh.
of the deranged
Flight 117 entered the
You
ADIZ.
refer to the events today at Ohio
It's
State
not
University.
established
We can
contact.
all agree that we
What's
can call it
ADIZ?
tragic.
It's air defense.
At this point, the death toll is unknown. Estimates
but anyway,
show that it could be
The
in
documents that we got said that if they
What we
enter
do
an
know,
ADIZ and
is that
don't
survivors
maintain
are
two-way
beginning to share their
communication, they are
experiences
eligible
of
to be
terrible
recepted.
tragedy.
Do you want,
For example,
does someone want to call
Stephen
the military and
Stosh,
find
a
out what the
survivor
time
of
for
the attack,
interception is?
is sharing his
Do
experiences.
you want me to call?
Let me just go back and look.
I was walking through campus when the man started shooting. He was only 10, 15
Just like how
feet
long it
away
would
from me.
take for them
Shot at
to
someone next to me,
scramble
so I ran.
Yep.
As I was running, I got hit by another person running for their lives that knocked me down. People were just trampling each other. I've never seen anything like it. As the shooter moved away from my location, I was knocked off when I fell, and it was completely flattened like a pancake. There was blood everywhere, people running. It was horrible.
Hello, this is Danielle with the Federal Enforcement
Thank you for sharing your stories.
Federal
You
Law
and all the other
Enforcement, and I'm trying to reach the nearest Air Force base in Atlanta, Georgia.
The 117, we haven't heard from them since they had an unruly passenger.
Did we ever make a call about either of these flights?
We would like to
Have we
know
made
how
calls about
long it
either
would
of
take
these
to
together?
scramble jets.
She has.
She has.
And she was doing a third.
Over,
What was the
coast
thing
of
that you just got?
Atlanta,
It's just
Georgia
that right there,
now.
the,
Plane
with so
number is
427 and route.
117.
It's gonna be
And
here in
it is
about
a
an hour.
747,
Yeah.
400.
I think the nearest Air Force.
That's
base is
correct,
in
and
North
how
Carolina.
quickly we could do
From
that.
New York?
No, for the Georgia flight, I think the closest Air Force base.
Please
we
call
have
back
fighter
at this
jets
number.
is
Thank
in
you very much.
North Carolina.
There's Robbins Air Force Base in Georgia, Houston County, Georgia.
Which
They
base?
call back
Okay.
at my freaking phone.
So what was said?
I just called to ask how long it would take to intercept the flight 117 over Georgia.
But we didn't approve anything, right?
No.
We haven't
Okay.
approved anything.
But we should have the
Just-
intel, yeah.
We're just anticipating.
Oh, also, Mike, we have 2 generals in Mali that are upset with like recent events where soldiers are getting killed.
Yeah.
And so we might have a coup, possibly, I'm not sure, they're disgruntled.
Where
Um,
is this?
This is in Mali, so.
Molly down in the bottom right.
So what's going on?
Would you think calling AFCOM would be a good idea?
Christina,
About
can you
what?
come give me an update on OSU?
The
I
potential.
don't know if I'm the right one to do the update.
The video, what was that?
Oh, the video was just
I mean,
a student's
I've
experience
Watching this, I'm sure
with
they
the
will.
shooting.
Was there any more?
Did he give a description of the assailant?
No, he just said he was 15 feet away.
What gap
That
would
was
you be
it.
trying to fill?
15 feet.
If we
Also,
could maybe-
fatalities
So
are
no new
confirmed, we're not sure
information,
how
right,
many right
regarding
now,
OSU?
but there
The call
may
would
be in the
to
dozens.
Have a specific bit
Yeah.
of information we're looking for, so.
Okay. Okay, so we got 2 planes in the air.
Right.
We might have to shoot them down.
And just so we know what the regulation is, it says that if a pilot fails to follow ADIZ requirements, which this one has so far, the aircraft will be considered an enemy aircraft and interception procedures should be initiated.
Now is
Do-
that different for like foreign-based flights or?
Nope.
Do we know when
This has
the,
US citizens on it.
do we know when the Georgia flight is due? So the New York one is an hour. Do we know how far away the Georgia one is?
Yeah, it said like 15 minutes.
15 minutes? Okay, I'm gonna write that down.
Let me double check though. So it will be over US soil in 15 minutes.
From?
That's-
And due to land in
427, isn't it?
Atlanta in 45. This is flight 117.
Due to Atlanta in 45?
Yeah. Are there 2 planes?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's one
New-
From
going
London?
to.
427.
And one from
So this
Paris.
is
Where's
the
that
one-
coming from? The 427?
Paris.
Paris to New York.
Yep.
So they probably have international people on those flights. So if we have to strike them down, we might need to consider.
We
We
have,
have 190 US citizens, 100 UK citizens,
And then-
which leaves us with 200 or 100 some odd
Other.
other citizens.
Okay. So are we keeping, like, the UK informed about all this?
We probably should.
Information regarding Rio Belawan?
Rio Belawan?
Yeah, so that's gonna take us over.
So is this resolved?
So he's been identified
No.
driving a
No.
green Jeep.
We captured the assailant, who
Chester
we
Smith.
believe is the assailant, yeah. He was
Belawan.
captured.
A what?
So he's in a green
Do we
Jeep.
have any updates on that guy, on Chester Smith?
We haven't.
Several unmarked boxes.
Have we
Yes,
talked to him or
So
anything? No.
potential
Any other
information at the
Mm-hmm.
time.
based on our decision tree though, we would assume that he is a US
Joyo
citizen,
Kusuma's
because we captured him in the US.
So he may have contacts with the
And he's
American Nazi
driving the
Party
Jeep
in West
opposite
Virginia.
direction of the production. or
They
the-
conducted surveillance
Yeah,
on
production
several,
building under attack.
several
So
known
drive away
American Nazi
from
member
Headed
parties.
east towards P&G.
Okay.
Wait, so they're driving away from production?
That's all we have.
From the, yeah.
And
from
we
the
still don't know
production.
the whereabouts of the suspect
But then
that fled on
towards-
foot from the van.
No.
Okay.
I'm assuming that-
Intel comes from
That's what I'm
CIA.
thinking, but
Okay.
But it was reported there were 2
So-
initial shooters in the van.
That's
10. So we do have an update on that.
So,
10 shooters?
We don't know, well, at least I don't know how many people are in the van. Do we have an update on that?
I don't think.
I have-
update on that, Indonesia. The guy, Rio Belawan, he's in a green Jeep with unmarked boxes heading towards PNG.
Okay.
So,
And he's the
Chrissy,
cousin of
close your
another
door.
POI.
defense or domestic intelligence, this is you. You got 4 minutes.
We got Hawkins back.
We did?
You got
Okay, wait,
4
hold on, this is, so you got 4 minutes from 9:26. You got June? Yeah, okay. We have Hawkins?
Federal law enforcement.
Where was she?
Dara.
So did we make it to the base here?
Ally invaded the PAC facility in Dara.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so are we classifying OSU as terrorism?
Correct, Commander. How can I help?
We have
Do
said
you
no
have
previously,
information?
did we change our minds on that?
Okay, so this is the same place, right?
Yeah, sorry, this was,
Yeah, so this is where,
yeah,
Hawkins was injured, she's alive.
How much time you got?
What was your
4
question?
minutes. So they're asking me to identify whether or not the OSU situation is terrorism. So we have previously said no, did we
Okay.
change our minds?
Let's look at
Yeah.
our decision tree.
Okay,
And the facts.
violent acts or dangerous acts of human life, yes.
And
Yes.
what is
Illegal
the-
activity?
What is
Yes.
the, who would I
Do we have an
contact
indication
in
of the
order to
motive?
get more information on
Well,
that?
we don't know that, right, because we don't
Do
have
we
any
know
more
the motive
information on
of
Chester.
USU?
We know he's
No.
neo-Nazi, but we don't know if that's.
Oh, all right, and so if we did
yeah,
have
so
to
we have
order
that kind of
that,
conflicting
I would
information,
just
right? So a
Google
lot of
it,
people
is
say,
that
hey,
what
we're
you're
under
saying?
attack by PAC. But then we have fingerprints placing this neo-Nazi guy
And
at
we-
the scene as well.
And we found Chester with a bunch of neo-Nazis in
Yeah.
West Virginia.
But we still don't know his involvement, right?
No.
And we don't know if possibly he just stole the
Which
car or
East
something like
Coast Air
that.
Force Base?
Yeah.
So,
at this time, we still can't say.
yeah, unless we know his motivation, I don't think we can keep going.
I agree with that.
I mean, unless, does it
Because we can't
intimidate,
say that he was trying to coerce the civilian
Would South
population or
Carolina
any of
be
those
able to
influence
things.
know?
policy, oh wait, affect the
Yeah.
conduct of the government by mass destruction?
We have no indication
No
of any of
indication?
those.
Okay,
Yeah, we
okay,
just
so
have
let's not call it
50 yeah,
terrorism.
Is there any
The only
other
thing we know is
information that
15
you
dead
can
and
share
10
with me to
wounded.
help us in this
So
situation?
obviously, it's a criminal act that we don't know. So it
All
might
right,
be
thank you very
terrorism,
much,
but as far
Commander.
as
I
right
hope you
now,
have a blessed day.
no, it's not defined.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Thank you, guys.
So he's 30 minutes to intercept?
So 30 minutes or
Okay.
less to intercept, we would
Saeed?
contact South Carolina.
We killed 2 of the top 10. Or we have 1 captured and we killed 1.
So do we want to talk about this decision point, so we're not,
Yep.
so what do you guys think about?
Black Lives Matter is tweeting, if anyone, just so
Okay.
people are aware, but,
So this is for the 117 flight.
Yes.
wait,
Okay.
what,
Or
that
both.
is?
Both.
2
So
flights.
this
both
is our
missing.
Air Force, how long it would take to scramble jets, it would be less than 30 minutes to intercept.
Do we need to call to order it?
I don't know, but she gave me the information to call
I
to order
think
it.
so.
We probably would have to call to order.
Hopefully we haven't used all our phones.
Yeah.
I think we're at 3.
Are there any alternatives to this?
Call.
I mean,
So here's the
worst
deal.
case scenario, if they fly into, U.S. territory.
So usually when they intercept, what they'll do is they'll come up next to them, they'll do their wings like this, they'll copy that motion, and then they'll guide them out of the airspace or on the right track, or they'll try and contact them in some other way. However, if they tip their wings like this and they don't respond, they'll do what's called like a flyby, where they basically put them in their vortices saying, hey, stop your actions now. And then if that still doesn't work, that's when they'll make a strike.
So I say that we go ahead and scramble the jets in order to start that process, because
Yes.
it's like 30
Okay.
minutes to take the process, and then
Yeah.
at the end of the day, if that's what it comes down to, if there's still no response, then maybe we can talk.
Well,
again.
and not only that, but the information we were given says
Can I have your
that
phone
the
again?
reason
Sorry.
for aircraft intercept include but are not limited to identifying, tracking, inspecting, or diverting an aircraft.
Okay.
So right now, we could just send them to identify the aircraft
Right.
without intending to do anything else.
Okay, we can do
We
that.
could definitely get that going.
And at
Yeah,
least
and I
monitor
think so,
them in
because it
their
takes 30
space.
minutes.
I'm gonna
Yep, they
put
can
that-
identify, track, and inspect the aircraft, and if it comes to that, they can attempt to divert it.
Okay, I'm just gonna put for scrambling jets.
Great.
Hello, this is
Christina.
Danielle, the Federal Law Enforcement Advisor.
We
We would
have
like to
human
speak
intel.
with the commander of the South Carolina Air
Are you
Force
just
Base,
meeting
please.
that mock run?
I'm almost done.
He's at the same pack facility where Rita Hawkins.
We would like them to
Oh,
scramble
wait,
jets
Sally.
and
Oh,
try
that's the
to
guy
contact and
who
intercept
executed the
flights
hikers.
117
he is
to
at the
flying into
same
Georgia,
pack facility
Georgia.
where-
He's here, okay.
Where
It's a
Rita was being-
747-400.
What happened?
The guy who beheaded the hikers, you
What we would
know?
like them to do is intercept them and try to make
Is he
contact.
one of the
If
PR?
contact is not made,
I
please
believe so.
contact
I
us
think
again
he was
so
the
that
one
we
that,
can make a
um,
decision as
He's
to
the one who
whether or
executed
not,
the hikers, and he took a video of beheading
Got it.
those hikers that were here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
There's
it.
one other flight.
So we know he's a bad dude.
427
Is he dead?
en
Is
route
that what you said?
from
No, he
France.
is at this pack facility where
That's
we found
correct.
This is
Hawkins.
legal support.
So you know, our allies went in and got Hawkins from this facility. He's there.
Yeah, I mean, that
So
was
is he
through
still
Syria.
there?
Yes, he's still
They
there.
left him there? I
117 to
don't
make contact with
They
them.
went to go get Hawkins.
And then
Well,
please
so the
report back
Israelis
to
went in to
us
get their
whether or not
soldiers
they
that were
have made
kidnapped.
contact,
And got
They also
whether
got
or not
Hawkins.
they're
Yeah.
responding.
So I guess he's still
So that we
there.
can authorize a strike on flight 117. And then to also make contact with flight 427 en route from Paris.
So,
We had some.
Sully, right over here.
The suspect.
He was the one who
suspect
executed these hikers that they found, you know?
The police authorities
He is located in
or
this
the local
training camp
authorities were already
where Hawkins was
on
found.
scene.
He's one of the people inside the building
We
that
don't know
Sully
that it's the
potentially is being
same
guarded.
camp.
No, it said so.
It was at a packed facility near
My
Dar.
recollection.
There could be more than one.
Because that's what,
It was our warrant, yes.
he said, he says the location that Hawkins was
I
at.
just want to confirm this.
Oh,
So I don't know if you got different.
Is Saeed dead?
Saeed?
That's
Sully,
all
no.
I know.
No. Okay.
No, Saeed
Tell-
Al-Ghafar.
Oh, yeah.
So,
This guy. Yeah, he's dead. And his, the wife is still alive.
Okay, so he's
Well,
in the, being protected in that
as far
camp.
as right
We
now.
think, yes, we think, we're pretty sure he's in that camp.
She is. Domestic
Express
violence.
condolences.
Sure.
As far as the.
What about me?
As far as the investigation, it's right now ongoing, and I don't think that we should share this information.
What
with
about
her at
this
time,
with the flight?
Or with the public.
We are scrambling
Yeah, just express
jets.
our
They
condolences.
can, be there in less than 30 minutes to intercept
Was
these
that a
planes.
decision that we were given?
Yes.
we
No.
decided to scramble the jets
Okay.
just to identify the aircraft at this time.
That sounds great.
Is
Could
it
you
both
give
of
me-
them or just the
could you give
one
me some
from
information
Paris?
regarding
It's
the red
both,
camera?
so they're
you
going
said
to try and
individuals
contact,
were
we made
parked
contact with
there,
both
but
of
they
them,
were
and if
not
they
found
don't,
inside the
there's,
vehicle?
they had direct instructions to contact us back in order to
Oh, inside
authorize
the
a
home.
strike.
Okay.
If it
So-
comes to
so the
that.
vehicle was
But we
all
are
there.
authorized to give a strike under FAA regulations.
Okay.
Per FAA, what is
Okay.
the?
Thank you so much.
right?
What is
It
it?
is.
News update.
News update? Okay, wait, I'll be ready.
If you don't have it, don't worry about it.
I do. Okay, let's see. Is there a marker?
Here.
5-16-13.
All right, so just wanted to update. Can we put a hold on that one? So I just want to update you guys. So the warrant was issued, SWAT team entered the home at Wheat Ridge residence. It did not belong to the suspects. It belonged to an old lady who had some heart issues and now she's in the hospital. The red Camry and the suspects are nowhere to be found right now. So that's kind of where we sit.
Okay.
Where's Rasha currently?
I mean, she
Detained by the
was,
CIA.
she was last in custody.
Is that okay to tell DHS?
Yes.
Shooting down, I believe, of the aircraft.
This is still the situation with the red camera from Colorado, right?
So I-
Yeah, that's
What's
the,
that on the side?
The information that you had about
Superior
the-
Forest?
Dara,
Oh, the person with the hijab.
the,
yeah, that's part of the
Facility?
anti-Muslim graffiti.
Okay.
the guy,
Should
where
probably put
where
that
did you get
together.
that? That the guy is at that location?
That's like in the mix.
Oh.
I
Yeah.
didn't see, I looked at your images, yeah.
Okay, so that video, Chris, you want to play that?
Yeah, the video, Chris? Is there anything important in that?
I'm Randy J. Marsh, and you're watching
It
Action
may
News
have been one of
5.
these guys.
We have breaking information about a possible plane hijacking
Because I
on the
didn't see
southern
that.
Atlantic coast in the United
Yeah.
States.
No, I don't know that-
Oh, was it a?
And Atlanta, Georgia has lost communication.
Is this the one that they keep sending us?
Yes, same one.
Because Brenda
We've
did,
gotten that 3 times.
still up there,
Yeah.
Hey,
but we
Christina?
Yes,
we raided that place and got
Can
a
you update
firefight.
some of the points in here?
I can try.
Potential target.
So like anything that's going on in Iraq, Jordan, Pan-Arab,
And we will continue.
Israel.
Which ones?
I have no clue what's going on in the Middle
Yeah,
East.
just
We might
check
just
that
talk
out.
about it at the end.
Let's do that.
Okay,
I
during that
need to
break.
deconflict something from an email
Sure.
that you got, I believe.
Sure, go for it.
I need to, it's about whether or not the guy is at that location.
Yeah, it's from the DOD.
This is from DOD,
Okay,
Signet.
okay, got
Where
it.
is it?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
one, so.
CIA trucks on
I'm
the
gonna
move.
take it.
We have drone
He's
video
still there.
feed.
Yeah, he's still there.
Rita Hawkins, who was being previously held to prepare to leave the compound. IDF soldiers reported explosives in the trucks at this facility.
Trying to get her out?
Yeah, so
Thought we were-
drone video feed appears to be trucks preparing to leave the compound.
Leaving this compound?
Yes,
The
the
bad
compound
guys.
where Rita Hawkins
Yep.
is at.
Okay.
Is that or
Okay.
was that? Because it was my
We rescued
understanding
her
that she
from
was
So
rescued.
this is just a, then look at this, you tell me.
Yeah.
So
We're
wait,
getting some
their guys leaving the
interesting
compound.
Yeah.
information.
So Chris, we had an ally invade this compound and.
She's injured but
She's
alive.
injured, but she's alive.
They're transporting her to
So
safety.
this is old information.
Yeah.
Or is this new?
Well, not necessarily, because Danielle got information that there's a POI at that location.
So
Yeah.
they're trying to
I don't know where
leave?
they would have
So-
gone in and gotten in a firefight and left the bad guy
So the
there.
IDF soldiers reported explosive in trucks at the facility. So that's gotta be new, because we don't have that up there.
Okay, explosive trucks.
Yeah.
All we
Alright,
have is
so we have a
drainage trucks.
decision point,
Yeah.
Sharon?
Okay.
I just
During the
received,
raid,
and we have 5
exchange
minutes.
Fire.
Hey, you
5
guys,
minutes?
so this is regarding Rio He's driving in a green Jeep with unmarked boxes, heading towards PG headquarters.
Right.
And so we need to articulate in the next 5 minutes, I do, whether or not we will do a targeted killing.
So first, we need to go through UN.
Wait, do we know his
Right? For
nationality?
self-defense?
What was that?
What's
I
his
don't know, I don't know
nationality?
Rio's nationality, no.
No. Do we need to go through this one first?
Um,
Because if it's allies and targets, which Indonesia is, then it's collective self-defense if we act, right?
let's see here. Yeah, and so we can't reach out to Indonesia and ask for permission. We just have to decide to conduct the strike or not.
Okay, we should go
So,
through if he's a
yeah,
legitimate target too.
Yeah, so he's connected with Joya.
So-
He has, there's reasonable belief that he's carrying in his green Jeep something that could devastate P&G headquarters
So-
and production site.
So we consider him logistical support, right?
Yeah.
And
On
he's
his way,
committing the
yep.
act, so he's a legitimate target.
Right.
Okay.
Strike national security.
I mean,
Who's this decision?
P&G headquarters.
Dallas.
we do own American.
Indonesia, there's a bad guy in Indonesia.
What's his name?
Rio.
Rio?
Rio.
Yes, because he'll be there momentarily.
Alternatives, I mean.
I don't think so.
If we don't have
Wasn't
a
there bombing
decision,
at
targeted collateral
Statue
damage.
recently?
Does it say anything about collateral damage?
Does not say anything.
Do I have a?
Where's the
no?
protest?
Yeah.
U.S. Embassy in Israel
Where's he
reported
going?
that the Israeli Prime
He's going to the
Minister
production site.
contacted
It's
them.
not headquarters.
So his partner blew up
Israeli Prime Minister, is
onto
that?
the production site.
That's not
And he
Rita,
had
is
for a
it?
final strike.
We got Rita back from the safe
Wait,
house where
who's the
idea-
Israeli Prime Minister?
So we saved Rita.
So they rescued her from the bad guy base and took her to a safe house and then told us where the safe house was and we have now got.
Okay, hold on a second.
Guys, does anyone-
Let's just finish this going
Yep.
through the.
Yeah.
Who's the Israeli Prime? Okay, I'm gonna Google it.
Netanyahu.
Right, so I think it will justify a killing. We need to talk about possible geopolitical ramifications. So Indonesia, what is the relationship with Indonesia?
So we have favorable relations with them.
A lot of economic.
They are they're the largest Muslim majority country in the world.
Yes,
And.
but they're also high in democracy,
Yeah.
and it's growing.
They're one of the largest democracies and they're also one of the largest markets in the world.
Yeah.
So, it's my understanding, so is P&G production site, has that already been exploded? And so this is just.
We would like them to deploy.
Yes, there was a
to
bomb.
Is it been, like,
intercept the two
militarily-
jets and
I don't know, like,
Because
what
they're
do you
on.
guys think?
I will be.
I would say yes.
I say-
Okay, thank you.
So do you think that,
Okay.
kind of, the potential geopolitical ramifications outweigh it or no? As far
I
as
think-
striking?
I actually think they'd be helpful because we own the plant with Indonesia, right?
Well, so we can't ask them,
But I feel like they'd be supportive of us preserving
Yeah.
the P&G headquarters.
So if we just,
Well, and also if there's any civilians in the area, I mean, they would want us to preserve them too, so I would say yes.
do we have time to make it, well, probably not time to
We
make a call
have
regarding
2 minutes. Well,
potential
1.5.
collateral damage?
yeah, we're not gonna make calls during the time crunch, remember?
Yeah.
All
So,
right.
I think we just have to
Thank you.
accept whatever
I
collateral
have a
damage,
decision I have
because
to make, Sharon.
it's a
Specialized
US.
legal support?
Yep.
So we're gonna do the attack from what I understand.
Do it.
So this
Yeah,
is a
go
little
for
bit
it.
of a group decision because.
Okay.
Okay, so the two flights still have not made contact. U.S. air traffic control in Atlanta and JFK have not been able to establish contact. We have pilots flying from New York City and North Carolina that we can deploy in order to intercept the planes. The president has authorized anything necessary to avert an imminent terrorist attack. I have 4 minutes to articulate my decision. Now, here's the key point. We only have time to contact the pilots once and give them one full message. My suggestion is that we contact them, ask them to make contact with the two jets. If they are unable to make contact, ask them to tip their wings. If they are unable to tip their wings, and it seems that the plane is being unresponsive and it's deliberately not following them out of the airspace, I will authorize a strike.
I agree.
I agree.
Yeah, okay.
Because it can be
Do you have
used as a
any
weapon, and
Right.
my suggestion, if there's any like ambiguity, is to consider being a passenger on board one of these hijacked planes if it turns out it's hijacked, or aboard a non-hijacked plane. In either event, I would rather that my plane be taken down than injured.
And I think
Not just that, but we have suspicion that it's headed
So-
towards the stadium, right?
Yep.
Yes.
And I think we
Yeah,
have
we have to do it.
public
So-
support because Americans are very sensitive to plane attacks.
Yeah.
So, because of 9/11.
I think
Okay.
that-
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so we approved the targeted killing
Yes,
yes.
on this individual heading to B&G.
Yes.
We also are approving having jets try to identify, and if that's not possible, take down the unidentified plane.
All right.
Uncommunicated.
So we know Rita Hawkins is okay?
And unfortunately, it's going to result in the loss of,
Hundreds
US
of
lives and
Yeah.
also other lives. However, it has the potential of saving, thousands more.
So I think it's important to
That's the argument.
consider those geopolitical ramifications. There's lots of people who are not US citizens that we are deciding to kill.
Do we want to maybe contact them?
Contact the nations,
Yeah.
the
I don't know that we
UK
have
Prime
a-
Minister?
Like the facility or the capability of doing
Yeah,
that.
because we don't know.
But we should definitely, if we had that possibility, we would do that.
Hey,
Should we?
so I have 3 minutes
Call?
now
Yeah, I guess we
to
could.
articulate.
Yeah, that's a good.
So.
Do we call the Prime Minister or do we?
No,
have-
we're not gonna do that now,
No.
so I have to, in 3 minutes, relay the task force instructions via camera articulation to use any means deemed necessary to prevent imminent terrorist attacks regarding
This is what
the.
she's,
Someone call
Regarding the what?
Do you have,
She called me to.
no, it's
relay
not a
that
flight,
to
so
him. So this is something different?
flight 117.
Yeah, this is the 2 flights.
Well, and now, let's see here,
Danny, you have
Read the
1
bomb.
minute.
so once you have,
so are you articulating what she's writing?
so this, I have to do it in front of a camera.
So you're both doing the same thing, just different
sounds
mediums.
like-
I'm doing it in front of the camera too.
Did you get this email? It says specialized.
No, she
legal
called.
support. Oh, interesting.
And I said, are you sure of me? And she said, yes, you.
Okay.
Okay.
But maybe it's
Well, if I
you.
haven't-
All right.
Both can
well,
do
together.
it.
Go
Both do
together.
it.
Yeah, we'll just
Well,
both
I don't know
go.
if that would be,
Just both
You
do
both
it.
got,
you just watch our,
Both
I mean, I'm just
Yeah,
worried
both be
about.
ready to do it in case they do decide to
So
pull you
in
both.
case the situation happens, the instructions are intercept the planes, try to establish contact with the planes by tipping of the wings. If they are unable to establish contact and the planes are unresponsive, try a flyby and a direct threatening motion to the planes. If they are still unresponsive,
Maybe you should articulate. 'Cause you
that's
actually-
what she,
I agree.
she's saying in case
So let's
she's not
do that.
able to do it. If
Or 'cause
send
they
her
really
back
want
out-
you to do it.
Yeah, we'll see who comes, okay.
if they're unable to still make any, if they're unable to guide the planes out of the airspace and on course, we authorize a strike.
Just to clarify, federal law enforcement will be articulating.
Oh, good. Okay, great. Thank you.
That helps.
I'll just go now. Can I go now?
No.
Yeah, okay,
go
thank
now.
you. And who am
Okay,
talking to
I
in
got
the-
an email
Did you get
from
that?
the President of the United States. Task force, your presence is requested at a congressional panel to discuss recent events you've been involved with. Panel will convene in 30 minutes. So we start at 10:15.
Okay, so
So,
it's the same.
Let's just wait till.
We got 15 minutes left, I believe.
Of the
before
simulation?
this is over.
Yeah, it'll end at 10.
I love that.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, I sent an email, because there was an email earlier about saying like, hey, if there's any updates to the most wanted list, let us know. And so I sent an email because simple fact is we killed Saeed Al-Ghafari and we captured the wife. So I told him that we took out 2 of the top 10.
Randy J. Marsh here with an Action News 5 report. We have good news coming out of New York City tonight. The Federal Aviation Administration has just announced that communications with Delta Flight 427 from Paris to New York City have been established. According to the FAA, the communication system on the airplane was not functioning correctly. However, those systems have been fixed and the flight is scheduled to safely touch down in a matter of minutes. Unfortunately for those in Atlanta, we have yet to receive any positive news. We are getting reports of chaos, as some individuals who have seen news reports are evacuating the city center. Traffic is at a standstill, and people are wondering what will happen. Our sources have confirmed that the United States Air Force is standing by to take action on Flight 117. We encourage everyone in Atlanta to be safe and comply with the proper authorities. More to come.
Yeah, that was my concern when Danny was saying that. It's like, what if the, like, communication is.
Well, no, that's what, so when you're going in front of the plane and
But
you're
we-
tipping, if the pilot doesn't have radio, they can do that
Yeah, and to
These are
signify, yeah.
established.
So I'm glad we did that and didn't go straight to
Yep.
striking them.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
But then we still have the Georgia plane to
Yep.
figure out.
So then the jet will get in front of it, and the afterburner, like, the exhaust from those is pretty intense. So that in front of your plane is not
So-
something that you're gonna
Gonna miss.
miss.
Okay.
So it looks like domestic, we're still unsure on the Columbus thing, how that ended.
So
We did catch the guy, but we don't have any further information about whether
Wait, we
he
caught the
was
guy?
Yeah, we caught.
Which guy? Oh, yeah, we detained him, Chester Smith.
Chester, yeah, but we don't have any,
No updates still.
yeah, we don't know for sure that he was the perpetrator,
Okay.
but we do have him in custody.
And we don't know whether or not this, well, under our definition, we don't have
We have no.
enough
Motive.
information.
Right,
to
right.
determine.
Okay, Colorado.
Yeah.
We're still trying to find that Camaro, right? Or Camry?
So it's a Camry, yeah, so like I said, the Wheat Ridge residence at which this car was found to be at 6:15 in the morning, that was not their residence. It
Poor old
actually belonged
lady.
to a little old lady. So when I issued a warrant to enter the home, she was scared and her heart hurts. Now my heart hurts.
But we don't have any further information about the actual perpetrator
No,
or any motivation.
there's, yeah.
Okay, that too? Yeah.
So that's not
Okay, that's
terrorism
good.
either.
Okay, they got Bella one.
Good.
He was the only casualty and the Jeep was carrying explosives. Oh, but a wildfire has started.
Uh,
Okay.
Celebrated too early, Mike.
Yeah, because it's heavy force. That was to be expected.
Thanks. Okay.
Okay,
Hey, so
so,
sorry.
go ahead.
So our drone strike was successful. We
Okay.
got the bad guy. He was
Only
carrying
casualty was him.
explosives. No collateral damage. However, it
Started a
did
wildfire.
ignite a wildfire,
We also reestablished contact with
which
427.
is going to be very upsetting because they're already experiencing deforestation.
So
Any
Maybe the
idea-
wildfire
The
won't
flight
get
to
too out of
Georgia is
hand
still out of
because
contact,
they're
but we did
experiencing-
contact the New York flight.
Any idea what was going on with 427?
Comms
Their
weren't
comms are
working.
down. They reestablished.
Okay, I have 3 minutes to do a briefing.
That reminds me, is the 747-400 one of those planes?
Here, let's
that-
listen. to
I'm
Steve's
doing
information.
about flight 117 and 427.
Okay, so
Be
427.
prepared to discuss the decisions surrounding this event, the consequences of the decisions. Okay, so let's
I
see.
just did that.
So you might want to brief her.
Yeah, do you want a briefing or do you know what
Well,
to
you're
say?
telling-
Hold on, I'll start and if I have questions.
So that's probably our thing, but I'm sure we're going to receive a decision thing as well. Military and peacekeeping,
That's him.
Chris?
Yeah, I'm looking
Got
at.
that, the CIA?
Military, signal intelligence report, trucks possibly.
Danielle, did you use the FAA regulation number?
I did.
Okay,
Um,
so just to talk through this compound is 6 miles from the city of Dara, 2 miles from the
Scrambled
closest
jets.
neighborhood.
Danny, to,
It's
what
a
was it,
very-
established?
and we can strike in a minute.
Like, what was,
So what's
because if they're
the-
unresponsive, you can scramble them.
Articulating the
ADSE.
decision to the
We
military. and
scrambled
whether or not
jets
strike the
to
compound in 4
intercept.
minutes.
How much time do you have, Chris?
And make
Yeah.
contact
But it says, see, so you read it. My understanding
To
is that
change
it
their
will only take a
flight
minute to strike
trajectory.
it. Once we give the go order, and it's 2 miles away.
in the
So-
event
so
of no
the
contact.
trucks are getting ready to leave?
We authorize
Yeah.
So we want to
them
hit it before
to
the
shoot
trucks leave.
down
Yeah,
the
Because
two
when the trucks
heads.
leave, then they'll go into town.
Yeah.
Okay.
This was authorized
So, yeah, let's go
obviously
through the
because it was
decision.
aimed at the
We're
stadium.
doing target.
Going into Atlanta
So,
was
yes,
it's a
unresponsive.
legitimate target.
Is the target a threat to national security? Well, it's a terrorist
Well, that's
organization.
a good question, though. Is it, are there US lives at risk?
No,
Because
The
the only
planes were
person that
fully
we know
packed.
that was there was
We
already
saved.
rescued.
And we're very large
So that's
Jets.
interesting.
but we have.
So that comes back to
International
Article
passengers.
51.
with international
Yeah,
US is
passengers.
the target, is the US ally the target?
190 US
have-
What's our
citizens,
relation with Syria?
100 UK citizens.
That was on
Not a good one.
How much?
427?
Not a good
That's
one.
on.
We are not currently,
That's on 117?
Yep.
2 minutes from
Here, let me look.
9:49.
It came in at 9:49, so I got
And
two
then
more.
you-
And then however
minutes?
many, we don't know how
Then
many
you gotta do
citizens
it.
are otherwise.
We are
Okay,
not currently.
so we reestablished connections
allied
with
the regime
427.
in Yemen, or in
That's
Syria.
correct. And the reason
So,
we had gone
No,
offline with
it's
them
not justified
was
under
because
Article
they,
51. We can
was it a
still do it if we felt like it was
There's
necessary.
a, man, or it's like
They are
a
a
faulty
legitimate target, as there
system.
should be.
How much time do they
faulty
have?
So
communication.
there are
Then 15 seconds left. Okay.
We would be infringing on their sovereignty. We may not care under Article 51. Because Syria is going to be like, hey, what'd you do that
They're
for?
always, they've been on.
Oh, it was
So
basically.
it is bad, they are
giving us
bad
an
guys.
update
They
on-
have done
Are they
fights
doing an
against
email
Americans
articulation, do you
in the
know?
past.
Email?
And they're
I'm not
So
sure.
maybe they will,
Yeah.
well, so they may be responsible
Guess
for
we're.
future.
Guys, your time is up.
National panel
So
in
I
30
would classify
minutes.
that
Yes.
as-
Okay, so we're,
To
okay.
avoid.
I'm just trying to figure out balance.
Self-defense against future attacks.
We'll have 15 minutes.
I think, yeah, yeah.
I
But
know
you would have
me
to
too.
articulate
Yeah, me too.
self-defense
And I have to
under
put this
Article
on.
51 because they have
Foreign intelligence?
done that in the
Hey.
past.
All right.
Okay, so
So,
what was the issue?
We're going, so the compound, the trucks are moving, they have explosives in them. They're 6 miles from Daraa, a city in Syria, 2 miles from the closest neighborhood, so they're in the middle of nowhere. Once we give an order, it takes only a minute for the
Yeah.
drone strike to occur.
We're striking them because.
Hey, you'll receive a call in 7 minutes. Sorry to interrupt you.
Different.
The Kenyan military has pinpointed the location of the hostages. They are currently being held at a compound in the southeast
Who?
quarter city of Luke. This is from the Department of State. I don't know how to
I
say.
already took this.
Yeah, we
call.
Oh,
already,
you
and
did?
we already went
But
and
those were a
rescued.
long time
Yeah.
ago.
Okay, you just got an email.
Yeah. Old
Keep
email.
talking, sorry.
So we're gonna strike the compound,
Okay.
and we're going,
After unable to establish contact with them, we scrambled jets from the East Coast base to intercept the plane and to make contact to try and change the flight trajectory. If there was no contact after that, we had authorized shooting down the planes. We authorized this because it was aimed at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium where the NCAA tournament was being held.
And how do we know it was aimed at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium?
It was highly suspected. We know that they wanted to target large events. The plane was still heading towards Georgia. We believe that to be the logical assumption.
But we had no confirmation.
No confirmation, but it was highly suspected.
And so what did we do in response that we thought was a Mercedes-Benz Stadium? Did we contact anyone?
Yes, we
in
did.
Atlanta?
We did authorize an evacuation of the stadium to prevent that.
So there was an evacuation of the stadium. I mean, just the stadium?
Yes,
So we didn't authorize an evacuation of the area even surrounding the stadium, maybe even the city? I mean, if a plane is heading towards the stadium, wouldn't it impact more than just the stadium?
it could, but we felt very strongly that it was going to target a large spending event such as the sports stadium. It was a newly constructed stadium that was going to be packed to the brim for this event. We considered that the logical target and felt that that should be evacuated first until we had more information.
And why not a larger evacuation?
We didn't have concrete information, didn't want to create a panic within the whole city if we believed that was the most logical target.
Okay.
Both the planes are full, they're international planes. Flight 117 has 416 people total, with 190 of those being US citizens and 100 of them being from the UK. While we have not reestablished connection with that plane, we have reestablished connection with Flight 427 that was heading towards New York. It turns out there was faulty equipment in the plane, which disabled the communication. So we were able to fix that.
So what are we doing about plane 117?
We still have the jets that are scrambled. They're trying to make contact right now.
What are their orders?
There are 2 jets, they're going to try to make contact with the plane. If unresponsive, then they are authorized to shoot down the plane.
They're going to shoot down a plane full of 416 people.
Yes.
Have any attempts have been made to alert the UK prior to shooting down a plane with 100 of their citizens on board?
I'm unfamiliar if that has been done. I do not have any knowledge of the UK being contacted yet.
I mean, certainly there's a threat here, but
Right.
if there is a chance that we are going to shoot down a plane with 100 citizens from the UK on board, certainly we don't want to just we want to have some contact with the UK, right? I mean, was that even brought up as a possibility to contact?
It was brought up as a possibility, but we were more concerned with the immediacy of the flight because it is, the trajectory does show it landing in 45 minutes. So we thought it was best to scramble the jets and get that taken care of before we notify the UK.
So we're not going to share information with them?
We have not done so yet, but that does not mean that we won't do so in the future.
But presumably this would be after we take down the plane.
I'm unsure if that is being done. We still haven't taken down the plane. There's still time to contact the UK and notify them.
Well, when is the plane expected to land? I mean, I'm sure it's pretty imminent. We've had information about this plane strike for some time. Do we know when we think this may happen?
We just know that it is on track to enter the United States in 15 minutes and reach Georgia within 45 minutes.
So, I mean, it could be striking as we speak.
Yes.
Okay.
And that is all the information I have unless you have more questions.
Can you tell me about the efforts made to contact the plane? I mean, we have some aviation standards that we are supposed to follow. Do you know if those standards were followed and what they were here?
Yes, the aviation standards were followed. Multiple attempts to communicate with the plane had been attempted. We followed the ADIZ regulations in trying to communicate with these planes. It was only after those regulations failed that we decided to scramble the jets to make one last attempt at communication.
And so now we know that the flight to New York was just system error, mechanical failure, if you will. How are we sure that's not what's happening with the flight en route to Atlanta as well? I mean, we have the same information, presumably background about the two planes. We've now learned that this was just communication error. I mean, are we sure that's not what's happening here? I mean, we're about to strike down a plane full of 416 people, according to what your instructions you gave.
Mm-hmm.
Have we considered the fact that this is just another mechanical failure and we're about to take down 416 innocent lives for a mechanical failure?
We have considered that. However, before we lost contact with plane 117, there was reports of an unruly passenger, which we believe might have been the hijacker. Now, we don't know for certain if it's equipment failure or if it's a hijacking, but due to the evidence that we do have, it's looking more and more likely that it is a hijacking.
I mean, unruly passengers happen all the time, though. What evidence beyond the unruly hijacker do you think gives you the ability to make this a legitimate target here?
Well, I mean, the fact that they aren't contacting, the fact that it is heading towards a large stadium, the fact that we have had threats from ISIS or PAC that they are going to make attacks on America. There's a lot of things that lead us to this conclusion. If the jets are unable to make contact, then that would be the last effort, because that would not require the use of a communication system. That would be the pilot able to circumvent that communication system if it was faulty.
Okay. So your team has determined that they are authorized, they are well within their rights to take down this plane because it poses enough of a threat that we are risking killing 190 U.S. citizens in this attack.
I think when you weigh the two outcomes, if it's crashing into a giant stadium that is holding the NCAA tournament with thousands of individuals and the 400 individuals, I think it's the lesser of two evils.
Potentially, but we don't know that.
No, and we are doing everything we can to make sure that we are not willy-nilly striking this plane.
I mean, because we originally believed that they were also heading to a stadium in New York with the other flight, correct?
I do not believe it was.
So we just thought it was the stadium in Atlanta.
Yeah, we thought it was the stadium in Atlanta, and we still think that, but we do not know where they were heading in New York.
And the only difference really between the two planes is that one made contact and one didn't.
Yes.
All right. What communications are we going to have with the UK regarding this decision? I mean, your team has decided not to contact them prior, at least give them heads up. What kind of response do you think we're going to have with them, and how are we going to explain our decision to take down this plane without even contacting them to give them a heads up? What's our justification here?
I mean, I do believe we should contact them before the events, but I don't.
But I mean, that could be too late.
Right, but I don't think it would have influenced us. I mean, we have strong relations with UK, and that should be honored by giving them a heads up. But it is US citizens at that arena, and that is always our first priority.
For intelligence, can you come with me, please?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. breaking news, we're done.
Yay!
What happened to
the
Flight
plane?
117?
We haven't gotten.
You will possibly find that out in
How
a
can
congressional
we be
hearing.
done?
Okay.
In a congressional hearing, you will possibly
We
find out more
possibly
information.
killed
I feel like I just
Yes.
broke up
So
with
if you guys
someone.
want to take 10 minutes,
We have 10 minutes?
if we can meet here at 10:10, and I'll walk you guys to the courtroom.
Okay,
So pick up everything? Do we get, are we printing our things?
can we bring our laptops, yes or no?
Let me confirm how.
Like, what do we?
Yeah, do you want to, should we take pictures?
I would not
Print
recommend
it
bringing
out.
your laptop.
Okay, so I have to.
You gotta
print
print it
this?
out.
Christina's gonna take pictures of the whiteboard and print it out for us.
That'd be awesome.
I might wanna break it into sections, man.
Yeah.
I got these two.
Okay,
Can you take a
print
picture of that?
anywhere.
I really gotta get to bed.
Yeah, me too.
How many copies? 6.
Is there anything I need to do before I go?
No, you're good.
Hey, Christina, we got these two.
You got those two?
Okay, I'm going to go print these and go pee. I have to go so bad. You guys are awesome. Good job, team.
Most of
Do
these
you wanna-
things didn't end up being anything,
They were
like this
chatter.
Des Moines, yeah, light.
Do you want to,
Well, I don't
send
even
those
know what
pictures in the
happened
group
with
and
the
I'll
gas
print
tank.
them?
Was there anything
Well,
to
so,
it?
no, these guys are still on the run.
Did you just take pictures?
He did.
Do you wanna send those
I'm gonna
pictures to me?
take a leak. I'll be back. I gotta
Print them
fix
out?
some shit.
Right now?
Yeah.
Okay, just to let you guys know, anything you leave in here will be secure while you're in the congressional hearing. Afterwards, we can just clean up.
I'll talk. Did they say anything? Did you walk by?
He said, nah.
Oh, one of them, the first guy didn't say anything, did he?
Well, he's in one of my other classes.
Oh, I see.
He took this class last year, and so they had him kind of, he's gonna be on the congressional panel. So he said we can leave this stuff here.
I'm taking my notes with me.
Good idea.
So, know Christina's gonna like print some stuff out. I just kind of walked around and put a little bit of like notes down. In Jordan, nothing really happened, right?
No, they blew up our
Recommended it for next year.
Was it just over after? Oh, so
I'll be here in like 4 minutes. I was hoping they were going to expose Well, I don't want to, you should. We want to make sure, obviously, that they each have.
That'd be great.
Thank you. You, right there, you're not talking. Oh, we already have a couple ones on. All timeline of events, maybe.
I'll touch, make sure we get to the key ones first, the canyon entering the mosque, the search warrant, the targeted killing. And then we can, I mean, we have plenty of material here, they can.
I'd have to get through it all, honestly. There, there's, there's already, you can tell 2 or 3 people who will talk.
No, prepared 6 documents.
You can ask them. Yeah, I don't.
Okay, welcome everybody. This congressional panel, will please come to order at this time. Pursuant to notice, I now call upon the matter set forth today with the President's Counter-Terrorism Task Force called before this panel to answer for our nation's actions in recent events in domestic and international terrorism. Representatives, you now have the floor. Please ask questions one at a time so as to ensure your questions can be heard fully by the task force member and allow a response. This hearing will run up until the top of the hour. And I'll start things off with the first question regarding the use of the Kenyan military in Somalia. Could you walk us through your decision-making in connection with that?
Is that addressed to a specific advisor, or can anybody take that? Absolutely. When we were considering how to proceed, we considered the different ramifications of force under Article 51. And Article 51 of the UN treaty basically says that if we are acting under self-defense or collective self-defense, that is a situation that that allows us to infringe upon the sovereignty of another country. We had been working with the Kenyan military up to that point to try to find these hostages. The hostages included Kenyans and Americans. Because of our long-standing relationship with them and our attempts to help them with their counterterrorism program, we were allowing them to take the lead on that, and we were supporting them. When we identified that the hostages had actually been taken into Somalia under Article 51, it was permissible for both them and us, due to the fact that there were both Kenyans and Americans, to go into Somalia to conduct that raid. We therefore supported them, and they were successful in doing that and rescued all of the hostages. There were some civilian casualties, but we have no data about the extent or kinds of casualties that happened outside of that raid.
Yes, we were aware of the history of Kenya, but with our recent efforts in training them in counter-terrorist procedures and also modernizing their military, we had gained a trust and a belief that this would be a great example to allow the Kenyan military to go out and show all the training they've received and all the development that they had incurred with us there advising them. And thus is why we believed it was the right thing to do at the time, Mr. Chairman, to send in the Kenyan military. So what our military follows as an identifying IEDs, as well as going into zones where obviously you can't tell who is the enemy and who's a friend. The modernization of the military was from their equipment to their transportation. Because of this, we believed it was the best way to go, and also to show the work that they put in. I think it was granted. I mean, they're one of our few allies or close relationships in the continent, and I think it was worth showing that they had the capability to do these things on their own.
So, given the civilian casualties that were incurred in using them instead of our own troops, are you still satisfied with your decision to do that in light of the information you have now?
Yes, we are satisfied as a group. The reason being is that contrary to the historical past of the United States in its efforts in the continent of Africa, I think it's important to note how necessary it is for the Kenyan government to show that they can become independent and that United States assistance is not required in every situation. Culturally, Africa enjoys seeing a strong arm in the region, and if they expect us to be doing that work, how will they ever develop? How will they ever grow and become not relying on the United States? And so in light of the recent information and events, I believe still to this point that it was necessary to allow them to carry out the operation with us overseeing it.
Are you saying that that's more important than the lives that were lost?
I can speak to that. I think it's important to remember that the point of the operation was to save American and Kenyan lives, and that was successful. The raid was conducted professionally and successfully with all of the hostages coming home. If we had used SEALs, Navy SEALs, American forces, we have no way to know whether or not there would have been the same amount or less or more civilian casualties. So based on the information that we had at the time and the geopolitical ramifications that we had considered, that was the best decision, and we stand by it.
I just have a follow-up question. On your decision to use Article 51 as a basis to enter, was it Somalia where they ended up being? Was there any conversation with the Somalian government or anything of that matter? Because this group tends to be, it's not an official government group, correct? It's a militant terrorist group?
We actually never received corroborated solid information on the group. We received information that it could be Al-Shabaab, but we never...
So was there a conversation that took place to attempt to contact the Somalian government before you before we went into their sovereign territory.
Just what?
I can speak to
Yeah,
that.
Daniel?
I can actually speak to that. Due to the state of Somalia at this time, it would have, Somalia's government is slightly inoperable at the moment. Therefore, even if we were to have contacted Somalia directly, it's unlikely that we would have been able to reach out to the correct officials in order to deal with the situation. Therefore, we thought it was in the best interest of the Somali people and the Kenyan citizens whose lives were also at stake to carry out the raid with the aid of the Kenyan military.
Just so I'm clear, is it your position that Article 51 gives you the right to enter into another country even if you don't know the identity of the perpetrator of the attack?
Article 51 allows us to conduct self-defense, even if that means going into another country without their permission. We knew that there were American lives and Kenyan lives at stake. They were, by whatever organization or group that was there, whether it was a state actor or a non-state actor, wouldn't have made a difference in our decision pertaining to Article 51, because either way, it would have been an act of self-defense collectively and individually to go into Somalia.
And that is, excuse me, and that is how we interpret Article 51 of the UN Charter as well, at least until the Security Council has taken necessary information to address the situation at hand.
Thank you.
I have a question about the U.S. Embassy in Jordan. And I'd actually like to ask Foreign Intelligence about this. So, can you talk us through exactly what took so long to evacuate the embassy in Jordan, and why exactly was that how exactly was that decision reached?
One second, sorry. We had various reports about violence outside the embassy, but we couldn't corroborate that evidence. There was lots of activity on Twitter about violence outside, Molotov cocktails, bombing. So it took us a while to decipher what was actionable intelligence. But once we did decide that it was actionable intelligence, we thought that evacuating the embassy was the best option, since the most damage would be done to the people inside the embassy.
Was there enough time to evacuate everyone?
I believe there was enough time to evacuate everyone.
Do you have any details on the final death toll that surrounded this unfortunate incident?
Yes, there was a bombing that went off, and it looks like 138 died as a result of that bombing. But we were able to save many of the individuals in the embassy by attempting evacuation. So I do believe it was a worthwhile effort to try and evacuate.
Can I add to that just a little bit? So in regards to the delayed tactic, so as far as evacuating the embassy, it started out as peaceful protests outside, and then rocks began being thrown, and at that time we didn't think that it was pertinent or immediate or imminent, rather, at least as much of a threat to our U.S. Embassy to alert them. So they were aware, and then once we got actionable intelligence, like Christina said, that's when we decided to act. But that kind of explains the longer duration.
I have a follow-up question for Foreign Intelligence. You made the decision after the bombing to share intelligence with regional countries in that region. Can you walk me through which countries you decided to share that with and why?
We decided to share with the surrounding Middle Eastern states due to the fact that one person, Ms. Hawkins, was dragged from the embassy. So by informing the neighboring community about that issue and about the bombing issue, it was giving them a heads up to this missing person and to be on alert for other bombings that might occur in the area.
But do you have specific countries you shared it with?
We shared it with surrounding Middle Eastern countries.
Well, I asked that because surrounding Middle countries, there's surrounding Middle Eastern countries that have ties to terrorist groups. So maybe your intelligence was shared in a manner that could have impeded our ability to find Ms. Hawkins. And So I was just kind of curious what the psychology was for which countries to choose to share intelligence with, et cetera.
I think it's just a smart idea to maintain those relationships. I think it's better to be friendly to the neighboring community and try to maintain those connections as best as we can.
So the surrounding countries, including Egypt and even Iraq, we have positive governmental relationships with them. We don't agree on everything, and we don't trust them with everything, but we felt like this information was important to get out there so that if there was any actionable intelligence that they would be able to provide to help us identify the location of Ms. Hawkins, that would be worth any potential backlash from sharing that information.
Well, and I agree, we need to share intelligence, but I think it's always appropriate to know who you're sharing it with, as human lives depend on intelligence gathering and sharing. So moving forward, it's probably recommended to know who you're sharing that with.
Just to follow up to that, sorry, go ahead, Congressman.
I was going to move off onto another topic. Go ahead with the follow-up. Well, I want to get to I want you to explain to me or acknowledge whether or not you agree it was a mistake to enter the mosque. Do you admit that was a mistake, or do you feel that was the right decision? And I can speak to that. So we were relying on little intelligence that we had. And so what we had first suggested was that we use one of our assets in local community to go in and conduct kind of a search to see if these two persons of interest were in the mosque. Unfortunately, we did not have the ability to do so, and so we did have an executive decision made to enter the mosque.
Before you entered, what intelligence did you have that Ms. Hawkins was in the mosque?
I can speak to that, Congressman. So the two individuals who are both also on the watch list, the names were Saeed Al-Ghafari and Rasha Al-Ghafari, also known as Jihad Jain. They had been spotted by human intelligence to entering into the mosque in Mosul, and there was not a clear indication that Ms. Hawkins was with them as being kidnapped, and that was all the information we had, including that they had an idea of prolonging their stay inside that mosque for the time being.
Do you recognize the political ramifications of entering into a mosque?
Certainly. In hindsight's 2020, and I think that if we had to do it again, we would have. There was an American life at stake.
So you are admitting it was a mistake to enter?
It was a mistake, meaning that I wish that we had more information prior to it having done so.
It sounded like you had a lot of information, though. Were you all able to come to this decision together?
We were given the information after the decision was made.
Who made the decision?
So I did, and that's kind of why I spoke to this.
The president. It was an executive decision that was made after our recommendation. The recommendation that we made was not an available option. We didn't know that at the time. After we made the decision, or after it was unilaterally made because we didn't have that information as a group, we weren't aware that was a decision that needed to be made. But after that happened, the decision was made above our level to go into that mosque due to the lack of a decision that we had been able to provide. That being said, the results of that event produced no political backlash and in fact resulted in the death of one of the high-value targets of the FBI, as well as actionable intelligence that led to the rescue of Ms. Hawkins.
So to clarify,
and the destruction of a
clarify,
camp.
your group didn't make a decision as to whether to enter the mosque or not, and it was made above you.
Yes, and so the decision that I had offered up on the severely limited intelligence that we had, it was not actionable. They chose not to take that, and so they issued an executive order or decision, rather, to go ahead and enter into the mosque.
Can we just unpack your decision? What was your thought process? Walk us through what you were thinking in terms of the intelligence that you had available to you, your decision, and the anticipated consequences of that decision and alternatives to that decision that you contemplated at the time?
Right. So, like I said, we had very limited intel when I was asked to brief our superior. And so, after getting more of the information, what I had suggested as an alternative, because of course I acknowledge the geopolitical or potentially geopolitical ramifications that would come about if we allowed our military to go into a mosque guns blazing. And so I did not want to do that for obvious reasons. And so what I had offered up as an alternative instead was to work with one of our assets in the local community to go there on a fact-finding, mission. And then there begs the question of, then we're putting potentially his or her life at stake, but obviously there's not going to be a gun held to anybody's head. This is going to be this individual's own choice, own decision. And so that was the alternative that I had proposed. Unfortunately, that was not feasible at the time, which is then why.
So to reframe this really quickly,
yes,
what you're saying is that you decided to not enter the mosque, communicated that, but poorly, and they decided to override your decision and went into the mosque anyways.
Well, so I communicated that military personnel were not to enter the mosque, but to get one of the assets, an individual with which we've been working in the local community to do so.
You've explained this thoroughly. I understand exactly what you're portraying, but they overrode that decision.
Yes.
So what was it in your decision making that made that unclear, that they were not to enter the mosque?
Congressman, if I may say so, as a counterterrorism task force, there are certain decisions that we are authorized to make. There are others that require higher authorization. In this case, when we had advised the president on what our decision was as a task force, the president decided against that and did move military forces in. Our decision
My understanding, this
clearly,
was your decision to make. Are you trying to say that it belonged to someone else?
That's correct. It belongs to the military as ordered through the president.
So then what you're saying is that you disagree with the president and you think he made a mistake, is that right?
We would never disagree with the president, Congresswoman. We are his advisors, and we act in an advising capacity.
What confuses me is this availability of resources. You say you weren't. It sounds like you weren't sure of what resources you had because you provided an option that you didn't. That wasn't really an option, according to the president and the military itself. So as the president's counterterrorism task force, how is there a miscommunication on what resources we have available and not available? Because our records our records indicate that you had two choices. You could monitor the situation or send in military.
We were given those two choices and the additional information while our legal advisor was in the middle of his briefing, and so that was unavailable to him at the time that he made that decision.
So perhaps we could get to what came after this situation, specifically the enhanced interrogation, the level 2. What on earth is that?
Do you want to take that, Sharon?
Yeah.
Sharon? Yeah. You want me to? Here.
We have information. We have a packet that we have available to you if you'd like that you can.
And I'll look at the packet, but I'd like somebody.
We'll also walk you through it. Absolutely.
Perhaps someone can do that while he's handing that out.
Yeah.
I can do that. So in our decision on what enhanced interrogation methods to use, we thought an escalation method would be best so that we are not starting out with the strongest torture if it's not warranted. So we enhanced interrogation, excuse me. So we divided it into 3 levels of enhanced interrogation. The first level would be a psychological type of enhanced interrogation with no physical act.
And just to interrupt you, Christina, you can find that on your packet on page 5.
Yes, so level 1 would be psychological with no physical action. Level 2 would be small physical actions such as slaps, short sessions of stress positions, just smaller scale physical enhanced interrogation. And level 3 was the large physical enhanced interrogation which is severe beatings, waterboarding, and all of these are listed in that packet on page 5.
So what's the line between the levels that you've created here and torture?
The line,
I think what the Congresswoman is trying to get to is all of these levels seem legally dubious in some respect. Why would a level 2 be appropriate when a level 3 would not?
We determined, based on their role, the potential scale of the attack, several factors of, or how imminent the information is needed. These would determine what scale of enhanced interrogation we would use. If they were a small player with no information, we're not going to start out with the strongest level of enhanced interrogation.
So, but you don't know if they have the information. In those instances when you are completely unaware, how are you able to assess and determine which level of interrogation is appropriate? Is it purely based on the circumstance that they were involved in a large-scale attack, therefore a large level of interrogation is warranted? Is that how you're assessing that?
Well, I mean, we take all of the factors into consideration, such with Rasha, who we interrogated in this circumstance. Because she was a high-level player in the PAC, we determined that she would have actionable intelligence to give us. She was...
Why not escalate it immediately to a level 3? I mean, she was a high-level player. What, in your mind, redacted that down to a level 2?
If I can interject here, we, as a task force, have deemed the EIT's levels to be something that we only use when absolutely necessary. And in this instance, eminence did play a large role.
And what was the imminence in this situation? Why not use moderate police, normal FBI interrogation tactics versus EITs in this situation? What was the imminence?
We believe that this individual had credible information about the whereabouts of Ms. Hawking.
Well, a lot of people have information. What makes that imminent?
Right, and so we actually received information that the PAC was wanting to execute this individual if we did not release some of their prisoners. And so we were, as a task force, trying to do what we could to prevent this from occurring.
I have 2 issues with this. The first one being that enhanced interrogation has been proven to be unreliable, right? So how are you going to say that the information that you're gaining from her is reliable information? The second issue I have is that she's high level, right? A few slaps, what's that going to do? I don't understand why you chose not to escalate immediately.
Right. And like I was saying, we try to stay within those lower levels of EIT until it becomes absolutely necessary to escalate it. And in this situation, it did prove successful. And so Rasha did give us information as to the whereabouts of Ms. Hawkins and actually a compound as well from the PAC, if I'm correct.
I thought 2 Marines were killed by an IED by the information she gave you.
Really? Yeah. Well, the mission was to rescue Ms. Hawking, and that was
The
successful.
Israeli Defense Forces did.
Right. Due to the information we
But the
received from
information
her.
was correct. I have an additional question here. So I'm not an expert at this, but my understanding is that the United States is a signatory to the Convention Against Torture. And let me just read a little snippet here. It says, for the purpose of this convention, the term torture means any act by which severe pain or suffering, whether physical or mental, is intentionally inflicted on a person for purposes as obtaining from him or a third person information. And there's more there. But my question is, did your decision put us at risk of violating international law?
So we had received from the president an executive order basically reverting our system back to or Executive Order 13440, which was in place at the time of President Bush and his administration, which essentially says we are allowed to do everything that is necessary. So as Sharon has pointed out, we have limited ourselves in order to prevent ourselves from automatically escalating it to a level 3 EIT.
Well, that's great, but that doesn't answer the question. That's what the president authorizes you to do. The question was, is this possibly in violation of international law?
Congressman Lewis, if I may speak to that.
If you look at the statute language that's contained within the Act Against Torture that we are signatories to, one of the things that it states is that there's a specific intent element within the language. So if you read that again, it says specific intent to cause harm. Obviously, we're not intending to cause harm in any psychological or physical way on these subjects. Rather, we're simply trying to pressure them into divulging that information to us voluntarily. Our specific intent is to gather information and not to cause harm.
Mock execution
In a
is
level
not-
2 situation, when you are slapping somebody, in my understanding, since it was back in the heydays when I went to law school, that was a specific act for which you could be sued in court. But if it's in an interrogation situation, that's not. It's just you offering up an opportunity for them to voluntarily afford you information. Is that what you're trying to lay out before us?
So what I'm saying is that with specific intent, there's a mens rea and an actus rea element. Obviously, the actus rea is obvious here. Unfortunately, the mens rea element is not present in this case.
How so? I mean, you've detained them and you have willingly gone forward to say, like, I want you to hit him in order to get info.
Our objective is to obtain information voluntarily from the subjects in this case. There was no intent to cause harm.
Voluntarily seems a bit generous.
A mock execution, how can you psychologically determine that that's not harmful?
I think,
Perhaps Congressman Peterson?
Congressman Peterson, do you have
Although
one thought?
there's obviously many things we can talk about in terms of torture, I would like to move on to an issue that directly impacts my constituents, and that's the investigation into the individual who was poisoned, the Ukrainian citizen that ended up dying. It's my understanding that you guys sought a warrant on a house, that a red car that may or may not be involved with this investigation, you got the warrant and executing it, the SWAT team gave a little old lady a heart attack. So I'd like to talk about that and clarify, what is the legal justification for getting a warrant?
The legal justification for getting a warrant
What's the
is
legal standard?
the probable cause, right?
And what information did you have that gave you probable cause to search this little old lady's house?
So we had intelligence, reliable intelligence that this house, it was a rental, it was a red Toyota Camry, and it was parked in front of this little old lady's house. And of course, our sympathies go out to her. So we were running on, as much intelligence as we could gather. And so they were already on standby, local authorities, and they were requesting permission to go in. I was...
To clarify, if a red car is parked in front of my house,
right,
is that enough for the government to get a warrant to search that home, my home?
So I think it depends. So after discussing these facts amongst ourselves as a task force, we found that it was a reasonable enough cause to go ahead and execute the warrant.
But what was the nexus between the car and the potential poisoning?
It was a nexus between the car and the two suspected individuals in the alleged poisoning.
So then simply parking in front of a house is enough of a nexus to send in the SWAT team?
We were looking for these individuals, and the car was parked in front of the house or near the house. And so that's the decision that we made.
I'd love to hear from domestic intelligence what the imminency was in this situation, and why didn't you just wait?
So the individuals that we were looking for were previously seen in this car, and so we know that from this agent that was used to potentially poison the individual that was in the hospital is highly lethal, and so the task force decided that it was imminent, the threat was imminent as far as it being used on other individuals in the community. And so in order to prevent that, we were actively looking for the individuals associated with the vehicle, and that's why we decided to go ahead and get the search warrant for the home.
But that didn't result in any useful information.
Right, unfortunately it did not, but as a task force, we decided that that was the best thing to do to try to pursue these individuals.
Was any follow-up done after you realized that this poor woman was actually in the house and it wasn't the two individuals you were looking for?
If any of my colleagues would like to give any details, but as far as as I know, there was no other information that we had in regards to these individuals aside from the witness that saw them with this vehicle.
Right, the local authorities were conducting a criminal investigation or investigation trying to locate these two individuals. We have not received any more intelligence regarding them.
Any other questions on that matter? Let's move on to the targeted killing in Indonesia. Military and peacekeeping or legal support, can you just walk us through your decision on why you decided to use lethal force in the targeted killing of the individual in Indonesia?
Yes, Congressman. So going back to our targeted killing tree on page 2. Oh wait, no, not 2. Apologies. Page 6. The individual, Mr. Rio Belawan, he had connections to Al-Mutahir, which is a terrorist organization in Indonesia. He had a partner named Joyo Kasuma who had earlier had conducted a bombing in the area, which left 17 dead, 8 of them which were Americans. So Mr. Rio himself posed a legitimate target to his connections to the organization. It was a threat that required immediate action because of the large population of people in the area, as well as, of course, the production site. And there was no alternatives. He was headed directly to the site. He had bombing equipment in his vehicle that he was going to act upon and cause destruction and mayhem. And because of those reasons, we thought it was the responsible thing, the proportional thing to target this man and stop him from what he was intending to do.
If I could back up really quickly.
Yes.
This, because I'm missing information on this group, Al-Mutahir. What is the source of your authority that you are allowed to intervene? As I'm sure you're aware, the 2001 AUMF only allows the United States to engage Al-Qaeda or any associated forces. Is that the source of authority you're drawing on, that you're able to go after this target? And if so, what is the association link to Al-Mutahir?
Well, I believe if we go back to that history, the administration at the time said this was a war on terror. This man was attempting to terrorize
certainly,
the
by
civilian
the text of the AUMF, associated forces is the standard that we have to establish. So is there any information about Al-Mutahir being associated to Al-Qaeda, or is the source of your authority coming from somewhere else?
It is coming under the PPG, which was through the Obama administration. We looked at the role of the gentleman. We looked at, was this a justified killing? Was, once again, the proportionality, the eminence, the danger. And because of that, we were given the ability to go ahead and carry out that strike.
I have a quick question. Following your targeted killing decision tree, and the second step there is the target of threat to national security. The institution that was under threat was a Procter & Gamble production facility, if I understand that correctly, with which the United States had a 5% ownership stake, I guess. Is the 5% ownership stake of the commercial facility enough to be considered a threat to national security to justify a
I can speak to that. Our information indicated that there were American expats present at that site, and therefore, under Obama's PPG, the threat to U.S. lives is a qualification for military necessity, and therefore a justification for a targeted strike.
So, but was the commercial interest of any significance then to your decision? Like the fact that the U.S. had a commercial interest or a commercial expectation from the company's performance, did that factor in any way into your decision to intervene?
Our decision in this case was exclusively in reference to the American lives are at risk.
I understand you did not reach out to the Indonesian government before you chose to strike, is that correct?
It wasn't, it was an option that we did not have.
Why is that? You can't speak to another government? Why is that?
Well, because of the immediacy and expediency of the issue. He was on his way and he was going to be a few minutes out, and we didn't find that it was pertinent to call them and then okay the airstrike. And so we went ahead and did that.
What would be the how do you explain that then? I guess we violated their sovereignty, correct? How do you explain that decision and what can come after then?
So just to add something, Congressman, before we had already spoken with our superiors and had to notify them that we were giving any and all information in this situation, and so they were quite aware of the situation at hand.
Can you walk me through, as an uninformed congressman, the relationship between Article 51 and the AUMF? In other words, it seems to me that a lot of your basis here, at least in your documents, is based on the principle of self-defense under international law. But as we've touched on earlier, we have this corresponding concept of U.S. law that gives us justification to protect our self-interest. How do we reconcile the two if there's a conflict? If international law prevents us from targeted killing in another country and violating another country's sovereignty, how do we justify that use under U.S. domestic law?
If I understand the question correctly, you're asking if there's a situation in which we would be justified in protecting U.S. lives that falls under U.S. law, but that would not satisfy international requirements. Any time that U.S. lives would be at risk would initiate a U.S. self-defense argument, which then satisfies Article 51. So I don't see a situation in which those would be at odds.
Okay, if another country then had domestic law that authorized the targeted killing of their civilians or our civilians in our country, is that a violation of international law?
If there was another country whose domestic law allowed them to kill their citizens in our country?
Correct, yeah. Without notifying us.
If they felt like that was self-defense under Article 51, then that would, or if the Security Council had authorized that, then that would satisfy Article 51.
Well, I think I can speak for all of us and our constituents that would yield really unpalatable consequences in our country if we just turned a blind eye every time another country felt they were justified in violating our sovereignty.
I agree that there are political ramifications to international law, and when it comes down to it, obviously domestic law, at least for the U.S., our constitutional law trumps international law. So if there was a time when those were in conflict, we would typically, we would always follow our constitutional law if it was a domestic issue. But if there were times such as the recent bombing by the U.S., France, and England of Syrian administration's chemical weapons facilities, which did not satisfy Article 51 because it couldn't be articulated to be self-defense, we did it anyway because we considered the geopolitical ramifications and decided that it was better to act than to not act. So those are considerations to take into account, but they don't always make the decision.
So I think we need to move on to one of the last few things that happened. And this tracks along with us notifying other countries about doing things. And perhaps domestic intelligence can speak to this as to why we didn't inform England we were dropping their plane.
I'm sorry, we didn't inform England as to, can you repeat that?
Blew up their plane.
Right, so this was flight 247?
117.
117. So we had these two planes that we were aware of. We did not have communications with either of them. And so what we decided to do was actually try to contact both planes to establish that communication and see if they were in fact a threat to our country. The flight 247 was actually able to communicate with us and let us know that they were having some technical issues, and that's why we hadn't heard from them. The other plane, unfortunately, we did not get any feedback from them, and we did try various methods to be able to get in communication with them, despite the technological, challenges.
Did you inform Great Britain before you blew up the plane that that's what you were going to do?
Unfortunately, we did not have time to be able to do that. This was an imminent situation. We had just a few minutes before the plane got into U.S. Territory, and so we did have to take immediate action to try to save lives. And in fact, this plane was en route to Georgia, in where there was a stadium full of of individuals that we had intelligence might be a target if the plane was indeed hijacked.
My understanding is that you were notified several hours prior to the shoot down of the plane that there was a communication error, or at least an inability to contact the plane. Is that correct? Did you notify the UK at that point?
No, we were not able to notify them at that point.
So what effect do you think that's going to have on our relationship with them? You spoke earlier about we need to maintain relationships with the countries that we have in the Middle East. What about the countries that are our allies? Why are we placing Middle Eastern countries above our allies in terms of who gets priority for who we tell what?
I think it comes back to the question of imminence and also the time frame. In the other situation, we had more time to be able to let our allies know and our friends in the Middle East of potential upcoming threats. In this situation, we did not. And like I said, there was a stadium full of many people, and so at that point, it became necessary to put that above our relationship with the UK.
I have a question I would like to pose, just because I'm seeing some tension between the decisions that you made today. With respect to the Atlanta flight, you elected to evacuate the stadium, causing a bit of a ruckus, naturally, and some public kind of pandemonium. But with respect to the Ohio shooting, both Terrence Jackson and Chester Smith, you obtained their information and chose not to release that to the public. Why, in one instance, did you cause such a public candor by letting know an attack was coming, while in the other, you withheld information in order to keep the public more docile?
So there's many considerations that we look at when we make these determinations as to when and how to notify the public. In the airplane situation that we had credible and reliable intelligence that the plane was on course to a stadium full of people. That stadium housed, I think, upwards of 3,000, more than that. Whereas with the two individuals that you had mentioned earlier at OSU, first, we weren't entirely sure what their connection was to the shooting and if they were involved entirely at all. Second of all, we didn't want to create retaliatory attacks. There was quite a bit of tension at the time. And third, where we have reliable information that there's an imminent attack of such high price, then yes, our attention goes to notifying those individuals over notifying the general public of potentially one person that we aren't even sure was involved in an attack.
Last question, I guess I'm just confused with FAA regulations. There is a buffer zone before they reach the mainland that you can make these decisions to reduce an imminent threat. And I guess those are put into place for this exact reason, so that we can protect our homeland. And so I guess I'm confused why there was a disconnect between notifying our ally, using the situation you did with the other plane to either try and ground them or establish communication through different means, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know if it's a question, more of a statement, I guess.
The zone's called the AZDI, I believe. It's the Aircraft Identification and Defense Zone. And so FAA regulations say that once an aircraft enters that airspace, that if they are not maintaining two-way communication, that they are eligible to be intercepted. And intercepted doesn't necessarily mean shot down. It means that we can scramble jets to go try to identify them, to track them, to divert them. And so before we decided that they were an actual threat, we weren't sure what was going on, and we had information from the other flight that it was only a technical malfunction. So we scrambled jets to identify that plane and to attempt alternative modes of communication, including flying next to it and tilting the wings, which is it's a procedural way of alternative communication. And if they are in control of the plane, their technological radio communications are down, they can respond by then tilting their wings, which communicates that they're in control of the plane and that they're not a threat. And then if that fails, there are additional ways of identifying a threat or or not. And so what we authorized the jets to do was to attempt to identify via these alternative means, and if all of those failed, then to divert the plane by any means necessary, which, according to the information that you're getting, which is the first time we're hearing it, apparently ended up with the plane getting shot down, for which, of course, we're very saddened by that news, that there was not an alternative way to.
You didn't know the plane was shot down?
We came into this briefing with the understanding that we would learn that information here, or that potentially we would find out more information. But that was something that we authorized if that was necessary. And so that was unfortunate that it was necessary, but we feel like that was important to do to save the lives of the people in Georgia. In addition to the UK citizens that were on the flight, there were actually hundreds of other country citizens. We didn't have an opportunity to identify all of the different countries and talk to everybody before that happened, unfortunately.
Okay, representatives, that brings our hearing to a close for today. Task Force, we thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
Really tough.
Yeah.
Really tough.
Working out.
Yeah? I kept like wanting to jump in, like I don't want to cut people off.
It's the team.
Should we just leave these here?
I'll take a win.
Their TAs, and they can repurpose it.
I honestly think they should.
Yeah, we asked Rigby before we came in here if the plane got shut down. He's like, I guess you'll find out.
I mean, yeah, I guess so. Thank you guys for volunteering your time. Appreciate it.
This I missed, the rest of